Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell of Woodbury, charged with 2 felony counts. Burglary is one, possession of burglary tools is the other, and of course, this is a trial, a criminal case that got a lot of attention because she is a sitting state senator. It became a sort of a battle for power, too, at the state capitol, where the Democrats have a 1-seat majority in the Senate. And so there were calls for her to resign and, of course, pushback from the DFL side that she shouldn't resign until the case is resolved. Well, now the case is getting very close to being resolved, as this is day 3 of her criminal trial. Of course, day 1 entirely was jury selection to get the 15 jurors here, a panel of 12 plus 3 alternates. The alternates do not know who they are until the end of the trial. When it goes to the jury, the judge will dismiss 3 of them, who again don't know that they're alternates for a purpose, so that they pay attention. They don't think, well, I'm an alternate. Yesterday we saw then the opening statements and the first 6 witnesses to testify for the prosecution's case. They've got a witness list of about a dozen people on it. Yesterday were 5 law enforcement witnesses and 1 family witness, and that was Nicole Mitchell's stepmother, Carol Mitchell, the occupant of the home that she entered in the early morning hours of April 22nd of 2024. And we saw, Paul, extensive body camera video yesterday too that showed not only the interaction with Nicole Mitchell, but the interaction with Carol Mitchell as well.
Yeah, and I was curious about that because she did testify on the witness stand. And if you were with us in our trial coverage, she is the one witness thus far that declined to have her testimony recorded.
Yeah.
It was not allowed to be on camera. There are some reports out of the courtroom up there that I've read from some reporters on the ground up there about her struggling with her memories.
Things,
yeah, I mean, she clearly described being scared, terrified. Now no longer lives in that house anymore. And she has since moved into assisted living. But her recall, my understanding, couldn't recall when her husband had passed away. A couple of other, couldn't remember her grandson's names, Nicole Mitchell, the senator's son's names. So just some interesting, testimony that the jury has to weigh. But we got to see her extensively on body camera footage. Because basically the 2 main officers who go into the home the early morning of the burglary, one separates themselves with the senator, makes the arrest, takes her to the squad car, lots of fascinating back and forth there. And then the second officer takes Carol Mitchell.
Yes.
It kind of separates her upstairs in the main part of the house where they have an ongoing dialogue.
And then later in the afternoon, we saw the body camera video of a sheriff's deputy that responded to. He said he assigned himself as backup when he heard the call. He had a canine. He knew a canine could be helpful in situations like that to apprehend a suspect. Never needed the canine.
Right.
But his body camera video then showed him going to the outside of the house to one of the basement windows where this backpack that Nicole Mitchell had with her was sort of jammed in the window. He had to remove it from the outside so they could close it from the inside. In that backpack were 2 laptops. One was Nicole's, the other one showed her logging into it at the police station, and it came up as Carol Mitchell's. Now, she had said that the opening statement from the defense attorney said that Carol had given her that laptop.
An older laptop.
But there is some sense here that you don't know for sure. And they found a crowbar in a different basement window. They haven't really completely connected the dots. Maybe that comes in the closing argument about, did she enter one window and was trying to exit another? That's unclear at this point.
And one of the things, just as a layperson kind of watching just the evidence come in, was seeing the house, seeing all these HD body camera videos. I mean, you're taken right there in those moments afterwards. I do think you see how human this is, how much this is a family situation that's ongoing. But you also do see the windows, the egress windows, not a big house. One person, assuming that the facts are what they are, to sneak down into those windows, it was quite something to see. How what tactics would be needed to get inside. And another interesting fact we didn't know before this trial began was that the stepmother was like barring the doors or
Yeah,
something,
they
had
were-
some kind of.
They were bars. Certainly, you could see it on the back door, and I think they said that there was maybe one on the front door as well. I mean, it's a bar with kind of a Y-shaped thing that goes under the doorknob as part of the security to keep the doors from being opened or the locks from being picked.
Yeah.
So
That's interesting.
we've got Marsh Hallberg joining us again this morning, defense attorney. Marsh, thank you for joining us again. I know you provided extensive kind of analysis and insight here yesterday, and is your role again not connected to this case. Anything really strike you from yesterday and your thoughts about what we will see today?
I think the government has a really tight case. I mean, in the sense of they're very well organized. Look how quickly this case is moving, right? Sometimes lawyers just drone on and on. So I think they're doing the kind of chronologies we thought. A lot of it is not in dispute. We've got the videos for a lot of what was done and said. So I think this case is going to go really quick.
There is some curiosity too, though, is they talk about this bag stuck in a window well and a crowbar found in a different window well. Did she enter one and was trying to leave the other one? And the confusion over the laptop that had Carol Mitchell's name on it. Did she just bring that with her, or there's some sense here, some open-ended question too, is was she removing that from the home? These are things that maybe will never become clear. It's kind of hard to tell here.
Yeah, I'm trying to recall when the defense lawyer did his opening, did he mention that she's claiming she brought that laptop back, that she had been given it for her son? It was too old to use for gaming, so now she was returning it to her?
Well, he mentioned that it was too old for gaming, that she'd been given it to her, but I don't recall if they said that why she had it with her, if she was returning it or why she was carrying it with her. The other one was her laptop. But again, curiosity about why you would be bringing those in a backpack. Why would they be stuck in one of the windows?
And was I wrong to remember also that perhaps it was on the laptop that she saw some medical documents belonging to her stepmother that sort of gave greater clarity on the Alzheimer's
there was
diagnosis?
some mention of that as well.
You don't know if she had it with her, if it was in the house from like maybe the previous visit, like the laptop had been given to her and her grandsons at some point, but it was still in the house, hadn't been taken, and now that's one thing that she put in a backpack when she entered. It's unclear, I guess is what it said. But Morris, I had a question. I know we were briefly catching up offline this morning, and the stepmother, she clearly took the stand yesterday. Carol Mitchell, with some form of decline. I think we're pretty much kind of comfortable saying that. Struggled, as the reporting goes, in the courtroom yesterday for her recall and her memory of some key facts here. But not only did the jury hear from her on the witness stand right in front of her, taking questions from both sides, but they also saw extensive body camera footage. I know, Marsh, you had some questions about that and the way that would have come in as evidence from this case if the judge is really trying to focus on the burglary itself. Could you explain from a legal perspective why a defense attorney might have tried to keep out the body camera footage, the interaction between the police officer, the investigator in that moment, and Carol Mitchell in her house?
Yeah, sure. So we all heard of hearsay, but exactly what hearsay is it's an out-of-court statement offered for its truth. So I make a statement, if it's not in the courtroom and it's offered for its truth, something happened, that generally is not admissible. You have to actually call the declarant, the person, in this case, Carol, the stepmother. And she obviously is available. She testified yesterday. So generally, all of those statements made by her about what was going on out of the courtroom arguably is not admissible. Now they could say, well, it's not offered for its truth. It's just offered to kind of, give some background, but if she's telling how she feels, which is her truth. So I think there's at least an argument there of why that came in. There are exceptions to the hearsay rule. You can say if it's an excited utterance in the moment you say some things, those can come in. If it's against your own interest. So if a defendant makes a statement, as we saw all the camera video for the senator, that comes in because it's against her own interest. But short of an exception, generally those kind of statements don't come in. You would the general rule would be that you would ask Carol on the stand how she felt, what she talked about that night, those things. If it was inconsistent with the video, you could then bring the video in to try to play part of it. But it's maybe something the defense said, we're just not going to fight that fight, and we're going to keep it all focused on the senator and what her mindset was coming into that house.
Okay, and for those viewers tuning in to see the testimony resume, court is in session again. We are about 7 minutes or so away from being able to bring that to you. This is not a live stream situation. It is a delayed stream situation. We have a 10-minute delay per the judge's order about the audio-visual coverage here. So we are on a 10-minute delay. They have resumed, and we'll get to that here in about 7 minutes or so. Anything yesterday, Marsh, and again, these are the prosecution witnesses, the first 6 that testified about halfway through their list, but anything there as a defense attorney strike you as helpful for the defense once they get to start making their case with their witnesses?
I think the video showing the senator's demeanor, her, they're very friendly with each other. The officers are very professional, and they made jokes like, "We have to ask you some questions. We know they're stupid questions, but those kinds of things." And so I think her mindset's showing that it wasn't an adversarial environment that she thought she was in, and that she really didn't perceive that she was committing a crime would be their argument, the way she handled herself.
But she also never mentioned, as the defense made in their opening statement, that she was there to check on her stepmother out of concerns. And in none of that interaction on the body camera videos did she say anything to that effect. She mentioned her mother's declining state, but only mentioned she was there to retrieve some things and never said anything about checking on her.
Right. The opening didn't match at all what she had actually said on the recording, right? And so the defense was saying, this is what she wished she had said. Well, I'm sure you do wish you'd said that. It would have helped your defense, but you didn't say that. And the one officer made a real good point when he said the opening argument claims that she didn't want to go into all those things and make accusatory statements about Carol or her health in front of Carol, because that would light Carol up and get her upset, and no need to do that in the moment. So she's trying to be respectful of her stepmother. Yet the officer says, we took information from the senator in the squad car. Carol's not there. We took information back at the police station. Carol's not there. So if your reason is you don't want to do this in front of Carol to light her up, you had other opportunities to have gone into that more extensively.
And Marsh, how much could she repair this on the witness stand? Again, we're presuming she will eventually have to get up there to take her story. Because I really felt like after the first day, enough of the evidence stacked up that, man, this story of just checking on my Alzheimer-ridden, paranoid stepmom, but I'm climbing through the basement doors and I'm dressed in all black and I'm hiding my car down the street. It's getting harder and harder, I think, for, say, a juror to really believe that. I do think it was pretty well established that she probably was lying on the floor of the bedroom and the stepmom might have stepped on her before calling 911. What's she kind of doing in the bedroom, slinking around a house she knows? Can she repair this? Is that type of stuff repairable? Or are you just, in the end, this is the case the defense has, and you're just going to have to sort of ask a jury to kind of put themselves in this, in her position? It's icky. You might not have made the same choice. It might be a trespassing crime, which they said they would have accepted. But this was just sort of a human mistake in a really difficult family situation. Can she repair this on the stand?
Well, generally in a criminal case, the lawyer gets to say drive the boat. They get to decide what witnesses are called, what questions are asked, how the strategy develops, and everything else. You try to do that in cooperation with your client, of course, but the attorney makes the judgment calls. And in the courtroom, it's in the moment you have to make a lot of decisions. The defendant makes 2 decisions. They're the boss on 2 questions: judge trial or jury trial. They pick, and separately, do they testify or not testify? If the senator chooses not to testify, they're going to take a break outside the presence of the jury, where she will waive her right to testify on the record without the jury there. So there's no issue later on. She can't say I was confused, or my lawyer strong-armed me not to testify and I really wanted to. They'll take those issues away. So it's a case where it's going to ultimately come down to what this client wants to do with the attorney's input. Like you said, you don't know how a case is going to unfold, how believable it is, what's going on. So they're going to make that judgment. But Paul, I agree with you. I think the more this evidence is coming in, you don't have a good shot unless the defendant takes the stand, because the prosecutor can get up and say everything the defense lawyer said in opening arguments or in closing is not evidence. What have you actually heard as far as evidence from the defense that contradicts our version, which is arguably nothing? So I think the defendant has to testify.
Yeah, and you hear the judge instruct the jurors quite a bit, saying that what the lawyers say is not evidence.
Right.
The charge of burglary is an intent to take items. It was noted several times throughout the body camera videos that they didn't find any possessions on her from inside the home, with the exception of the laptop that was Carol Mitchell's, which again they're saying that was given to Nicole Mitchell, although they haven't explained why she brought it with her entirely. But from a legal standpoint here, what has to be shown to prove an intent to take items is that element of a burglary charge?
Well, for prosecutors, the intent issue is always the hardest one because it's not an objective thing like how much cash was taken or some objective thing. I can't open your head up and look at your intent. You have to do it by everything else around you. So the defense has tried to spin it. All this other stuff about clothing and crowbars and all this stuff doesn't, 4 o'clock in the morning, all that stuff doesn't matter. It's what's going on. But that does go to intent. If your intent is just to check on the welfare of your stepmom, why do it dressed like you are? Why do it at 4 o'clock in the morning? She's going to say it. I didn't want to upset her. And I didn't want to be confrontational with her. But again, those two don't meet real well, I don't think.
And her statement said she did intend to take some items that were important to her too, that would go against her. Hey, we gotta get going here because we're about to take. Thank you, Marsh, for joining us. Yeah. The first witness on the stand for the day is James Headland of Park Rapids, Minnesota. We're going to go to his testimony right now.
In the morning. About the incident and asked me if I would come over and keep her company.
Did she say why she wanted you to keep her company?
I think it was because she was afraid.
How would you describe her demeanor when she contacted you?
She was pretty shook up.
What did you do when you got to her house?
She showed me basically what had happened, or described to me what had happened, and what windows were involved.
At some point, did you walk into her backyard?
Yes, she did. We both went outside, and I was looking at the windows, and I happened to look down and see the pry bar.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Mr. Headland, I'm showing you what's been received into evidence as Exhibit 15. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And what is this?
That's a pry bar.
Is this the same pry bar that you saw down in the windowsill?
I believe it is.
Mr. Headland, if you recall, what did you or Miss Mitchell do next?
I don't recall if she called the police again, but within a few minutes somebody was there and I pointed out the pry bar to them.
When you say somebody, who are you referring to?
Oh, somebody from the Detroit Lakes Police Department.
Okay. Were you there when the officer retrieved that pry bar?
Yes, I let them get down in the window well to pick it up. I didn't touch it.
Your Honor, could I publish Exhibit 47?
You may.
Mr. Hedlund, I'm showing you Exhibit 47, which has already been received into evidence. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Can you tell us what this is?
This is the egress window.
Is this where the pry bar was located?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, after that was removed, did you do something to this area, this window?
Would you repeat that?
After the pry bar was recovered, did you do something to this window, this area?
I didn't touch any of it.
You didn't clean out the leaves?
Oh,
Okay. Did either you or Carol Mitchell at any point touch that pry bar?
neither one of us did.
Okay. Had you ever seen that pry bar prior to that morning?
Oh, I did not.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hedlund. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Hedlund.
Good morning.
What years did you serve in the Navy?
I'm sorry?
What years did you serve in the Navy, sir?
1968 to 1972, active duty, Vietnam, and then after, I got to think about the year. I think it was 1988 to 91. No, I got to think. I was in the Naval Air Reserve for a spell as well, serving in Iceland.
I will make sure that I speak up loud enough. I understand hearing loss comes with being in the military.
Thank you.
Mr. Hedlund, it's my understanding that Rod Mitchell died in March of 2023. Is that your memory?
That is my memory.
It's my understanding that he died shortly after the two of you got back from an ice fishing trip. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Once Rod passed, were you able to go with Carol to any of her doctor's appointments?
No.
Once Rod passed, were you in a position to sort of help her as far as paying bills or doing any paperwork of that type?
No.
I want to ask about the crowbar. You had just testified that you found or you saw the crowbar, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Had anybody else told you that they saw it before you did?
No.
So as far as you know, you were the first person to see it?
That is correct.
And what did you do? Did you immediately call law enforcement or did you tell Carol about it?
I told Carol about it.
Okay, so you were the first.
Yes.
What time was that, Mr. Hedlund? Just roughly.
Probably 7 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. Mr. Hedlund, before that 7 a.m. when you saw it, you had been over at Carol Mitchell's house when some law enforcement was there. Is that correct? And if I'm wrong, I don't want to put that in your memory. Were you there? When did you first get there, and how long were you there? Maybe that's a better question.
I got there shortly before 7, and I asked Carol about more details,
Okay.
and she pointed out the egress window, and she pointed out a window on the other side of the entryway that the bag, or some bag with some items were pushed out that window.
Right? Do you remember having a discussion with law enforcement inside of Carol's home, maybe in the kitchen area?
No, not in the kitchen area.
Do you remember any conversations with law enforcement inside the house? Maybe that's a fair question.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I don't think you had a chance to watch the body camera videos of that, but do you recall a conversation that you and Carol had talking about how Carol said Nicole never came to the house and you disputed that? Do you recall that?
Would you repeat that?
Well, I need to ask a cleaner question. That's my fault. Do you remember Carol saying that Nicole never came to the house, and you responded, no, actually, Nicole did come to the house a couple of times?
I don't understand what you're asking.
Well, and I'm trying to make sure that I'm not putting anything in your mind that's not there. I guess the first question would be, when law enforcement was there, and we're talking about this whole situation, did you ever tell police that you had seen Nicole at Carol's house in the past?
That conversation never came up.
Okay. And so if there's a question about whether that conversation happened, we'd want to maybe look at a video if a video exists.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Do you remember how Carol Mitchell secured the doors or kept the doors locked or safe back at that time?
Normal lock.
Okay. She didn't have like a security bar or a safety bar jammed against those doors?
Not until after the incident.
Okay. So it only happened after the incident?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as you know, we wouldn't have seen any evidence of those bars before the incident?
That day was the earliest I had ever been at Carol's house, so I wouldn't know if she puts bars on the door, on the locks or not.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that clarity. Did you get to, I want to move forward after Rod's death. There was a funeral, but then there was a later internment. Were you able to attend the internment?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And in your memory, who was there at the internment?
One of Rod's sisters, Carol and I, I think one of either Carol's sister or Carol's niece. There weren't too many of us. There were 4 or 5 of us. That was it.
Okay. But certainly you remember attending it, so Carol wasn't there by herself, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
She was very distraught. I drove her.
You did drive her there?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hedlund. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
Sir, do you remember the date of the internment?
No.
Could it have been exactly 1 year to the date of Rod's passing?
It could have been 1 month to the date of Rod's passing.
1 month?
I didn't write it down.
Sure. Do you remember the year by chance?
Yeah, I was 23.
Well, Mr. Mitchell passed away in 2023, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and do you recall if his ashes were buried that year or the following spring?
Might have been the following spring, now that I think about it.
Is it possible that it was exactly 1 year to the date of his passing?
Very possible.
Thank you, Mr. Hedlund. I have no further questions.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Hedlund, you may step down. Thank you. Watch your step.
All right, I ask that Mr. Hedlund be released from his subpoena.
Mr. Ringstrom?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Hedlund then is released from his subpoena. Your next witness, Mr. McDonald?
Your Honor, the state would call Doug Vickmark.
So, Mr. Mark, if you'd come forward, please, and be sworn. Sir.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give here will be true? If so, say I do.
I do.
Please take a seat in the witness stand. Watch your step on the way out. Mr. McDonald.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Will you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
My name is Officer Douglas Vickmark. Last name spelling V as in Victor, I-C-K-M-A-R-K.
Sir, what is your current job title?
Currently, I'm a police officer with the Detroit Lakes Police Department.
How long have you been with the Detroit Lakes Police Department?
Since September 2014.
When was your first law enforcement job?
My first law enforcement job, I was with the West Fargo, North Dakota Police Department. Started there in March 2012.
Can you outline your educational background?
I have an associate's degree in law enforcement from Alexandria Technical College.
Mr. Vickmark, are you a veteran?
I am.
Okay. Are you still active?
Yes, I am in the Army National Guard.
What did you do, or what is your position within the National Guard?
Currently, I'm an operations non-commissioned officer, sergeant first class, with a brigade headquarters company. So basically, my job, I kind of assist in a team overseeing everything on the battlefield in front of us.
Do you have some training as an MP?
I do.
Mr. Vickmark, what was your title with the DLPD in April of 2024?
At that time, I was a special agent with the West Central Minnesota Drug and Violent Crime Task Force. It's a kind of a special investigatory position within the police department.
Is it sometimes also referred to as investigator within your agency?
Yes.
As an investigator at that time, were you aware of the arrest of defendant Nicole Mitchell?
I was, yes.
Were you asked to assist with some follow-up investigation?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to April 25th, 2024. Can you tell us how that day started?
That day started, I was made aware by Sergeant Chad Glander that Carol Mitchell was on her way in to speak to an officer, as she still had some concerns from the incident that happened a couple of days prior at her residence.
And you sat down with Ms. Mitchell at that time?
Yes.
How would you describe her demeanor?
I would say she was still pretty scared of the incident that happened. If I could best describe it, I would say when a person gets scared and they still have a lot of adrenaline going through their system, she hadn't had quite that adrenaline dump yet, so she was still really agitated, still really worked up.
What sort of things did Ms. Mitchell tell you?
She told Sergeant Glander and I a little bit about her past relationship with Nicole. Talked about the passing of her late husband, Roderick.
Did she indicate at that time how long it had been since the defendant had been at her house?
Time-wise, I don't recall if she had actually described an actual time, but communication-wise, she said it had been months since Nicole had reached out to Carol.
Did Ms. Mitchell express any other concerns to you at that time?
She did. She was very concerned that Nicole's purpose wasn't there to necessarily get items. She was more concerned possibly that Nicole might be trying to end Carol's life.
So, Officer Vickmark, after you spoke with Ms. Mitchell, what did you do next?
Sergeant Glander, Chief Steve Todd, and I went to Carol's residence to attempt to look for further evidence at her residence.
What would it be fair to say that one of your other, well, what were some of your other objectives at that time?
Determine her actual point, or determine Nicole's actual point of entry inside the residence.
Mr. McDonald, I'm going to interrupt and ask the attorneys to approach.
Based on what we had seen and what was being reported was the window that Nicole Mitchell had accessed into Carol Mitchell's house was too small for a person to even get through. So we were trying to find an actual route that would have made sense to get into the residence.
Officer Vickmark, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 60. Excuse me, Exhibit 66 and 67. First, starting with Exhibit 66, do you recognize this photograph, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you tell us what this is?
That's the width measurements of the window that was originally believed that Nicole Mitchell had gained access to the residence from.
Is it a true and accurate reproduction of that photograph?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd offer 66 at this time.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
66 is received.
Next, sir, do you have Exhibit 67 in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you tell us what this is?
It is the same picture except it's showing the approximate height with a ruler of that same window.
A true and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd offer 67.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 67 is received.
I publish briefly, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, officer, this is what's been received as Exhibit 66. Can you tell us what this is?
I'm sorry, can you?
Sorry, what's that, Ms. Sullivan?
I just need a second.
Okay. Investigator Vickmark, I'm showing you what's been received as Exhibit 66. Can you speak to this photograph?
Yes, this is a picture with a ruler showing the measurements from left to right, the width of the original window that Miss Nicole Mitchell was believed to have gained access into the residence from.
If you're aware, sir, do you know where that belief came from?
I'm not exactly sure. I only saw the media posts online of them believing that was the window that it was accessed from.
You weren't involved responding that morning, fair to say? Okay. Can you tell us what your measurement was approximately here?
It's approximately 11 inches wide.
And next, I'm publishing what's been received as Exhibit 67. Can you speak to this photograph, sir?
It's the same photograph of the same exact window, except it's the height measurement showing that it's approximately 8 inches tall.
Okay. And in speaking with Sergeant Glander and Chief Todd, what was ultimately concluded at this time?
Based on the measurements and also inside the photographs, you can see that there's some dust and other items around the window. We determined that no one had come into that window based on what was there and the fact that it just didn't appear that anybody could even have squeezed through the window.
So, Investigator Vickmark, what did you do next after measuring that window?
From there, my job was, I was assigned as being the photographer, so I went to the only other possible source of or location of entry in the basement, which was an egress window on the southwest side of the house. I went to that window from the inside and began taking photographs of it and started finding dirt and debris around the windowsill.
That was going to be my next question. What did you observe when you, processed or looked in through that room?
As I was in the room, I noticed on the windowsill around the window, there's what appeared to be dirt and debris, plant-like material, small rocks, pebbles, sand type of things that appeared to have come from the outside to the inside.
Did it appear to be more than just common dust?
Yes.
Did you take some photographs at that time?
I did.
What would you describe the area that you photographed as?
A windowsill with a desk directly underneath the windowsill, and to the right of the desk was kind of like a white plastic storage.
Officer Vickmark, I'm going to show you a number of photographs numbered exhibits 50 through 65.
Mr. McDonald, did you say 50 through 65?
50 through 65, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Please bear with me, sir. All right, Investigator Vickmark, I'm starting with Exhibit 50. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is it a true and accurate depiction of what you took that day?
Yes.
Next, with 51.
Yes.
Yes, it's true and accurate.
Yes, it is.
52.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 53.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 54.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 55.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 56.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 57.
Yes, it is.
Can I just have one moment with counsel, Your Honor?
You may.
Sorry about that, sir. If I didn't ask yet, Exhibit 58.
Yes, it is.
And did I ask you if 57 was true and accurate?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Exhibit 59,
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 60,
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 61,
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 62,
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 63,
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 64,
Yes, it is.
and finally, Exhibit 65.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, I would offer 50 through 65 at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibits 50 through 65 are received.
I would ask to publish in sequential order at this time, Your Honor.
You may.
All right, Officer Vickmark, I'm going to start with Exhibit 50, and I'm just wondering, as I identify each exhibit, if you can tell us why it was significant to you.
The first picture here is of the egress window that I had talked about. It's just kind of giving an overall picture of what it appeared to be.
And turning to Exhibit 51.
That's a more lighted photograph of the same window with the desk underneath it.
And to Exhibit 52.
This is starting to get closer to the windowsill, kind of as I was depicting me walking towards the windowsill when I first observed the dirt on the windowsill.
Exhibit 53.
This is the same windowsill, except it's showing the right side instead of the left side of the windowsill.
Exhibit 54.
This is a photograph depicting the same windowsill, except in the middle. It's also showing that the screen had a bow in the middle of it.
Exhibit 55.
This is getting closer to the windowsill, showing more of the plant and debris.
And excuse me, but Exhibit 56.
Same windowsill, just is on the left side of the windowsill, again showing plant and debris.
Exhibit 57.
Closer to the center, showing plant and debris material again, and showing a little bit of the bow on the screen.
Exhibit 58.
And the right side of the windowsill showing plant and debris material.
Exhibit 59.
This is that white storage container device, filing cabinet on top of the desk, showing plant and dirt material on top of it.
Exhibit 60.
A little bit closer of a picture of the same filing cabinet.
Exhibit 61.
Another piece of plant material on top of the same filing cabinet.
Exhibit 62.
This is moving down onto the desk, showing more plant and debris material on top of the desk.
Exhibit 63.
And another piece of plant material that appeared to be a small piece of wood of some sort or stem.
64.
Probably the best close-up that I could get of the stem.
And finally, the Exhibit 65.
A small rock that was inside on top of the desk.
So what did you do next after you had assessed this room individually or on your own?
Once I I called in Sergeant Glander, and I pointed out what I had located to Sergeant Glander. Chief Steve Todd came in shortly after that, and I showed him. From there, I went outside to examine the window from the outside.
And what did you learn at that time, sir?
Found that the window was open, and the window wasn't locked, and it was easily able to just be freely opened from the outside.
And did you continue, I suppose, hypothesizing with your colleagues?
Yes.
Okay. What did you discover next?
Through examining the window and the windowsill and the screen, I was able to find what appeared to be tool marks on the screen itself and on the windowsill from the outside.
Can you tell us what a tool mark is in your profession?
A tool mark would be something where you use a tool, and in this case, the tool scraped against a surface and caused scratches, something that wouldn't normally be caused by something else.
Officer Vickmark, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 68, 69, and 70. First, starting with image 68, is that a true and accurate depiction?
Yes, it is.
69?
Yes, it is.
And 70?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd offer 68 through 70.
No objection, Your Honor.
Asked to publish briefly.
68, 69, and 70 are received, and you may publish.
All right. Officer, I got a little ahead of myself here, but I'm backing up and showing you what's been received as Exhibit 68. Can you tell us what this is?
It's the first picture showing the egress window from the outside of the residence.
And Exhibit 69?
Walking closer to the egress window, showing just the condition of the window.
Exhibit 70.
And this photograph I took because in the original photographs there were leaf material in the window area, and I took that photograph to show that the leaf material had been removed.
Are you, if you know, and if you don't, if you know, do you know who cleaned that out?
I do not know.
Okay. Right. So you had examined the window and discovered pry marks, is that correct?
Yes.
Or tool marks, I believe, was your testimony?
Yes.
Investigator Vickmark, I'm now going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 71 through 84. And I might need a moment. Investigator Vickmark, you had an opportunity to review all the photographs you took prior to today, is that correct?
Yes.
And if I told you the photographs of the alleged tool marks were 71 through 8, marked as 71 through 84, would you have any reason to doubt me?
No, I wouldn't.
And again, they were true and accurate depictions of that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to offer 71 through 84.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
71 through 84 are received.
In a moment, Investigator Vickmark, I'm going to ask to publish each of these exhibits and have you, again, explain their significance. Apologize for that, sir. All right, I am starting. Your Honor, I'd ask to publish, if I didn't already ask, to publish Exhibits 71 through 84.
You may.
Investigator Vickmark, I'm starting with Exhibit 71. Can you speak to this photograph?
From this photograph, I had entered into the egress window area, and I observed the left side of the window as you're facing it, looking into the window. I noticed that there was a piece of wood that was kind of sticking out directly below the window, and it appeared like it had possibly been, somebody possibly had put a tool there to pry down on it, causing the wood to kind of pull out.
Next, I'm showing you what's been received as Exhibit 72.
Same window, same location, just a closer photograph of the same area.
'73.
This photograph is showing, it's kind of hard to see it unless you zoom into it. I apologize, I'm used to seeing the photograph horizontal instead of a vertical way here.
If I change the orientation, would it assist you?
Yes. I guess it's still vertical, but there we go. From the, it's hard to see it in this photograph here, but from the right side, you see two marks on the wood right as it bends down. From there to the right of it, a little ways, and to the left of it, there are marks in the wood, kind of scratches in the wood going from the angle of it and up toward the screen.
Next, I'm showing you Exhibit 74.
It's a photograph of the same area, again on the bottom right of the screen, not the screen, the ledge where it bends. There's two marks in the paint with scratch marks that lead up towards, there we go. Scratch marks that lead up to where the screen would be at.
Investigator Vickmark, do you have the ability to annotate or circle on your screen, I believe?
I hope so.
Could you, I'm not sure what happened here. Could you attempt to show us or better explain what you're speaking to with this?
Yes. There are marks there, and then marks there. Very fine scratch marks moving from bottom right to top left toward the screen area.
Okay, thank you. Are you able to clear your screen?
Possibly. I guess I don't know how.
And can the record reflect the witness has circled various photographs on the exhibit, Your Honor?
The record will so reflect.
Well, if I move to another exhibit, it might be a moot point.
Apologize.
Here we go. Oh, I guess not. There we go. Okay. Okay. Investigator Vickmark, I'm showing you what's been received as Exhibit 75. Can you speak to this photograph?
This is my hand in gloves. I am holding my hands kind of I guess like the NDSU horn symbol, I guess, pointing out the distance between the left side of where the marks were originated from to the right side, just to kind of give a better view of where the scratches were actually at.
Exhibit 76.
We had removed the screen, and as I was removing it, and it was handed to me on the outside, I noticed that there is a large scratch mark on the bottom of the screen in that same area where the scratch marks were at on the windowsill.
Exhibit 77.
This is a photograph showing where the scratch marks were at. It's kind of hard to see here where the scratch marks are at, but they're from approximately the 10-inch mark to the 12-inch mark.
Exhibit 78.
Same picture, same area, I guess not same picture, but the same area, showing again the scratch marks extending from roughly that 10-inch mark to the 12-inch mark.
Exhibit 79.
The screen, as it would have been on the window, was taken off and it was laid down, and it was showing the scratch marks on the windowsill. They're extending from approximately the 9¼ inch area to about the 11¼ inch area.
Let me ask you this, investigator. Did the scratch marks on the screen appear to line up with the scratch marks on the windowsill?
They did.
Next, I'm showing you Exhibit 80.
It's the same picture, possibly a little bit clearer, of the screen where the scratch marks were at. In the picture, you can see the deep scratch mark is right about that 9¼ or 9 1/8, I guess, mark. And on the top part of the screen where it bends, there's silver markings that appeared like a tool had been sliding across it at that area.
Exhibit 81.
This one I'm not exactly sure about what the photograph is depicting. I can't remember anyways.
So nothing useful there.
No.
Exhibit 82.
This is that bend that I was just telling about of the scratch marks. You can see that there's also scratch marks on the outside of the screen, right below the, I guess, the netting area of the screen on the metal, leading up to the area where the marks were actually at.
And Exhibit 83.
This is roughly the same area. I noticed that little black smudge mark that was right there, possibly from a footprint or just a mark of the dirt being lifted and put on there as somebody may have come in through the window.
And finally, Exhibit 84.
And my fingers on my right hand, or sorry, my left hand, showing approximately the same location of the dirt marks coming in.
So, Investigator Vickmark, were you advised of, strike that. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Investigator Vickmark, I'm showing you what's been received as Exhibit 15. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
And were you made aware of this evidentiary item?
I was.
Based on your observations of the window and your knowledge of that pry bar, what did you do next?
Based on the scratches and the marks that were on the screen, it made sense that the pry bar had been used to lift the screen up from the bottom, causing the bow in the screen to gain access to the room.
At some point, did you examine the pry bar closer?
I did. We took the pry bar out of evidence just to take photographs of it.
Investigator Vickmark, I'm going to show you next exhibits 85 through 88. First of all, did you photograph that pry bar out of evidence?
Yes.
Okay, and were those true and accurate photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer 85 through 88.
I'm sorry, which ones?
85 through 88. Or I can just do them individually if that's easier.
Would you please, thank you.
No worries. Investigator, well, I'll withdraw the offering at this time, Your Honor, for momentarily. Investigator Vickmark, first I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 85. Do you see that on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is this a true and accurate photograph?
Yes, it is.
Offer 85.
No objection. 85 is received.
Next, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 86. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay. Is this a true and accurate depiction?
Yes, it is.
Offer 86.
No objection, Your Honor. 86 is received.
Next, showing you Exhibit 87. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is it true and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Offer 87.
No objection, Your Honor. 87 is received.
Finally, showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 88. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Offer 88.
No objection, Your Honor. Exhibit 88 is received.
Would request to publish 85 through 88, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, Officer Vickmark, I'm starting with Exhibit 85. Can you tell us about this photograph?
This photograph is showing one of the ends of the pry bar. It shows that paint had been removed from it possibly being used.
Next, 86.
Just kind of an overview photograph of the pry bar itself.
87.
This is the picture of the bent portion of the pry bar showing some marks on the end of it.
And finally, Exhibit 88.
And this is a picture of the middle of the handle of the pry bar where it had been missing some paint that had been flaking off of it.
So you were at the residence first doing the window thing, but you were also there to speak to Miss Mitchell again?
Myself, I was more of just the photographer at that time. Chief Todd and Sergeant Glander were the ones that were mostly talking to Carol.
They may have been
Mitchell.
in a separate part of the residence while you were taking photographs?
Largely, yes. I was searching in various parts of the house that they were at, such as where Nicole Mitchell was found in the bathroom. I did look around the bathroom to see if maybe Nicole Mitchell had left anything inside there that other officers had missed, and just kind of looked through the residence.
Fair to say nothing additional was located?
No.
Were you present when the flannel shirt was shown?
Yes.
Okay. And how was that identified to you?
I believe it was Carol Mitchell that actually pointed it out. I'm not 100% sure on it. The location was you go downstairs, down the steps, you turn right, and there was a lot of Roderick's old clothes hanging up.
Roderick Mitchell's?
Roderick Mitchell's, yes.
Mr. Vickmark, were you present when Carol Mitchell described being awoken that morning?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did she demonstrate for your team what had occurred?
Yes, she did.
Were you involved in this investigation after that date?
No, I was not.
Thank you, Investigator Vickmark. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Vickmark.
Good morning, sir.
Officer Vickmark, you, having been on a drug task force, I presume you have applied for and secured a number of search warrants?
I have before, yes.
Okay.
And when you were acting in that capacity and acting as a special agent, did you have any separate or advanced training as it related to investigations?
Several related to drug and narcotics, yes. Just small continuing ed, 1 day, 2 day courses here and there.
Okay. Officer Vickmark, I want to sort of jump to maybe a question that I would normally ask at the end, but you've testified to what you did in this case. Besides what you have testified to, did you do any forensic testing or request any forensic testing to be conducted in this matter?
I didn't related to pretty much all the evidence. The only thing that I asked was MOCIC, which is an investigatory, I guess, agency that covers many different states around the Midwest, to kind of help me out with Nicole Mitchell's cell phone. And then I also had sent out a administrative subpoena to Verizon to try to get Nicole Mitchell's information, who she had called, who she had texted, just that information, for about a month and a half prior to the incident, leading up to the incident.
So the forensic investigation that you had done would have been through the Mid-States Organized Crime Information Center?
Yes.
Okay. Did you conduct or see any other member of law enforcement conduct any attempt to secure fingerprints?
No.
Did you conduct or see any other officer conduct any attempt to secure DNA or other residue of that nature?
No.
Did you ever apply for a search warrant or a subpoena for Carol Mitchell's medical records?
No, I did not.
At the beginning of your testimony, you talked a great deal about the windows in question. You weren't involved in the initial investigation, or you certainly weren't on the call. Had you had a chance before you came to Carol Mitchell's residence to talk to any of the law enforcement officers who were involved in the initial call?
I did, yes.
Had you developed an impression that Nicole Mitchell may have represented that she actually came in through that smaller window?
I did hear from the other officers that Nicole Mitchell had said that she had come through the window where her backpack was located at.
Okay. And those pictures are now in evidence, and we talked about those at great length, correct?
Yes.
And while stranger things have happened, there's really no realistic way an adult human of normal proportions would be able to fit through that window. Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
Okay. The egress window itself, you testified as to the damage. Would you characterize that window as destroyed or functionally destroyed?
Functionally destroyed? I wouldn't say it's functionally destroyed. Just the frame had been starting to kind of rot away. That's how I would describe it.
Okay. And so whatever the person with the pry bar did, there was some rot and there was some decay in the frame itself that was separate from the pry bar activity. Is that accurate?
Yes.
This sounds like a very obvious question. It's not meant to be a trick. Why did you wear gloves in your investigation?
It's just, from my training and experience, just what we do. Just to keep our DNA off of things and keep from contaminating a scene.
And similarly, why did you use, or why did someone use in these pictures what appears to be a very highly calibrated ruler to take some measurements?
I can't remember exactly where the ruler came from, if it was Chief Todd's or Sergeant Glander's. Just we keep rulers to show how big things are.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to touch the pry bar in question when it wasn't in an evidence bag?
No, sir.
Okay. Would you have been wearing gloves had you done so?
Probably, yes, sir.
The evidence that you gathered and the testimony that you provided about that egress window, is it a fair statement that that evidence really concerns only whether someone got through that window and how they got through that window and not what happened inside the house?
Yes.
And I think your mic cut out there.
Sorry. Yes.
Okay. But you did at some point go inside to the residence and look around and investigate?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to, from the inside of the house, determine, did you get to see sort of the areas around both of the windows inside of the house?
Yes.
Okay. When you did that, did you see piles of things or mementos that appeared to be staged to be removed from the house?
I guess I wasn't paying that close attention to it. The room with the egress window had a lot of like artistic type stuff inside of it. I don't know if it was being ready to be removed from the house or anything like that.
Okay. You were asked about a flannel shirt. Was that flannel shirt sort of placed close to one of the windows? Was it hanging up? What was your experience of viewing that?
It was located in, as I described, it was, you walk down the stairs, you turn right, it comes into a bigger room.
Yeah.
To the right was the small window. Straight forward would have been the bathroom Miss Nicole Mitchell was located in. And to the left was another wider open area that had a lot of items stored. Some of that area was a rack of clothes that was in that area. And his Roderick Mitchell's flannel shirt was located on that rack.
It was on the rack?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was in an area that was not like immediately adjacent to one of those windows?
No.
Okay. Officer Vickmark, I want to go back to the interview that you participated in with Carol Mitchell, and that was at the police station, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You had testified that Carol Mitchell expressed a belief at that time that Nicole Mitchell wanted to take her life. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Did Carol Mitchell express a belief that Nicole Mitchell wanted to get her firearm or get her gun?
How she described it is when Carol Mitchell was awoken in the night and she had rotated her body off and then found that's where Nicole Mitchell was at on the ground. In that area, in a dresser near where Nicole Mitchell was at, is where Roderick Mitchell's gun was kept. So Carol Mitchell speculated that possibly Nicole Mitchell was attempting to find that gun.
During your interview at the police station with Carol Mitchell, did Carol Mitchell express repeated concern that Nicole Mitchell was also after money?
Yes.
Thank you, Officer Vickmark. I have no further questions.
Yes, sir.
Mr. McDonald.
Officer Vickmark, when you spoke with Carol Mitchell, did she allow you to look through her cell phone?
She did, yes.
Okay. And what did you discover at that time?
I was looking for any text messages or cell phone logs that she had received from Nicole Mitchell.
Okay. Did you locate any?
I did not.
Were you able to determine the date that Carol Mitchell had added the defendant's number to her phone?
I was able to locate, yes. And
Sorry, go ahead.
it was March 10th, 2024, the date that Carol Mitchell had added Nicole Mitchell's phone number to her cell phone.
And you manually had looked through the phone at that time?
Yes.
And you couldn't locate any texts or calls between the defendant and Carol Mitchell?
No.
Did you note any? Did you note other contacts that she had conversations with?
Yes, she did have several text message conversations that had been saved in the phone. One of them had been dated all the way back to July 2023.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Engstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Vickmark, you understand what a forensic examination of a cell phone is?
Yes.
You understand a cell phone can be subject to what's known as a logical extraction?
Yes.
You understand that a cell phone can be subject to what's known as a physical extraction?
Yes.
You understand what the word metadata means?
Yes.
Metadata is data that reflects other things that happened on a digital device like a cell phone.
Yes.
You understand that metadata most of the time can only be looked at not directly through the interface of the phone, but typically through a different device, like a Cellbrite, for example, correct?
Yes.
And a Cellbrite is a special machine that law enforcement uses to examine cell phones.
Yes.
And if you had had an opportunity to conduct a forensic examination of Carol Mitchell's phone, you would be able to see the metadata of when texts were read, texts were sent, texts were deleted, and things like that, correct?
Yes.
You would be able to see when contacts were added or removed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you subject Carol Mitchell's phone to a forensic examination?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know if anyone in law enforcement subjected her cell phone to a forensic examination?
I believe somebody did. I do not know which officer or investigator did, though.
Okay. Well, then we'll find out. Officer Vickmark, are you the case agent in this case?
No.
During the pendency of this case, have you contacted me at all?
I have not.
Thank you, Officer Vickmark. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
Officer Vickmark, did you see any obvious signs that Carol Mitchell had deleted things in her phone?
I did not.
No further questions.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right. Then, officer, you may step down.
Thank you, sir.
We are now in recess in the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell. What appears to be the mid-morning break, this is typically the time that they take them. And again, we are on a 10-minute delay from what is happening in court. So that was about 10:15, 10:16 or so, presuming that they would come back in around 10:30, which means we can begin to bring that to you again around 10:40. Again, some of these court breaks, they might say 15 minutes and they stretch to 20. So we'll see how that goes. But that wrapped up the testimony of investigator Vickmark of the Detroit Lakes Police Department. We're going to talk more about his testimony and get an input from Marsh Hallberg, defense attorney, here in a minute. But, you know, they're talking about really the evidence of two different windows into this basement home. And one where the crowbar, or pry bar as they called it today, was found with apparent marks of getting in that window and debris inside, which would make it appear that's where she entered. And the measurements of the window that she had said she'd entered, where the backpack was found, that appeared to be far too small for a human being to fit through.
It was good to get that clarity because, as I said in our pre-trial broadcast, that, wow, those windows would have been tough to get into. But that egress window, a much larger situation, and seemingly, as you look closely on those photographs, evidence of some prying to kind of get out that window.
But they had not collected fingerprints or DNA from the pry bar to show evidence that Nicole Mitchell had used that or touched it. But the insinuation that they're getting here is that it appears she entered this window and had pushed the backpack out the other window where it got stuck.
Yeah, and then the other witness prior was one of the stepmother's friends, male friend James Headland, who had come to the house in the immediate aftermath of the burglary break-in, the situation with the stepdaughter. He's called in. I thought it was interesting. One, James Headland was able to describe kind of Carol's state of mind in the moment, but also getting on record there about the internment of the ashes.
Yep.
He had some confusion about the dates, but one thing he was not confused about was Nicole Mitchell wasn't there. He had mentioned just 5 people.
Yeah, I said it was a small group.
And that impact of the ash. I'm not saying it changes the dynamics of the burglary per se, but certainly as we start understanding the family dynamic and this whole, what tipped the senator over the edge to do what she did that early morning.
And also it was the one that saw the pry bar in the window well of this larger window where this testimony is kind of alluding to the idea that this seemed to be the obvious entry point. We got to take a break though here quick for our viewers. We'll be back in a couple of minutes with more talking to Marsh Hallberg too about his thoughts about this testimony today and how it plays into the overall prosecution. We'll be right back. Welcome back to our continuing coverage here on Fox 9 streaming about the criminal trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell. This is taking place in Becker County Court, which is in Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. She's on trial for two felony counts. One is burglary, the other is possession of burglary tools. And the testimony we've heard just now, most recently this morning, is about one of those alleged burglary tools, which is a blue pry bar, is referred to as a crowbar in opening statements, referred to a pry bar in this most recent testimony with a police investigator with Detroit Lakes, and with the evidence at a larger basement window in the home of Carol Mitchell that appeared, that's where the pry bar was found, in that window well. There appeared to be marks on the window that maybe it was that were used there, and some evidence inside that somebody had entered, along with pictures of a second smaller window where the backpack was found, which the measurements were 11 by 8 inches, and testimony that they don't think an adult human being would be able to fit through that window. So I guess they're setting up that it appeared that she'd entered this window and was removing this backpack with 2 laptops in it out the smaller window where it got stuck. One laptop was Nicole Mitchell's, the other was Carol Mitchell's, which in opening statements, the defense attorney said Carol Mitchell had given to Nicole sometime prior. I think what the prosecution may be trying to at least set up, we haven't heard direct testimony to this, is that maybe she was taking that laptop. We don't know. Yeah. The question is, why bring a backpack with 2 laptops with you when you're going into the home and then leaving again?
That's a good question. And also we learned, through the evidence thus far, is that clearly at some point Nicole Mitchell is in Carol Mitchell's bedroom, right? Yep. From the 911 call. Again, we don't know unless Nicole Mitchell will eventually admit to something like this up on the witness stand. I don't know how there's going to be evidence that will connect exactly how this quote unquote Carol Mitchell laptop gets into her backpack.
Into her backpack, lights in the home lights.
Did she have it to start with? Did she find it in the basement? Did she get it? Was that one thing she would have gotten out of the bedroom? Just interesting also furtherance with this investigator on the witness stand, and how he had conversations with the stepmother, Carol Mitchell, in the aftermath, and how her first perception of the situation, that was her stepdaughter might be in that bedroom going towards her late husband's, Roderick Mitchell's gun.
That she had told this investigator that it was in an area in a dresser near where Nicole Mitchell was at is where Roderick Mitchell's gun was kept. Yeah. So Carol speculated that possibly Nicole was attempting to find that gun. That's what a direct quote from the investigator that was just on the stand.
And it's just jarring evidence, like the stepmom thought her stepdaughter was there to kill her. That they're just hearing that. I know. I mean, not saying that that's what the intention was. I'm just saying in terms of how it comes off.
That was her impression to the police investigator in the hours after this incident. Again, there's no evidence suggesting that, but that was her perception at the time. Let's bring in Marsh Hallberg again, defense attorney here, who's been helping us monitor this trial and give his thoughts on the evidence and testimony that we hear. Anything jump out at you from this particular testimony from this particular investigator?
Well, I think it's interesting too for the listeners to just kind of understand some of the rules of law behind how things happen and why they happen. So, for example, they had to go through this great formality with every single photograph, dozens of them. The phrase is this a true and accurate representation of what it displays? Is this an accurate picture of the window, for example? And the rule of law on that is I don't have to be the one that takes a picture. But if you show me a picture and say, yep, is this what your house looked like last winter? I can say, yeah, that's an accurate picture. You can get that into foundation. You don't have to bring in the person that actually takes the photograph, or if it's a document or something. If it's an accurate to the witness on the stand, that's enough to do that. So that's the kind of the boring foundation question that has to get asked for every single exhibit. Sometimes they'll do it as a packet. You've looked at 20 of these photographs, are they all accurate? Yes, 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 yes. So that's just kind of one rule of evidence that I was kind of thinking about. Another one was then the officer, again, like we talked about earlier today, that this investigator officer talked a lot about what Carol said. and her thoughts about, I think she was trying to get cash from me, or I thought she might be trying to kill me, or all those types of things. Again, hearsay, out of court statements offered for their truth. So it's got to be the defense tactic that we're not going to focus on that at all. We're just going to focus on this whole intent thing to come in. So kind of another rule of evidence that's there. Juries love exhibits too, so I think part of putting a lot of these photographs in and everything else is juries feel the government has earned the conviction. They've done their job by, putting in documents. Juries like to have pictures and documents to look at back in the jury deliberation for what they do. Another rule is called outside the scope. So the general rule is that when I ask if I call a witness, the questions I ask that witness are the scope of what we can talk about. The other side goes next, can come back to me again, and it gets smaller and smaller. When they came back to this investigator on redirect, second time the prosecutor talked to them, he went into kind of a new topic, talking about looking at Carol's phone and to see if there were any messages from Nicole. That was all new information. And again, this is a tactic not necessarily wrong by the defense, but you could say objection outside the scope. Yeah. We didn't talk about those issues the first time this cop was talking. You don't get to bring up new stuff second time around. So that's kind of another possible legal issue that kind of jumped out.
And Marsh, just at that point on the phone, does that mean anything? I mean, so the phone is a year old. Nicole's phone number gets in a year before. There's no texting going on. I don't know. Does that do anything for either side?
Yeah, I think it does. I think for the state, it's going to say, look, she's claiming that she's this really concerned person who has had a kind of an up and down relationship for the last year with Carol, but yet, according to the initial just quick view of this phone, there wasn't a single time that Nicole had contacted Carol or texted her to check on her well-being. So again, kind of going inconsistent with the idea that I'm there to help Carol, I'm not there to commit a burglary.
The other thing too that'd be helpful for you to point out, the way that this works in court, is that attorneys aren't able to necessarily connect the dots during the testimony. The dots that they connect later are put out there now, and people may expect, well, why aren't they saying, well, this is the significance of this or significance of that? But during testimony, you can't really express the significance of the evidence that you're putting out there and how it ties together.
Exactly. Like I said, we talked about yesterday, bring it home in the fourth quarter of the game, right? You tie all these things together at that point, so it makes sense to the jury for what you're doing.
So at this point, though, again, the attorneys, as they present this, you are unable to actually make that analysis or express any of the significance during the offering of the evidence.
Right. When you get into questions like that, the response by the other side is argumentative or irrelevant. It doesn't matter at that point. It's only in closing where you get to talk about whether you believe somebody or not and how to weave all of these things together. That's why I think closings are, from my experience, the most challenging but the most fun, if that's the right word for a defense lawyer to use. But they're part of doing the case. It's to pull it all together at that end.
And Marsh, I know in this situation, and the prosecutors also asked several other law enforcement members if they are the quote-unquote case agent. I know Vic Mark kind of had some extensive testimony across the whole investigation, but typically the state will wrap up or towards the end call sort of their case agent, the investigator who can kind of fill in any of the breadcrumbs to make your point at closings or maybe some loose ends. Correct? Would you still expect sort of the case agent or a final investigator to help weave any sort of missing holes or tie together stuff before we get to closings, Mars? Is that what you'd expect to happen?
They may or may not need it. I think, again, the defense attorney was smart not to just drop that point and then leave it for closing. Because we had talked about that. I think our very first time we chatted on this case was no DNA done on the pry bar. But again, the defense may be, we used the pry bar. We're not fighting over that, so why make a big deal out of that? It could kind of show, though, a presumption, jumping to conclusions, a predetermined answer by these investigators not to do cell phone analysis, not to do DNA analysis, to kind of wing it at that point.
What is the significance, too, of this evidence showing that it appears that entry was made from this larger window where the pry bar was found, where debris was found, rather than the window where the backpack was found that she had stated that's how she got in? What's the significance for the prosecution in the end. Again, these are kind of dots that they're not necessarily connecting explicitly, but what's the significance down the line?
I think for the state is showing that couldn't have used the small window, just too small. So if we go to the window that it had to be, there are pry marks, they allege. There are pry marks here to show that she actually did pry a window open to, just didn't come through an open window or one that was unlocked, had actually pry it open. So I think that's the reason for what they're trying to go with that. But again, if the defendant testifies, she just say, I misspoke. When I talked about the window, I miscommunicated the window with the backpack versus the window I came in through, and we're making a lot of stuff about nothing.
Is it significant too, though, that the backpack was then found jammed in this smaller window, and Carol Mitchell's laptop was in it, even though in the defense opening they said that Carol had given that to her? Do you think they're going to try to have some evidence that maybe she was removing that from the home?
It sure makes sense, doesn't it, Rob, that that's what you're thinking happened? Because why would you bring a laptop back that you know she's got dementia, she's not going to be using this laptop that you gave for my son a period of time earlier? Why would you bring that back? And wouldn't it freak you out if you woke up in the morning and you found a computer in your house that hadn't been there the night before? How did it get there?
Yeah.
I just wondered too if the defendant, if she testifies, is going to say, I was never on the floor. That's an hallucination by her that didn't happen. But I was in the bedroom looking for the gun because I was concerned about her safety. I was concerned she might be suicidal or she might hurt somebody else. So yes, I was looking for the gun, but it wasn't to hurt her, it was to help her. So I could see that.
Yeah, I would wonder if we would expect some evidence or testimony that maybe they're just trying to raise that question in the mind of the jurors, that maybe that was something, that laptop that she was attempting to remove from the house. I mean, is that something that could be just throw it out there and let the jurors think about it? Or is that something you would expect further evidence to try to make that case?
I think you just throw it out there at this point because you don't know the answer unless the defendant testifies. It's a good, I think, like we talked about circumstantial versus direct evidence. Was that laptop on the way in or the way out, right? Was it jammed in the window because she was going to bring it into the house yet, or already gotten it? And I don't know, right? We just don't know. I'll share a personal story with you guys because to talk about that, I got a stranger in my room. We all talked yesterday about how Alzheimer's touches us. My mother was in her late 80s, living on her own, doing great. And she's in another state, and she calls law enforcement and says there's a man standing at the foot of her bed. And the police come and they check it out. They don't find anything, and they leave. And she calls 20 minutes later, again, middle of the night. There's a man standing at the foot of my bed. And they came, and there hadn't been anybody in the house. But it's what led to us that day was having to take my mother and put her into an Alzheimer's unit at that point, or start that whole process at least to begin that to happen. So it really struck me as we talk. We want facts to resonate with jurors. If I was a member of that jury, it would really be resonating with me. The testimony by Carol about there's a stranger in my bedroom, with my own life experience of my mother.
Yeah, it certainly introduces a lot of gray area where there's facts that that seem pretty solid. There's other testimony that you don't know if those are factual or those are not factual. It's certainly a perception, but adds a lot of questions here. Yeah, Marsh, thank you for always adding this not only analysis of this case, but just the legal process in general as we go through this. We've sat through a lot of trials, so we kind of understand the way it works. If you don't get that opportunity, you kind of wonder why aren't they saying things that you would expect them to say, because that's not how it works at this point. So we'll check back with you a little bit later if we can, and appreciate it.
Good. You guys have a good break. Take care.
All right. We're going to resume testimony here in a few minutes. Ryan, we got time for a quick break, and then we'll take a quick break, and we'll come back with the next witness who's currently on the stand. Again, we are on a 10-minute delay, though, from what's happening in the courtroom. We'll be back in a couple minutes. This is our continuing coverage of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell in Becker County Court in Detroit Lakes. Testimony is resumed. Our tape delay by 10 minutes, though, is we got a couple of minutes before we will join that then. You wanted to talk again about something we saw yesterday with the arrest of Nicole Mitchell.
Yeah, I mean, we've re-queued up the body camera footage inside the home, the arrest of the sitting state senator. It is, you know, there is Nicole Mitchell there. Being told to get on the ground, handcuffed, dressed in all black cap. Police there would find the modified, if you will, the small flashlight that had the black sock over it that they thought was sort of put together to you know, control how much lighting was in the house. You can see Carol, the stepmother, I think, off.
She had come down the stairs
She'd go
and
back up at that point there. But just you know, this video is really. You know, I think when you talk about this case, was it burglary? You know, this video is so critical in the overall scheme, you know, totality of this case and the conversations. We don't have the audio up for you here, but some of the things that she had said, why she was there. Again, not mentioning necessarily checking on her stepmother. More, I'm here to get some of my dad's belongings. We've had a difficult time getting in touch with her.
Yeah,
you know.
And that's, you know, and these are the bits of evidence that go to the elements of the crime, as it's stated, you know, legally is, you know, burglary, that she was there, you know, surreptitiously dressed in all black with the flashlight, parked her car, you know, entered through a basement window, trying not to be detected. And, you know, and if the defense is saying she's there to check on her stepmother, without her stepmother knowing it, then they have to establish in what way are you trying to check on her if you're trying to go undetected. What are you checking on exactly?
And then into this morning's testimony about the window, and we see the pry marks and then the pry bar that's recovered, the tools that are said to be on her. But we're going up to an important witness, I think, in terms of family connections and the power of attorney. Yeah,
Pam Muxfeld is on the stand. She is Carol Mitchell's niece. Carol is also her godmother, and she said that Carol had asked her to have the power of attorney over her estate. So she'll talk about her relationship with Carol and with Nicole and their relationship together. So again, Pam Muxfeld on the stand now in Becker County Court in the trial of Nicole Mitchell. We'll head to that now.
Yes, Ms. Muxfeld, you please come up.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give here will be true? If so, say I do. I do.
All right, please take a seat in the witness stand. Watch your step on the way up. There's a slight incline there. Mr. McDonald.
Good morning. Will you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Pamela Colleen Muxfeld. Last name is capital M-U-X, F as in Frank, E-L-D-T.
Ms. Muxfeld, where do you live?
Fergus Falls.
Are you from there?
I was born in St. Paul, but moved to Fergus Falls when I was like in first grade.
Ms. Muxfeld, how do you know Carol Mitchell?
Carol is my aunt on my mom's side of the family.
Your mother's sister?
Yes.
And what is your mother's name?
Dolores.
Muxfeld?
Lindholm.
Lindholm. Are you aware how many siblings are in Carol Mitchell's family?
Yes, there's six. Or there was six.
Is Carol Mitchell also your godmother?
She is.
How long have you known Carol Mitchell?
Since I was born.
I'm not going to ask you your age. Ms. Muxfeld, at some point were you asked to take on a role for Carol Mitchell?
I was asked to become her power of attorney like in May of 23.
You were obviously present and aware when Rod Mitchell passed away?
Yes, I wasn't present, but I was notified right away.
I'm sorry, but you were aware of the grieving and such?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain, if you know, what led to Carol Mitchell asking you to become power of attorney?
After Rod's passing, Rod's sisters and Nicole were helping her to put the affairs in order. And so she just felt that it was being deceitful and they were trying to find out more than they wanted to do. And she wanted somebody else to take over that role. So she had reached out to my mother and asked her, and she told her that she was too old to take on that part and that I would be a good fit for that. So Carol reached out to me and asked me if I would be willing to help her. And I said I would do whatever I needed to do to make her feel comfortable and to put things in order.
And so that appointment as power of attorney was formalized?
Yes, and I believe it was like in early June that year in 23.
Can you tell us the sorts of things that you've assisted with since taking on that role?
We've did some different things at our bank, just to making sure that things are being tracked and looked at properly. Helped her advise her on a couple of different things when she was moving out of the house. She had some questions, and just some basic answers, kind of as a sounding board for her when, she's been stressed or, things are complicated, or asking different questions of what she should do.
Is it accurate that Carol Mitchell communicates with you by text message?
Yes, quite often.
Okay. Has Carol Mitchell ever expressed concerns to you about the defendant, Nicole Mitchell?
Yes.
Can you elaborate?
Through many messages, and I know that they were submitted also, that after either talking to her or they had conversations through text messages, Carol would feel uncomfortable, she felt threatened, she was scared, and different things of that sort, so she would reach out.
Are you aware of the probate court process that Carol Mitchell went through?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware, did she ever express concerns about the defendant through that process?
She had concerns about it because she wasn't all aware of what the probate process would be. So she was, having concerns as to how it was all going to fall into place, why it was happening, and things of that sort. And I understood it that a lot of the probate stuff took place is because there wasn't a will in place, or on a couple of the insurance things that the beneficiary wasn't listed.
Ms. Muxfeld, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibits 98 and 99.
Mm-hmm.
We need to...
Your Honor.
Can we delete? There we go.
Let's just back up and try again, Mr. McDonald.
Yes, Your Honor. Oh, no. I'm removing the...
Are you asking to...
Well, I was asking to
exhibit?
show the witness, Your Honor, but I don't want to publish it if it's not been received.
Correct. So, but I think you need to give direction then, once you're making that request, to show the witness one more time.
I removed my device because I didn't want anything improperly displayed.
All right, why don't you clear yours then, sir? All right, let's back up one step. If you can start with that again, the process one more time.
All right. Nope. All right.
We're going to have to work through this this technology issue. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll just have you excused until we correct it. And so, Ms. Muxfeld, I'll ask you to step down from the witness stand at this time. We can have the witness escorted back out to the waiting area. Yeah, you restart, but don't. Yeah, go ahead. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, before we have you go back to the.
All right, this is a maybe about a 6 to 7 minute break that we're heading into here while the court in Becker County resolves a technical issue in displaying evidence, in displaying I think they're going to be showing maybe some text messages. Where they showed these exhibits on the screen. They're having issues trying to get those on the screen. They've since resolved that, and that testimony has resumed. Again, we are on a 10-minute delay, so we know that that testimony is resumed, but there is a period of time here where they are fixing that. Now, this is Pam Muxfeld of Fergus Falls. She is the niece of Carol Mitchell, testified that her mother and Carol Mitchell are sisters, and that at some point after the death of Rod Mitchell, that's Nicole Mitchell's father, that she had asked Pam to become the power of attorney and testified to the extent that there were some issues. Rod Mitchell didn't leave a will, so the probate issues of dealing with the estate became, a little bit messier there, and had asked her to become power of attorney because she was uncomfortable with Nicole, and that Rod's sisters and Nicole were helping put affairs in order, but she just felt it was being deceitful. So there was certainly some distrust of Nicole and Rod's sisters, that side of the family, in this process of trying to get the affairs in order.
Yeah, and then it was interesting to hear the niece, in essence, testify that when her godmother, Carol Mitchell, would have exchanges with Nicole, that she felt uncomfortable, that she felt scared.
Yeah, said she felt threatened. Carol would feel uncomfortable, feel threatened in her exchanges with Nicole Mitchell after the passing of Roderick Mitchell. So again, this sounds, much of this is in the wake of a family member's death.
Correct.
Where there is no will. And then it becomes sort of like, what we saw to a huge extent after the passing of Prince and the extensive court hearings there where various family members are all trying to figure out what we do with the estate. This is certainly a very small version of that compared to that. But this is what's occurring in the wake of the death is maybe some confusion. And then when you add into that the decline of Carol Mitchell in terms of the beginning stages of Alzheimer's and how that plays into it, but it just sounds like it became a bit of a mess.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's an estate attorney I've worked with on some stories, and just kind of the Fox 9 news reporter guy, and he had reached out this morning, having observed the trial, and I actually had consulted him years ago on the Prince estate, but he said this could be a good opportunity. For a news outlet to kind of discuss why an estate plan is so important. So before someone passes, that everything is clearly spelled out and it doesn't create these difficulties. Because what we're watching unfold on television here is really a breakdown of a family, patriarch, and then you're seeing the offshoots, the difficult conversations, the feeling of uncomfortability. You have, Nicole Mitchell. We know she had a beloved relationship with her dad, but it's a stepmother situation, and the stepmom is going to get everything in the estate based on however the probate played out. So
and that based on she said that Rod had told her prior to his death that she would get everything, and then after she passed, then it would be split again. But testimony too about how when they interned his ashes, Nicole Mitchell and others weren't there. They were not able to attend. And so you see the breakdown in the family relationships and what this leads to, and how it led up to this date in April of last year, where Nicole Mitchell was found inside the home and led to felony charges here. We're going to take a quick break. No break? No break. Oh. How much time do we have then until we go back? Right, we got two and a half minutes for those watching before we get back into the testimony of Pam Muxfeld.
And we were talking, just looking at our list as we come to understand it, and we've been monitoring all the filings, that we do think the state is now down to at least maybe the final two witnesses in Muxfeld, and then two others, right? We had the lead investigator.
Investigator Chad Glander of Detroit Lakes Police. The police chief, Stephen Todd, is also on the list, and again, you get a list, that doesn't mean they call everybody on that list.
Right.
Although of the 12 that I found through court documents, they are now on the 9th witness. So far,
Carol's biological son, who she reconnected with,
is left, as well as Investigator Glander and Police Chief Todd are the three remaining on the list that I put together.
So what I'm just getting at is we are sort of getting down towards the end of the state case here.
Which means it could very much wrap up the prosecution side today. Their schedule is to go through Friday.
Yeah, that's what they told jurors.
It very much could be the resting of the prosecution case yet today, and the defense could start later today or start tomorrow, and closing arguments could be Friday. I mean, this is sort of the way it's playing out.
No, that is the way it's moving, and again, we're experiencing technical issues in the courtroom.
Yeah.
They've been figured out. We've got about a minute before we can go back to live cover, tape delayed coverage.
Yeah.
But
what we'll expect to hear from Pam Muxfeld then, based on the court documents about what she would testify to, is, you hear about Carol's concerns, which led to making her niece the power of attorney, but also some conversations and then text messages between her and Carol, and I believe between her and Nicole Mitchell as well, that may add some more context to what was happening in this relationship, and maybe go towards the motive of why Nicole Mitchell did what she did on that night.
And then so much of it obviously will come down to what the defendant says, presuming she does take the witness stand. You talk about how it's a linear process, the trial. So we can only know kind of what's happening in each silo each day, but eventually Nicole may be able to explain, at least from her perspective, what all of this is all about.
Yeah, and was she there to check on her stepmother, as the defense says, or was she there to take things from the home, as the prosecution says, and even as she has said in her own words on body camera video? Yeah. All right, we're going to go back now to court in Becker County with the testimony of Pam Muxfeld, the niece of Carol Mitchell, about their relationships here between Carol and Nicole, and Pam and both of them as well.
Ms. Muxfeld, I'll have you retake the witness stand again. Watch your step on the way up. And Ms. Muxfeld, I'll remind you that you're still under oath.
Okay.
All right. Mr. McDonald, you may inquire.
Ms. Muxfeld, I'm going to back up a few steps here. Do you know Nicole Mitchell?
Yes.
How long have you known Ms. Mitchell?
I first met her when Carol and Rod first met, before they were married. And so we knew of her. I mean, she was around for some holidays, or if they came to town and things like that, for family events.
So you've known her quite a while.
Yes.
In the months leading up to April 2024, did Ms. Nicole Mitchell ever reach out or communicate with you?
She reached out to me in believe it was like in May or early June of 23 after her father had passed.
Would that have been your last conversation with her of substance?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say you're not particularly close with Nicole Mitchell?
We are not close, no.
Moving forward to 2024, did Nicole Mitchell have any contact with you about concerns over Carol Mitchell's health?
Not in 24. When she reached out to me in May of 23, she did.
May or June,
May or timeline,
but nothing in 2024.
not that I recall.
Ms. Muxfeld, did Carol Mitchell reach out to you after her home was broken into?
Yes, the morning of.
Ms. Muxfeld, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibits 98 and 99. Sorry. Do you recognize Exhibit 98?
Yes.
Can you tell us what Exhibit 98 is without reading anything specific?
It was just a text message to me from Carol with some concerns again that she had after having contact with Nicole.
Okay. And Exhibit 99?
Yep, that would be the last part of it.
Is it accurate to say this is two photographs of a lengthier text message?
Yes.
And is this a true and accurate photograph of that message as it existed on that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer 98 and 99.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 98 and 99 are received.
Your Honor, I would ask to publish 98 and 99 at this time.
You may.
Ms. Muxfeld, first of all, can you tell us the date that you received this?
Sunday, June 25th.
Do you know the year?
It was probably 2023.
This would have been
Hang on a second, Mr. McDonald. Ms. Muxfeld, if you could speak up and just a little bit closer. You don't need to be right into the mic, but if you could speak up, you're coming across a little soft-spoken.
Okay. It would have been in 2023.
There's no doubt in your mind this message was before Carol Mitchell's home was broken into.
Correct.
So we're talking about the summer of 2023.
Yes.
Okay. Could you read this message? And if you need me to zoom in, please let me know.
Hi, Pam. I am so worried. Nicole is determined to take me to the cleaners, I think. That hearing on July 5th is supposed to be virtual, but I am going to call my lawyer tomorrow to see if maybe I and you, if you can, be in the lawyer's office to watch it. I don't care if she gets that CD of Rod's, and there are 2 checks from Rod's sister's Lori that passed away from her estate. Nick can have them, but the house and everything else is mine, and she will have to.
And next, I'm asking to publish Exhibit 99.
You may.
Okay. Can you please resume the remainder of the message that's shown on this text?
Everything else is mine, and she will have to wait till I die for anything from that, but I am scared. She has gotten so greedy.
So, Ms. Muxfeld, would it be accurate to say that as far back as June 2023, Carol Mitchell was concerned about Nicole Mitchell?
Yes.
Ms. Muxfeld, did Carol Mitchell ever relay any conversations to you about her biological son, Jonathan, and possible inheritance?
Yes.
Can you describe that conversation?
When I first met with Carol to go to her attorney's office to become her power of attorney, the will and everything was already taken care of, and it was just more so the finalizing it and signing it and getting those matters into place. And at that time, she had in her will, everything would be left half to Jonathan and half to Nicole.
Did Carol Mitchell ever relay to you any conversations that she had with Nicole Mitchell about that arrangement?
She voiced some frustrations that it was commented that since Jonathan wasn't her biological, or since he was her biological son that she had given up for adoption, that he shouldn't get anything.
Those were Nicole Mitchell's statements as relayed to you by Carol Mitchell?
Yes. And it was mentioned on numerous times.
And fast forwarding to mid-April 2024, again, just to be clear, did Nicole Mitchell ever contact you or inform you that she was coming to check on Carol Mitchell?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Muxfeld. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Muxfeld.
Good morning.
Ms. Muxfeld, when did Carol Mitchell get her own will?
I believe those proceedings started right after Rod had passed. That they had made up the new one. Whether she had one before that, I was not aware.
Okay. And let's draw a distinction, and you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm.
There were proceedings related to Rod's estate. Are you saying there was a separate legal procedure at Carol Mitchell's attorney's office to create a will?
I just know that one was being created to update the will so that Rod's name wasn't on it. I don't know if there was one prior to that with both of them on there. I never saw any of that.
Okay.
I was just with her when the new one was getting done.
Okay. And that was after you became Carol Mitchell's power of attorney?
Correct. I think that was in early June when I was up there the first time.
Okay.
23.
But it's your testimony that Carol Mitchell does have a will,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Roderick Mitchell, however, did die without a will. That's your understanding?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And I'm not asking you lawyer questions. You can answer only what you know.
Yep.
But is it your understanding that Roderick Mitchell and Carol Mitchell were legally married?
Yes.
And so when Roderick Mitchell died without a will, I mean, she was the widow. She was the surviving spouse, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you never saw a document, whether a will or even a handwritten note from Roderick Mitchell about the idea that anybody but Carol Mitchell would get his money when he was gone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so whatever was going to happen with Roderick Mitchell's estate without a will was kind of going to be up to the court process or the court system. Is that your understanding?
I guess I always understood that if they were married and something happened with him, it would automatically become the spouse, which in this case would have been Carol.
Of course. Very good. Ms. Muxfeld, I want to ask you about the window of time from March of 2023 until April of 2024. And so really we're talking about when Rod Mitchell passes to the incident in April 2024, okay?
Okay.
During that window of time, did you escort or attend any of Carol Mitchell's medical appointments?
I did not.
I understand you are Carol Mitchell's power of attorney and have been since May of 2023. Did you ever become involved in paying Carol Mitchell's bills?
No, she takes care of that.
Okay. Did you have any involvement in what charities she supported or what money she may have sent to anybody else?
No,
And you had testified that you helped Carol Mitchell move out of the house, but that would have happened after April of 2024, correct?
correct. It was in May.
Okay. And just so we're 100% clear, that happened after the incident that we're talking about here?
Yes.
All right. Your mother is Dolores Lindholm, is that true?
Correct.
And normally, and you correct me if I'm wrong, she would go by D, or people would call her D? Okay. Ms. Muxfeld, did you ever suggest to Nicole Mitchell or to anyone else that when Carol Mitchell was not able to take care of herself, that she could live with your mother, D?
Yes.
And your mother, Dee, is in fact older than Carol Mitchell, correct?
Yes.
Would it be a fair statement that at least at some points in their lives, your mother, Dee, and Carol Mitchell were not always close?
They've gone back and forth with different things, yes.
And in May of 2023, I believe it was your testimony that it was determined your mother, Dolores Lindholm, was actually probably too old to be Carol Mitchell's power of attorney.
Correct.
Okay.
That's what she had told Carol.
Okay. So it's your understanding that your mother actually told Carol Mitchell that your mother was too old, is that correct?
Yep.
All right. The impression that you got from Carol Mitchell leading up to your becoming power of attorney was that Nicole Mitchell and her aunts on her side were being deceitful. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was it your understanding that perceived or actual deceitfulness was about like money and things of that nature?
I think that Carol felt like they weren't being honest with her, and she felt like things were being taken out of the house when Rod passed, and they were there to help with things and questions, and she just felt like everyone was doing everything behind her back and not letting her make decisions or do things that she was capable of doing.
Okay. Had you been present for any of the conversations between Nicole Mitchell and Carol Mitchell?
No.
And you talked about how Carol Mitchell became uncomfortable with, I think it was the text messages and phone calls that she got from Nicole Mitchell. Is that correct?
Correct.
Was she talking about the text messages and phone calls she got from Nicole Mitchell in the context of feeling that was deceitful?
I think she always felt threatened, and she was scared because it was always asking things or like she was trying to take over things, wanted her to come down there and live with her, and she wasn't ready to make those moves, and she just felt like she was not being able to make her own decisions for what she wanted to do.
Yeah. Now, this is my word, not yours, and not Carol's. Was it your perception that she felt badgered by Nicole Mitchell about this stuff?
Yes.
Like it was a lot coming from Nicole
Yes.
Mitchell? Okay. You recall your last exchange with Nicole Mitchell was it sometime in the summer of 2023?
I believe it was in May of 23.
Okay.
Ballparkish. I know it was after Rod's passing, and so she had called me one day and had some concerns about Carol and her health.
And that's a long time ago, but how long do you think that phone call was?
I'd probably say 10, 15 minutes,
Okay.
maybe.
After Nicole Mitchell made that call to you, and I think you said that the two of you really haven't historically been close?
Correct.
Okay. Were you able to follow up with Carol Mitchell's physicians about those concerns?
I didn't follow up with her doctors with it. I guess I just took my own take on it from dealing with her and being around her and seeing how her actions were, that I didn't have those same concerns.
Had you, did you following that call sort of check on Carol Mitchell's living situation, maybe to sort of adapt the home situation to be safer for her?
We'd been up there quite a few times. We'd been in contact with her and different things, and I never had any red flags that showed up. Like one of the conversations when we were talking was things were like in a disarray or things like that, and I didn't see that. The only part that was probably in a disarray was the back corner bedroom, which it emptied out a hutch and put everything into boxes. So that room was probably about the only one that was in a disarray. Everything else was just how Carol kept things.
Okay. So, but it would be a fair statement that after the call from Nicole Mitchell, you didn't really follow up with other people to corroborate or to check on those concerns?
I had reached out to her friend Lori and her neighbor Penny and things like that, and just asked, we've all been kind of watching over her, and just if things seem out of the ordinary or things of that sort, or any red flags, that we've all been in contact, and we haven't had those.
After Rod Mitchell's death, had anyone come to live with Carol Mitchell or stay with her on a regular basis?
No.
In your understanding, Ms. Muxfeld, who ended up with Rod Mitchell's estate?
Carol.
Okay. And by the time that process was completed, you were the power of attorney?
Correct.
Okay. And there was some talk in that text message and we can pull it up if we need, but let's just go on memory, that there's something about Lori or Lori's money or something like that. Do you recall that?
Rod had a sister, Lori, that passed away.
Uh-huh.
And from my understanding with Carol, that there was some checks that were sent to her siblings that were given to them. And so, to my understanding, that was from her, whether it was some life insurance or she was, sharing some of her, whatever she had in her estate or whatever.
Okay. And you may or may not know what the amount was, but was it your understanding that it was some thousands of dollars?
I don't remember what the total was talked about, but I want to think there was a couple of checks for like $10,000 each.
Okay. Was it your understanding that ultimately that money did in fact go to Carol Mitchell when the estate was all settled?
I believe so, because it was Rod's that would go to Carol as a survivor.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Muxfeld. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
Ms. Muxfeld, you referenced a couple names a moment ago, Lori and Penny. Do you know their full names?
Nope.
Can you tell us who those individuals would be?
Penny is Carol's neighbor right next door. They've lived next door to each other for many, many years. So they've always talked in the backyards and stuff like that. And then her friend Lori has been a good friend of hers for many years. I think they live by Cormorant or something, but they've been very close for many, many years.
Okay, so would it be accurate that these two individuals are part of Carol Mitchell's social group?
Yes.
Okay. Friends?
Yes, very close.
Ms. Muxfeld, are you aware if Carol Mitchell has any delinquent bills at this current time?
I don't believe so.
You are aware and she doesn't, or you're not aware?
I'm not aware that she has any, but usually she has said if she's gotten anything that she's called about, like if she's gotten something that doesn't look like an invoice. Like there was a magazine one time, and she's like, "Is this her invoice?" I said, "No, it's a fake one."
Okay. Are you aware if Carol Mitchell is subject to any collection type actions currently?
Not that I'm aware of.
And would she run these type of things by you if she had questions?
Yep. Yes.
Are you aware of Carol Mitchell being scammed out of any money to date?
Not that I'm aware of.
If she had concerns, do you believe she would, again, run them by you?
Yes.
Well, now, Ms. Muxfeld, you are the power of attorney for Carol Mitchell, correct?
Correct.
Does that power of attorney give you access to her medical records?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever accessed her medical records?
I have not.
Are you aware of any other individual who would have the right to access Carol Mitchell's medical records?
No.
Was that a no?
That's a no. Yep.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ringster.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Muxfeld, again, by the point that Roderick Mitchell's estate was being dealt with in the court system, you were the power of attorney, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you aware of any bills that Carol Mitchell had failed to pay before the finalization of that estate?
No.
Okay. Were you aware of any bills that had to be discharged after the finalization of that estate because Carol Mitchell failed to pay them?
No.
Okay. You testified as to access to Carol Mitchell's medical records. You also have access to her financial records?
Correct.
When is the last audit you conducted of Carol Mitchell's financial records?
We met with Wells Fargo. Trying to think, I would say early this spring, we were in contact with them and went back through things.
Spring of 2025.
Correct.
Okay. Speaking of her medical records, of Carol Mitchell's medical records, you did and have been aware of Carol Mitchell's diagnosis for Alzheimer's.
Correct.
And I'm not intending to ask you any details, but do you have any other family members, friends, or close personal acquaintances in your life who have dealt with Alzheimer's?
Yes.
Okay. So you are familiar with the progression of that disease?
Yes, I took care of my mother-in-law for 5 years.
And you understand that people with Alzheimer's can present them in very different ways from your own experience?
Correct.
Sometimes people with Alzheimer's can appear extremely lucid and sharp.
Yep.
And in fact, Carol Mitchell has, it's my opinion, you tell me what you think, has, I think, a very elegant and refined voice and way of speaking about things.
She does, yes.
But that doesn't actually mean she always tracks everything that's going on. Is that a fair statement?
I think she has times where she's more flustered, so it seems progressively worse when it's not.
So it's your testimony that, your opinion, it's not really progressively worse for Carol.
Yeah, I mean, it's a disease that's not going to go away, and we know we're going to see progression as it comes. I think stress and different things like that can cause days more of it. Then you see higher signs of it than the next day.
Thank you, Ms. Muxfeld. No further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
Ms. Muxfeld, since becoming power of attorney, do you feel like you've kept a close watch on Carol Mitchell?
Yes.
Okay. And are you aware of anything going on in her life on April 22nd, 2024 that would require an emergent break-in to her home?
No.
Nothing further.
No further questions.
Ms. Muxfeld, you may step down. Again, watch your step.
All right, we are continuing our coverage of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell of Woodbury. This is going on in Becker County Court in Detroit Lakes. That was Pam Muxfeld, who is the niece of Carol Mitchell, Nicole's stepmother, and is also the power of attorney. And she testified about her role in helping Carol Mitchell with her bills, etc., about her state in terms of dealing with Alzheimer's, but more importantly about her relationship with Nicole Mitchell and her perception, Carol's perceptions, that Nicole was being greedy here in trying to get money after Nicole's father, Rod, passed away.
And that's really was Carol's concern. We saw that one text message exchange. Again, this is between Carol and Pam, that witness. Mm-hmm. But the quote is, Nicole is determined to take me to the cleaners, I think.
Yeah.
That's in the aftermath of Rod's passing.
In a text message, from Carol to Pam.
Asking, there's some stuff going on with the probate at that point. Roderick, Nicole, the senator's father, has passed on. The probate proceedings are happening. They're at the lawyer's office. She asked Pam to come with her, concerned that, Nicole's trying to take me to the cleaners and that she has gotten so greedy. So you get a sense, of how this case plays out, and the defense painting this as a caring, concerned, passionate stepdaughter who's checking in on a loved one who's got this deteriorating health condition. But now there is this other side that's playing out on the other side of the family that is saying, whoa, this is not necessarily that caring, compassionate concerned stepdaughter. This is someone's greedy who's upset about the estate.
Yeah, and the other testimony here from Pam regarding conversations with Carol. Carol felt, and this is about perceived deceitfulness from Nicole, but also the late Rod Mitchell's sisters, so Nicole's aunts on her side of the family, asking about perceived deceitfulness. And the quote here from Pam, Carol felt they weren't being honest with her, and she felt that things were being taken out of the house when Rod passed, and felt Nicole was doing things behind her back when it came to making decisions. And then she went on to say, I think she always felt threatened that Nicole was trying to take over things, and that she was being badgered by Nicole Mitchell, again relating to property or money in the wake of Roderick Mitchell's death. So this becomes, again, a family drama about belongings and about finances, about just money, since there was no will.
And what is interesting, Marsh Hallberg, our legal analyst who's been on, hasn't joined us, but I think he's alluded to kind of how the defense is just sort of letting this case come in. I thought there were opportunities there to object based on some of the hearsay and where these thoughts are going and who's talking to who and our perceptions. It just doesn't seem like that's the case the defense is playing here. They just sort of allowed this all to come in.
We've heard
without objection and
next to no objections. I mean, just a couple maybe.
And just to point out to our viewers now that witness testimony is continuing right now.
Yeah.
And I do think this is, my understanding is sort of the chief investigator on this case, Investigator Chad Glander. He has previously objected. There were 2 known objections to cameras being on and witnesses having that option under Minnesota court rules now, that if there is an objection from a witness, they do not have to be on camera. This investigator from the Detroit Lakes Police Department is one of the 2. The other was the stepmother herself, Carol Mitchell.
Yeah.
We shut off the camera yesterday. So as we kind of go into this lunch hour here, testimony is continuing in Detroit Lakes in this Becker County District Courtroom, but we cannot show it to you.
Yeah, so Investigator Chad Glander, Detroit Lakes Police Department, opted not to be on camera. It's, in the times that we've had cameras in court, I can't recall law enforcement not wanting to be on camera.
Yeah, it's not typically the law enforcement that says no.
No, usually it's the personal witnesses,
in fact,
the emotional ones.
And as you think about what we just watched Pam testify to, that's intimate, personal, family details. That must be extremely difficult sitting 10 feet in front of, there's not a blood relation, but certainly a familial relation to the state senator. That had to be hard testimony to do in a public courtroom, answer those kinds of questions. Difficult about her godmother and her deteriorating condition. Kind of heard her a little defensive about whether she sees a progression in the health condition, and she elected to keep it to remain on camera. So I just think that's an interesting, we don't know, we can't speculate on why Glander doesn't necessarily want to be on camera. I do think I think he's going to be the lead case agent that will kind of piece everything, whatever holes the state feels is still out there. I feel he's going to do that. And then also on the list is Carol Mitchell's blood son.
Yeah, her biological son that she gave up for adoption at age 18 and then reconnected with in, I think, in the last 10 or 20 years. And so he will testify. We don't know exactly. Let me see. I had found a document here that maybe referenced what he would testify to.
And that wouldn't be atypical of the state to try to make this personal, to bring this back, to the probate. He's involved. He's now, named in Carol's will. So have a law enforcement large view of the case. Again, take a look at any evidence that needs to kind of be connected back. Why this photograph? What makes sense? Let Glander do that. And then really kind of close it with a personal witness.
Yeah.
In the son.
So again, this investigator on the stand now. Then there'll be a lunch break. And then we don't know. We'll find out if he continues his testimony after the lunch break, or they'll move on to other witnesses. And on the list that I have, her biological son, and then the police chief from Detroit Lakes is also
he's
on the
still
list.
out there. There's no guarantee he testifies,
No.
but there is that possibility. I think, I guess I don't know what would be his necessarily connection. I understand why you'd have him on a witness list. He obviously, in a small police department, would have had contact with this case. Whether or not he has to testify, there are oftentimes you'll see a witness list, and that either the prosecution or the defense doesn't necessarily get to every single name on it. But you're right, there will be 2 names that remain on the list that could be called biological son, and then the police chief at Detroit Lakes.
So the 2 narratives we have going here from the prosecution is that this was about money, that she was there to take things. Yeah. And the defense's narrative is that no, she was concerned about her stepmother and was there to check on her. And this testimony here, again, from the niece of Carol, is that her conversations with Carol and with Nicole seemed to be more about Carol's concern that they were trying to get money, and that her maybe not so many conversations about concern about her health.
One conversation, right?
Yeah.
That's some tough witness testimony to get over, because now they are really taking you into the family dynamic, and then what's going on, at least on Carol's perspective on her side of things. And there's one phone conversation, 15 minutes is her recollection of a concern about the health condition, though her testimony would be that she's dealt with somebody close to her, Pam has, Muxfeld, with Alzheimer's, so she's seen it. She doesn't necessarily see the deterioration that Nicole was apparently worried about.
Yeah.
And
that's probably key testimony there, is that she doesn't see this, that she has some good days and bad days depending on the situation, the stress, etc. But she doesn't see a rapid decline.
No, certainly not rapid.
No.
And then also in evidence there was, hey, did Nicole call? You're the power of attorney. Did she call you to let you know she's going to go kind of do a check on her stepmother? And Pam said there was no such conversation.
No. Nor would you expect her to be the way that she entered surreptitiously, that she's going to give anyone a heads up that she's going to be doing that. But,
again, it would be one opportunity, like, oh, did the senator, call somebody? Did she check in with a family member just to let people know she's heading up to Detroit Lakes, and then kind of go, take the plan into a whole dark direction? But she clearly did not tell the known power of attorney, the niece, at all.
All right.
She was headed up there.
Well, anyway, to recap here, this is the second day of testimony. We're on the 10th witness for the prosecution, currently on the stand. We're not able to bring that to you because that investigator, Chad Glander with Detroit Lakes Police, has opted out of audio and video coverage in the court, which witnesses have the opportunity to do. So this is ongoing, and then there'll be a lunch break. So we're going to take a break for a while here and come back to you. Unclear exactly when. We're going to monitor what's going on in court and come back to you, and then bring you more testimony once the camera audio-visual coverage resumes.
And just to make it clear again, we are getting towards the very end of the state's case.
Yep.
No matter how many witnesses they have left, we're definitely in the last witnesses before the defense would take over with its case in chief.
So we could wrap up the prosecution this afternoon the way it's headed, depending on how long these witnesses take. We're going to take a break, and we will return with coverage when we're able to bring you more, probably after the lunch break here, and we'll do some things, maybe bring you some of the highlights of some of the testimony that we've heard today after lunch, as we're waiting to get back to our camera coverage in the courtroom. So we're going to take a break, and we'll be back this afternoon after lunch. All right, well, as our continuing coverage of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell continues here, they are in an extended break. First, there was a witness on the stand that opted out of audio and visual coverage, which is the right of every witness to do. In this case, a Detroit Lakes police investigator was on the stand testifying, so that's why we had to cut away, not on camera. It's unclear if they're going into the lunch break yet or not. But in the meantime, we will come back as soon as testimony resumes. And again, we are on a 10-minute tape delay from what's going on in the courtroom, so we're keeping an eye on that. So we'll know exactly when we're able to resume the tape-delayed coverage of testimony. In the meantime, though, we want to revisit some testimony from this morning, and it was another Detroit Lakes police investigator, Doug Vickmark, who responded to the scene. He spoke to Carol Mitchell, Nicole Mitchell's stepmother, about the incident at her home, in which Nicole Mitchell was found in the basement, having apparently entered through a basement window. A lot of testimony here about the window, the two windows in the basement, really. One in which this black backpack that Nicole Mitchell had was found kind of stuck in an egress window, and the measurements there showing that it'd be very difficult for any adult to probably fit through that window. And then another window in which a crowbar, or what they refer to as a pry bar, was found in the window well, and evidence that it may have been used to open that window, and maybe that's where the entrance came from. So it's really establishing for the prosecution these ideas of where somebody may have entered and what was going on with the second window where the backpack was found, a backpack containing two laptops, one that was Nicole Mitchell's and one that was Carol Mitchell's, that the defense had stated in opening Carol Mitchell had given to Nicole sometime previously. But in the body camera video, the first officers responding, Carol Mitchell had said her laptop was missing. So it's unclear exactly what's happening here. But until we resume with testimony, and we will bring that to you as soon as that happens, but now we're going to bring you the testimony of Officer Doug Vickmark, who took the stand this morning as the, let's see, he was the, I have the notes here, the number of witnesses here. He was the 8th, I believe, witness to take the stand in the testimony tape. The 7th witness, perhaps 6th witness. Anyway, he was on the stand earlier this morning out of about 12 witnesses total for the prosecution. So we're going to replay that testimony for you now.
When was your first law enforcement job?
My first law enforcement job, I was with the West Fargo, North Dakota Police Department. Started there in March 2012.
Can you outline your educational background?
I have an associate's degree with in law enforcement from Alexandria Technical College.
Mr. Vickmark, are you a veteran?
I am.
Okay. Are you still active?
Yes, I am, in the Army National Guard.
What did you do, or what is your position within the National Guard?
Currently, I'm an operations non-commissioned officer, Sergeant First Class, with a brigade headquarters company. So basically my job, I kind of assist in a team overseeing everything on the battlefield in front of us.
Do you have some training as an MP?
I do.
Mr. Vickmark, what was your title with the DLPD in April of 2024?
At that time, I was a special agent with the West Central Minnesota Drug and Violent Crime Task Force. It's a kind of a special investigatory position within the police department.
Is it sometimes also referred to as investigator within your agency?
Yes.
As an investigator at that time, were you aware of the arrest of defendant Nicole Mitchell?
I was, yes.
Were you asked to assist with some follow-up investigation?
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to April 25th, 2024. Can you tell us how that day started?
That day started, I was made aware by Sergeant Chad Glander that Carol Mitchell was on her way in to speak to an officer, as she still had some concerns from the incident that happened a couple of days prior at her residence.
And you sat down with Ms. Mitchell at that time?
Yes.
How would you describe her demeanor?
I would say she was still pretty scared of the incident that happened. If I could best describe it, I would say when a person gets scared and they still have a lot of adrenaline going through their system, she hadn't had quite that adrenaline dump yet, so she was still really agitated, still really worked up.
What sort of things did Ms. Mitchell tell you?
She told Sergeant Glander and I a little bit about her past relationship with Nicole. Talked about the passing of her late husband, Roderick.
Did she indicate at that time how long it had been since the defendant had been at her house?
Time-wise, I don't recall if she had actually described an actual time, but communication-wise, she said it had been months since Nicole had reached out to Carol.
Did Ms. Mitchell express any other concerns to you at that time?
She did. She was very concerned that Nicole's purpose wasn't there to necessarily get items. She was more concerned possibly that Nicole might be trying to end Carol's life.
So, Officer Vickmark, after you spoke with Ms. Mitchell, what did you do next?
Sergeant Glander, Chief Steve Todd, and I went to Carol's residence to attempt to look for further evidence at her residence.
What would it be fair to say that one of your other, well, what were some of your other objectives at that time?
Determine her actual point, or determine Nicole's actual point of entry inside the residence.
Mr. McDonald, I'm going to interrupt and ask the attorneys to approach.
Based on what we had seen and what was being reported was the window that Nicole Mitchell had accessed into Carol Mitchell's house was too small for a person to even get through. So we were trying to find an actual route that would have made sense to get into the residence.
Officer Vickmark, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 60. Excuse me, Exhibit 66 and 67. First, starting with Exhibit 66, do you recognize this photograph, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you tell us what this is?
That's the width measurements of the window that was originally believed that Nicole Mitchell had gained access to the residence from.
Is it a true and accurate reproduction of that photograph?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd offer 66 at this time.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
66 is received.
Next, sir, do you have Exhibit 67 in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you tell us what this is?
It is the same picture except it's showing the approximate height with a ruler of that same window.
A true and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd offer 67.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 67 is received.
Can I publish briefly, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, Officer, this is what's been received as Exhibit 66. Can you tell us what this is? Sorry, what's that, Ms. Sullivan? Okay. Investigator Vickmark, I'm showing you what's been received as Exhibit 66. Can you speak to this photograph?
Yes, this is the a picture with a ruler showing the measurements from left to right, the width of the original window that Miss Nicole Mitchell was believed to have gained access into the residence from.
If you're aware, sir, do you know where that belief came from?
I'm not exactly sure. I only saw the media posts online of them believing that was the window that it was accessed from.
You weren't involved responding that morning, fair to say? Okay. Can you tell us what your measurement was approximately here?
It's approximately 11 inches wide.
And next, I'm publishing what's been received as Exhibit 67. Can you speak to this photograph, sir?
It's the same photograph of the same exact window, except it's the height measurement showing that it's approximately 8 inches tall.
Okay. And in speaking with Sergeant Glander and Chief Todd, what was ultimately concluded at this time?
Based on the measurements and also inside the photographs, you can see that there's some dust and other items around the window. We determined that no one had come into that window based on what was there and the fact that it just didn't appear that anybody could even have squeezed through the window.
So, Investigator Vickmark, what did you do next after measuring that window?
From there, my job was, I was assigned as being the photographer, so I went and went to the only other possible source of, or location of entry in the basement, which was an egress window on the southwest side of the house. I went to that window from the inside and began taking photographs of it and started finding dirt and debris around the windowsill.
That was going to be my next question. What did you observe when you, processed or looked in through that room?
As I was in the room, I noticed on the windowsill around the window, there's what appeared to be dirt and debris, plant-like material, small rocks, pebbles, sand type of things that appeared to have come from the outside to the inside.
Did it appear to be more than just common dust?
Yes.
Did you take some photographs at that time?
I did.
What would you describe the area that you photographed as?
A windowsill with a desk directly underneath the windowsill, and to the right of the desk was kind of like a white plastic storage.
Officer Vickmark, I'm going to show you a number of photographs numbered exhibits 50 through 65.
Mr. McDonald, did you say 50 through 65?
50 through 65, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Please bear with me, sir. All right, Investigator Vickmark, I'm starting with Exhibit 50. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is it a true and accurate depiction of what you took that day?
Yes.
Next, with 51.
Yes.
Yes, it's true and accurate.
Yes, it is.
52.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 53.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 54.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 55.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 56.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 57.
Yes, it is.
Can I just have one moment with counsel, Your Honor?
You may.
Sorry about that, sir. If I didn't ask yet, Exhibit 58.
Yes, it is.
And did I ask you if 57 was true and accurate?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Exhibit 59.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 60.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 61.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 62.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 63.
Yes, it is.
Exhibit 64.
Yes, it is.
And finally, Exhibit 65.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, I would offer 50 through 65 at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibits 50 through 65 are received.
I would ask to publish in sequential order at this time, Your Honor.
You may.
All right. Officer Vickmark, I'm going to start with Exhibit 50, and I'm just wondering, as I identify each exhibit, if you can tell us why it was significant to you.
The first picture here is of the egress window that I had talked about. It's just kind of giving an overall picture of what it appeared to be.
And turning to Exhibit 51.
That's a more lighted photograph of the same window with the desk underneath it.
And to Exhibit 52.
This is starting to get closer to the windowsill, kind of as I was depicting me walking towards the windowsill when I first observed the dirt on the windowsill.
Exhibit 53.
This is the same windowsill, except it's showing the right side instead of the left side of the windowsill.
Exhibit 54.
This is a photograph depicting the same windowsill, except in the middle. It's also showing that the screen had a bow in the middle of it.
Exhibit 55.
This is getting closer to the windowsill, showing more of the plant and debris.
And excuse me, but Exhibit 56.
Same windowsill, just is on the left side of the windowsill, again showing plant and debris.
Exhibit 57.
Closer to the center, showing plant and debris material again, and showing a little bit of the bow on the screen.
Exhibit 58.
And the right side of the windowsill showing plant and debris material.
Exhibit 59.
This is that white storage container device, filing cabinet on top of the desk, showing plant and dirt material on top of it.
Exhibit 60.
A little bit closer of a picture of the same filing cabinet.
Exhibit 61.
Another piece of plant material on top of the same filing cabinet.
Exhibit 62.
This is moving down onto the desk, showing more plant and debris material on top of the desk.
Exhibit 63.
And another piece of plant material that appeared to be a small piece of wood of some sort or stem.
64.
Probably the best close-up that I could get of the stem.
And finally, the Exhibit 65.
A small rock that was inside on top of the desk.
So what did you do next after you had assessed this room individually or on your own?
Once I had I called in Sergeant Glander and I pointed out what I had located to Sergeant Glander. Chief Steve Todd came in shortly after that, and I showed him. From there, I went outside to examine the window from the outside.
And what did you learn at that time, sir?
Found that the window was open, and the window wasn't locked, and it was easily able to just be freely opened from the outside.
And did you continue I suppose, hypothesizing with your colleagues?
Yes.
Okay. What did you discover next?
Through examining the window and the windowsill and the screen, I was able to find what appeared to be tool marks on the screen itself and on the windowsill from the outside.
Can you tell us what a tool mark is in your profession?
A tool mark would be something where you use a tool, and in this case, the tool scraped against a surface and caused scratches, something that wouldn't normally be caused by something else.
Officer Vickmark, I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibits 68, 69, and 70. First, starting with image 68, is that a true and accurate depiction?
Yes, it is.
69?
Yes, it is.
And 70?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd offer 68 through 70.
No objection, Your Honor.
Asked to publish briefly.
68, 69, and 70 are received, and you may publish.
Right. Officer, I got a little ahead of myself here, but I'm backing up and showing you what's been received as Exhibit 68. Can you tell us what this is?
It's the first picture showing the egress window from the outside of the residence.
And Exhibit 69?
Walking closer to the egress window, showing just the condition of the window.
Exhibit 70.
And this photograph I took because in the original photographs there were leaf material in the window area, and I took that photograph to show that the leaf material had been removed.
Are you, if you know, and if you don't, if you know, do you know who cleaned that out?
I do not know.
Okay. Right. So you had examined the window and discovered pry marks, is that correct?
Yes.
Or tool marks, I believe, was your testimony?
Yes.
Investigator Vickmark, I'm now going to show you what's been marked as Exhibits 71 through 84. And I might need a moment. Investigator Vickmark, you had an opportunity to review all the photographs you took prior to today, is that correct?
Yes.
And if I told you the photographs of the alleged tool marks were 71 through 8, marked as 71 through 84, would you have any reason to doubt me?
No, I wouldn't.
And again, they were true and accurate depictions of that date?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to offer 71 through 84.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
71 through 84 are received.
In a moment, Investigator Vickmark, I'm going to ask to publish each of these exhibits and have you, again, explain their significance. Apologize for that, sir. All right, I am starting. Your Honor, I'd ask to publish, if I didn't already ask, to publish Exhibits 71 through 84.
You may.
Investigator Vickmark, I'm starting with Exhibit 71. Can you speak to this photograph?
From this photograph, I had entered into the egress window area, and I observed the left side of the window as you're facing it, looking into the window. I noticed that there was a piece of wood that was kind of sticking out directly below the window, and it appeared like it had possibly been, somebody possibly had put a tool there to pry down on it, causing the wood to kind of pull out.
Next, I'm showing you what's been received as Exhibit 72.
Same window, same location, just a closer photograph of the same area.
'73.
This photograph is showing, it's kind of hard to see it unless you zoom into it. I apologize, I'm used to seeing the photograph horizontal instead of a vertical way here.
If I change the orientation, would it assist you?
Yes. I guess it's still vertical, but there we go. It's hard to see it in this photograph here, but from the right side you see two marks on the wood right as it bends down. From there to the right of it a little ways, and to the left of it there are marks in the wood, kind of scratches in the wood going from the angle of it and up toward the screen.
Next, I'm showing you Exhibit 74.
It's a photograph of the same area, again on the bottom right of the screen, not the screen, the ledge where it bends. There's two marks in the paint with scratch marks that lead up towards, there we go. Scratch marks that lead up to where the screen would be at.
Investigator Vickmark, do you have the ability to annotate or circle on your screen, I believe?
I hope so.
Could you, I'm not sure what happened here. Could you attempt to show us or better explain what you're speaking to with this?
Yes. There are marks there, and then marks there. Very fine scratch marks moving from bottom right to top left toward the screen area.
Thank you. Are you able to clear your screen?
Possibly. I guess I don't know how.
And can the record reflect the witness has circled various photographs on the exhibit, Your Honor?
The record will so reflect.
Well, if I move to another exhibit, it might be a moot point.
Apologize.
Here we go. Oh, I guess not. There we go. Okay. Okay. Investigator Vickmark, I'm showing you what's been received as Exhibit 75. Can you speak to this photograph?
This is my hand in gloves. I am holding my hands kind of I guess like the NDSU horn symbol, I guess, pointing out the distance between the left side of where the marks were originated from to the right side, just to kind of give a better view of where the scratches were actually at.
Exhibit 76.
We had removed the screen, and as I was removing it, and it was handed to me on the outside, I noticed that there was a large scratch mark on the bottom of the screen in that same area where the scratch marks were at on the windowsill.
Exhibit 77.
This is a photograph showing where the scratch marks were at. It's kind of hard to see here where the scratch marks are at, but they're from approximately the 10-inch mark to the 12-inch mark.
Exhibit 78.
Same picture, same area, I guess not same picture, but the same area, showing again the scratch marks extending from roughly that 10-inch mark to the 12-inch mark.
Exhibit 79.
The screen, as it would have been on the window, was taken off and it was laid down, and it was showing the scratch marks on the windowsill. They're extending from approximately the 9¼ inch area to about the 11¼ inch area.
Let me ask you this, investigator. Did the scratch marks on the screen appear to line up with the scratch marks on the windowsill?
They did.
Next, I'm showing you Exhibit 80.
It's the same picture, possibly a little bit clearer, of the screen where the scratch marks were at. In the picture, you can see the deep scratch mark is right about that 9¼ or 9 1/8, I guess, mark. And on the top part of the screen where it bends, there's silver markings that appeared like a tool had been sliding across it at that area.
Exhibit 81.
This one I'm not exactly sure about what the photograph is depicting. I can't remember anyways.
So nothing useful there.
No.
Exhibit 82.
This is that bend that I was just telling about of the scratch marks. You can see that there's also scratch marks on the outside of the screen, right below the, I guess, the netting area of the screen on the metal, leading up to the area where the marks were actually at.
And Exhibit 83.
This is roughly the same area. I noticed that little black smudge mark that was right there, possibly from a footprint or just a mark of dirt being lifted and put on there as somebody may have come in through the window.
And finally, Exhibit 84.
And my fingers on my right hand, or sorry, my left hand, showing approximately the same location of the dirt marks coming in.
So Investigator Wickmark, were you advised of, strike that. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Investigator Wickmark, I'm showing you that's been received as Exhibit 15. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
And were you made aware of this evidentiary item?
I was.
Based on your observations of the window and your knowledge of that pry bar, what did you do next?
Based on the scratches and the marks that were on the screen, it made sense that the pry bar had been used to lift the screen up from the bottom, causing the bow in the screen to gain access to the room.
At some point, did you examine the pry bar closer?
I did. We took the pry bar out of evidence just to take photographs of it.
Investigator Vickmark, I'm going to show you next exhibits 85 through 88. First of all, did you photograph that pry bar out of evidence?
Yes.
Okay, and were those true and accurate photographs?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer 85 through 88. 85 through 88. Or I can just do them individually if that's easier.
Would you please? Thank you.
No worries. Investigator, well, I'll withdraw the offering at this time, Your Honor, for momentarily. Investigator Vickmark, first I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 85. Do you see that on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is this a true and accurate photograph?
Yes, it is.
Offer 85.
No objection. 85 is received.
Next, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 86. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay. Is this a true and accurate depiction?
Yes, it is.
Offer 86.
No objection, Your Honor. 86 is received.
Next, showing you Exhibit 87. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
It's a true and accurate depiction.
Yes.
Offer 87.
No objection, Your Honor. 87 is received.
Finally, showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 88. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is it a true and accurate depiction?
Yes.
Offer 88.
No objection, Your Honor. Exhibit 88 is received.
Would request to publish 85 through 88, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, Officer Vickmark, I'm starting with Exhibit 85. Can you tell us about this photograph?
This photograph is showing one of the ends of the pry bar. It shows that paint had been removed from it possibly being used.
Next, 86.
Just kind of an overview photograph of the pry bar itself.
87.
This is the picture of the bent portion of the pry bar showing some marks on the end of it.
And finally, Exhibit 88.
And this is a picture of the middle of the handle of the pry bar where it had been missing some paint that had been flaking off of it.
So you were at the residence, first doing the window thing, but you were also there to speak to Ms. Mitchell again?
Myself, I was more of just the photographer at that time. Chief Todd and Sergeant Glander were the ones that were mostly talking to Carol.
They may have been
Mitchell.
in a separate part of the residence while you were taking photographs?
Largely, yes. I was searching in various parts of the house that they were at, such as where Nicole Mitchell was found in the bathroom. I did look around the bathroom to see if maybe Nicole Mitchell had left anything inside there that other officers had missed, and just kind of looked through the residence.
Fair to say nothing additional was located?
No.
Were you present when the flannel shirt was shown?
Yes.
Okay. And how was that identified to you?
I believe it was Carol Mitchell that actually pointed it out. I'm not 100% sure on it. The location was you go downstairs, down the steps, you turn right, and there was a lot of Roderick's old clothes hanging up.
Roderick Mitchell's?
Roderick Mitchell's, yes.
Mr. Vickmark, were you present when Carol Mitchell described being awoken that morning?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did she demonstrate for your team what had occurred?
Yes, she did.
Were you involved in this investigation after that date?
No, I was not.
Thank you, Investigator Vickmark. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Vickmark.
Good morning, sir.
Officer Vickmark, you, having been on a drug task force, I presume you have applied for and secured a number of search warrants?
I have before, yes.
Okay. And when you were acting in that capacity and acting as a special agent, did you have any separate or advanced training as it related to investigations?
Several related to drug and narcotics, yes. Just small continuing ed, 1-day, 2-day courses here and there.
Okay. Officer Vickmark, I want to sort of jump to maybe a question that I would normally ask at the end, but you've testified to what you did in this case. Besides what you have testified to, did you do any forensic testing or request any forensic testing to be conducted in this matter?
I didn't related to pretty much all the evidence. The only thing that I asked was MOCIC, which is an investigatory, I guess, agency that covers many different states around the Midwest, to kind of help me out with Nicole Mitchell's cell phone. And then I also had sent out a administrative subpoena to Verizon to try to get Nicole Mitchell's information, who she had called, who she had texted, just that information, for about a month and a half prior to the incident, leading up to the incident.
So the forensic investigation that you had done would have been through the Mid-States Organized Crime Information Center?
Yes.
Okay. Did you conduct or see any other member of law enforcement conduct any attempt to secure fingerprints?
No.
Did you conduct or see any other officer conduct any attempt to secure DNA or other residue of that nature?
No.
Did you ever apply for a search warrant or a subpoena for Carol Mitchell's medical records?
No, I did not.
At the beginning of your testimony, you talked a great deal about the windows in question. You weren't involved in the initial investigation, or you certainly weren't on the call. Had you had a chance before you came to Carol Mitchell's residence to talk to any of the law enforcement officers who were involved in the initial call?
I did, yes.
Had you developed an impression that Nicole Mitchell may have represented that she actually came in through that smaller window?
I did hear from the other officers that Nicole Mitchell had said that she had come through the window where her backpack was located at.
Okay. And those pictures are now in evidence, and we talked about those at great length, correct?
Yes.
And while stranger things have happened, there's really no realistic way an adult human of normal proportions would be able to fit through that window. Is that fair?
Correct, yes.
Okay. The egress window itself, you testified as to the damage. Would you characterize that window as destroyed or functionally destroyed?
Functionally destroyed? I wouldn't say it's functionally destroyed. Just the frame had been starting to kind of rot away. That's how I'd describe it.
Okay. And so, whatever the person with the pry bar did, there was some rot and there was some decay in the frame itself that was separate from the pry bar activity. Is that accurate?
Yes.
This sounds like a very obvious question. It's not meant to be a trick. Why did you wear gloves in your investigation?
It's just, from my training and experience, just what we do. Just to keep our DNA off of things and keep from contaminating a scene.
And similarly, why did you use, or why did someone use in these pictures what appears to be a very highly calibrated ruler to take some measurements?
I can't remember exactly where the ruler came from, if it was Chief Todd's or Sergeant Glander's. Just we keep rulers to show how big things are.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to touch the pry bar in question when it wasn't in an evidence bag?
No, sir.
Okay. Would you have been wearing gloves had you done so?
Probably, yes, sir.
The evidence that you gathered and the testimony that you provided about that egress window, is it a fair statement that that evidence really concerns only whether someone got through that window and how they got through that window and not what happened inside the house? Yes. And I think your mic cut out there.
Sorry. Yes.
Okay. But you did at some point go inside to the residence and look around and investigate?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to, from the inside of the house, determine, did you get to see sort of the areas around both of the windows inside of the house?
Yes.
Okay. When you did that, did you see piles of things or mementos that appeared to be staged to be removed from the house?
I guess I wasn't paying that close attention to it. The room with the egress window had a lot of like artistic type stuff inside of it. I don't know if it was being ready to be removed from the house or anything like that.
Okay. You were asked about a flannel shirt. Was that flannel shirt sort of placed close to one of the windows? Was it hanging up? What was your experience of viewing that?
It was located in, as I described, it was, you walk down the stairs, you turn right, it comes into a bigger room.
Yeah.
To the right was the small window. Straight forward would have been the bathroom Miss Nicole Mitchell was located in. And to the left was another wider open area that had a lot of items stored. Some of that area was a rack of clothes that was in that area. And his Roderick Mitchell's flannel shirt was located on that rack.
It was on the rack?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was in an area that was not like immediately adjacent to one of those windows?
No.
Okay. Officer Vickmark, I want to go back to the interview that you participated in with Carol Mitchell, and that was at the police station, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You had testified that Carol Mitchell expressed a belief at that time that Nicole Mitchell wanted to take her life. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Did Carol Mitchell express a belief that Nicole Mitchell wanted to get her firearm or get her gun?
How she described it is when Carol Mitchell was awoken in the night and she had rotated her body off and then found that's where Nicole Mitchell was at on the ground. In that area, in a dresser near where Nicole Mitchell was at, is where Roderick Mitchell's gun was kept. So Carol Mitchell speculated that possibly Nicole Mitchell was attempting to find that gun.
During your interview at the police station with Carol Mitchell, did Carol Mitchell express repeated concern that Nicole Mitchell was also after money?
Yes.
Thank you, Officer Vickmark. I have no further questions.
Yes, sir.
Mr. McDonald.
Officer Vickmark, when you spoke with Carol Mitchell, did she allow you to look through her cell phone?
She did, yes.
Okay. And what did you discover at that time?
I was looking for any text messages or cell phone logs that she had received from Nicole Mitchell.
Did you locate any?
I did not.
Were you able to determine the date that Carol Mitchell had added the defendant's number to her phone?
I was able to locate, yes. And
Sorry, go ahead.
it was March 10th, 2024, the date that Carol Mitchell had added Nicole Mitchell's phone number to her cell phone.
And you manually had looked through the phone at that time?
Yes.
And you couldn't locate any texts or calls between the defendant and Carol Mitchell?
No.
Did you note any? Did you note other contacts that she had conversations with?
Yes, she did have several text message conversations that had been saved in the phone. One of them had been dated all the way back to July 2023.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Engstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Vickmark, you understand what a forensic examination of a cell phone is?
Yes.
You understand a cell phone can be subject to what's known as a logical extraction?
Yes.
You understand that a cell phone can be subject to what's known as a physical extraction?
Yes.
You understand what the word metadata means?
Yes.
Metadata is data that reflects other things that happened on a digital device like a cell phone.
Yes.
You understand that metadata most of the time can only be looked at not directly through the interface of the phone, but typically through a different device like a Cellbrite, for example, correct?
Yes.
And a Cellbrite is a special machine that law enforcement uses to examine cell phones.
Yes.
And if you had had an opportunity to conduct a forensic examination of Carol Mitchell's phone, you would be able to see the metadata of when texts were read, texts were sent, texts were deleted, and things like that, correct?
Yes.
You would be able to see when contacts were added or removed, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you subject Carol Mitchell's phone to a forensic examination?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know if anyone in law enforcement subjected her cell phone to a forensic examination?
I believe somebody did. I do not know which officer or investigator did, though.
Okay. Well, then we'll find out. Officer Vickmark, are you the case agent in this case?
No.
During the pendency of this case, have you contacted me at all?
I have not.
Thank you, Officer Vickmark. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
Officer Vickmark, did you see any obvious signs that Carol Mitchell had deleted things in her phone?
I did not.
No further questions.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Then, officer, you may step down.
Thank you, sir.
That was testimony from Detroit Lakes police officer and investigator Vic Mark from earlier today. We replayed that for you in its entirety. He was the 8th witness for the prosecution to take the stand. Witnesses began being called yesterday morning, continuing into today. And again, so he was witness number 8 for the prosecution. And then who's been on the stand is another police investigator by the name of Chad Glander. He was on the stand before lunch. He will take the stand again after lunch, but he elected not to be on camera, so we've not been able to bring that to you from Becker County Court in Detroit Lakes. I think we're going to take a quick break right now, but when we come back, while we're waiting for court to resume and waiting for a witness to get on the stand that we can show you, we will come back and show you some more testimony from this morning from the niece of Carol Mitchell. But that is after we take a quick break here. Thanks for watching our continuing coverage of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell, accused of 2 felonies, burglary and the possession of burglary tools for an incident from April of 2024 in which she was found in the basement of her stepmother's home in Detroit Lakes, the home of her late father as well. The defense has said in the opening statements yesterday she was there to check on her stepmother. The prosecution says no, she was there to commit burglary. And in fact, in the body camera videos, she said she was there to retrieve some items from her late father. That communication with her stepmother had ceased. So while we are waiting for court to resume and to bring you a witness that is on camera today, again, when it resumes after their lunch break, there'll be continuing testimony from another police investigator who is not on camera. That is Chad Glander, who is overall the 10th witness for the prosecution and the 4th one today. But while we're waiting for that, we're going to bring you a replay of another witness from today that was added some very interesting testimony, and that is Pam Muxfelt, who is the niece of Carol Mitchell and her power of attorney. She was the 3rd witness to take the stand today and the 9th witness overall as she talks about her relationship with Carol Mitchell and what Carol Mitchell had expressed to her about Nicole Mitchell, again, the state senator who's on trial here today, to provide some context for the prosecution about the family dynamics here and the concerns that Carol Mitchell had leading up to this incident in April 2024. So here is the testimony of Pam Muxfeld.
Muxfeld, where do you live?
Fergus Falls.
Are you from there?
I was born in St. Paul, but moved to Fergus Falls when I was like in first grade.
Ms. Muxfeld, how do you know Carol Mitchell?
Carol is my aunt.
Can you tell us the sorts of things that you've assisted with since taking on that role?
We've did some different things at our bank, just to making sure that things are being tracked and looked at properly. Helped her advise her on a couple of different things when she was moving out of the house. She had some questions, and just some basic answers, kind of as a sounding board for her when she's been stressed or things are complicated, or asking different questions of what she should do.
Is it accurate that Carol Mitchell communicates with you by text message?
Yes, quite often.
Has Carol Mitchell ever expressed concerns to you about the defendant, Nicole Mitchell?
Yes.
Can you elaborate?
Through many messages, and I know that they were submitted also, that after either talking to her or they had conversations through text messages, Carol would feel uncomfortable, she felt threatened, she was scared, and different things of that sort, so she would reach out.
Are you aware of the probate court process that Carol Mitchell went through?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware, did she ever express concerns about the defendant through that process?
She had concerns about it because she wasn't all aware of what the probate process would be. So she was, having concerns as to how it was all going to fall into place, why it was happening, and things of that sort. And I understood it that a lot of the probate stuff took place is because there wasn't a will in place, or on a couple of the insurance things that the beneficiary wasn't listed.
Ms. Muxfeld, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibits 98 and 99. Oh, we need to...
Your Honor.
Can we delete? There we go.
Let's just back up and try again, Mr. McDonald.
Yes, Your Honor. Oh, no. I'm removing the...
Are you asking to...
Well, I was
Show the
asking to
exhibit.
show the witness, Your Honor, but I don't want to publish it if it's not been received.
Correct. So, but I think you need to give direction then, once you're making that request, to show the witness one more time.
I removed my device because I didn't want anything improperly displayed.
All right, why don't you clear yours then, sir? All right, let's back up one step, if you can start with that. Again, the process one more time.
All right. Nope.
All right. We're going to have to work through this technology issue. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll just have you excused until we correct it. And so, Ms. Muxfeld, I'll ask you to step down from the witness stand at this time. We can have the witness escorted back out to the waiting area. Have you restart, but don't. Yeah, go ahead. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, before we have you go back to the jury, we did not talk about this case, including yourselves. Did not talk about anyone involved in it. Did not read about this case in the newspapers or listen to news about it on radio or television.
All right, we were watching the first part of the testimony of Pam Muxfeld, who is the niece of Carol Mitchell. That is the stepmother. Carol is the stepmother of Nicole Mitchell, the state senator, who's on trial for felony burglary charges. And Pam is the power of attorney for Carol Mitchell, again, the stepmother, the occupant of the home where Nicole was found in the basement. And she goes on to, they had a technical issue there displaying some of the evidence, some of the exhibits here, which are basically photos. In this case, I think it was some screenshots of some text messages, a text message that Pam received from Carol expressing concern about Nicole and expressing concern about her late husband's sisters, in which she said that she would feel uncomfortable. She said after Rod's passing, that's Roderick Mitchell, that Carol felt they were being deceitful. And in this text message, she said, Nicole is trying to take me to the cleaners, and Nicole has become so greedy, which shows really the family dynamic here of Carol Mitchell being concerned about money and other things of value in the wake of the death of Rod Mitchell. And that's the relationship with Nicole Mitchell. Again, Nicole Mitchell's defense attorney in opening statement saying Nicole was simply concerned about Carol Mitchell's health and especially her mental state, and wanted to go check on her. So we are coming back from a lunch break here any minute, and testimony will resume with an investigator, Glander, who is not on camera, elected to not be shown in the in-court camera system. We'll finish his testimony, and then we will move to what may be the final witness for the prosecution. And as soon as we can bring you that, we will come back here on this channel. So thanks for staying with us, but we're going to take a bit of a break here while we wait for court to get back up and running.
tap dance at 2 o'clock just to point in time, give folks an update.
And we're not seeing anything on camera yet, are we? All right, welcome back to our continuing coverage of the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell on trial for 2 felony counts, burglary and possession of burglary tools, for the incident of getting into her late father's home, her stepmother's home in Detroit Lakes in April of last year, found in the basement after Carol Mitchell called 911 saying she had an intruder, and police show up and find Nicole Mitchell in the basement in black clothing, black stocking cap, a flashlight with a black sock over it to kind of dim the light, and a black backpack stuck in one of the basement windows, kind of jammed in there, with 2 laptops inside. One is Nicole's laptop and the other one is Carol's laptop that the defense said Carol had given to Nicole at some point prior to that, though in body camera video, Carol tells officers, "My laptop is missing." And then it brings the question of why would she have Carol's laptop that had been, she says was given to her in a backpack when she's going back into the home. So these are things that many of the questions have kind of like centered around the 2 different windows where she may have come in versus trying to go out with the bag. And the laptop. So we are in a break right now because after the lunch break there was continuing testimony from another law enforcement witness, an investigator, Glander, and he opted not to be on camera for this. So we are waiting. He'd begun his testimony before the lunch break, continued it after the lunch break, which was ended about a half an hour ago. So we're waiting for that to be done and the camera to come back up.
2 days in a row of that, the 2 days of testimony, the lunch has been bracketed by a witness who does not want to be on camera. And those of you who've joined us for this trial know that Minnesota, just in the last couple of years, have we been permitted to even bring cameras into criminal trials.
Yep. It's a case-by-case basis.
It is,
yep.
And the media had requested, given the high-profile nature of a sitting senator, facing criminal charges.
Yeah.
The request was made. The judge granted it, but with some exceptions, and that includes witnesses having the right to opt out of the videotape coverage. Yesterday, it was the stepmother, Carol Mitchell, clearly in her 70s, someone suffering from Alzheimer's.
Not surprising when you see the personal witnesses who may not want to be on camera. This one's surprising in that it's a law enforcement officer who's testifying, and typically they're on camera, so we don't know the reasoning for this.
And to be honest, as we look at it, he has the title of investigator as the way the state laid out their witness list, which leads me to believe kind of where we are in the witness lineup for them, that the investigator really is what they've been describing as the case agent.
Who is kind of oversees all the different people
oversees
involved.
all of it, can kind of, if there's been sort of some questions out there, maybe some tactics used by police or this body camera, he can kind of bring everything together. Because what we do understand from our court communications officials at the courthouse is after this witness, again, not on camera, Investigator Glander, the state would only have one final witness left to go. And you and I have talked previously that there are just two names on the list that are left. One is the Detroit Lakes police chief. The other, which would make more sense to make it very personal at the end of their case, is Carol Mitchell's biological son. He was at one point in his life given up for adoption, but we've learned during this case that they reconnected. So that son, daughter, the relationship there, we saw a little bit with that witness, Pam Muxfelt, earlier today, the family dynamic on Carol's side of the family versus the Mitchell side of the family after the death of the senator's dad. And so I would expect the last witness to be the son. It's unclear whether he will allow for the camera to be turned on. We'll have to see that. We don't know. We just know in advance Carol Mitchell and Investigator Glander both
declined
voiced their desire not to be on camera. So we knew going in that those two witnesses would not be seen on camera today.
So the two narratives in this trial, and these are still prosecution witnesses. This is currently I believe the 10th witness on the stand right now, the investigator. And in the opening statements, the prosecution saying, that the facts look at the what happened here. the where and the who, and it fits the facts of the elements of the charge of burglary and possession of burglary tools. There's a lot of testimony today about a pry bar that had been found in a window and what appeared to be pry marks on a window and some debris inside that appeared to be an entry point, versus the other window with the backpack stuck in it that appeared to be too small for anyone to fit through. But so they were saying that the facts, the prosecution saying all these facts fit the elements of breaking and entering, burglary charge. Whereas the defense's opening statement saying, well, let's not look at that, but let's look at the context of what's happening here and the why in terms of this family dynamic. You get a little bit of that in the cross-examination, but again, these are prosecution witnesses, so you wait for the defense witnesses to see how more the defense will try to build this case to appeal to jurors that, let's forget about the technicalities of this and look at the greater context of what's happening with this family.
I think back to the defense opening statements, acknowledging that it is icky, the way this caring, supposedly sympathetic stepdaughter maybe went about, in their mind, going to that house to check on an ailing and deteriorating stepmother after the death of her husband. Acknowledging that they would have taken a trespassing conviction. Yeah. They did acknowledge that if the state had charged trespassing, they would have ran to the courthouse and signed off on a guilty verdict or a guilty plea if Nicole Mitchell had been charged with trespassing. But the state did not do that. They went ahead with two higher counts, burglary charges, the actual burglary itself, and then the possession of the tools.
And they did not include that lesser charge as an option for the jury to go to. So as Marsh Hallberg, defense attorney, told us yesterday, it's a safe thing for the defense to state that we would have taken that. It's like, well, you can say that because that's not an option, right? Yes. I mean, that's not an option for the jury to say, so that they can say that. What's interesting here is, again, this defense approach of saying she went there to check on, the well-being of Carol Mitchell, but yet she did it in a way that, she didn't have any communication. She was not allowed access into the home. So, I mean, how you're trying to build this idea that you're checking on the well-being of somebody while they're sleeping.
Really, let's be frank, there has not been one shred of evidence of a check-in, right?
No.
I mean,
no,
it's nothing. I mean, again, it's the state's case, but even through like cross-examination, the goddaughter of Carol Mitchell, who controls her affairs, power of attorney that she has with Carol Mitchell. It was a question that was asked. Did Nicole check in and say that she was going to go check on her? There clearly had not been ongoing conversations. There's been no evidence at this point of any sort of check-in. I mean, we've seen the body camera footage in the basement. We've seen how she's dressed, how she's gone about it. Even an admission in the videos of I'm here to get my dad some of my dad's things. You won't talk to me anymore. There's no like, hey, are you okay?
She never mentions that in any of the body camera interaction. That I'm here to make sure everything's okay. And again, there's the idea that how do you present that to jurors once the defense starts being able to call their own witnesses? That this is the approach you take to check on somebody is to break in at 4:45 a.m. in dark clothing with your car parked down the street, not wanting to let them even know you're there. They were trying to get at that. She wanted to see the state of the house and
maybe open a window to do that.
And look at her, make sure she wasn't getting scammed, check her phone, etc. That's what was said in this opening statement, but there's been no testimony yet about that.
And to be fair, we know on the defense side, they have a witness from Senator Mitchell's military career, someone she was close with within the unit in Wisconsin, where he is expected to talk about kind of conversations that his commander, Nicole Mitchell, would have had with him that seemed to suggest that she did have some concerns, that she was conveying that to at least somebody in her life. Yeah. So to be fair, we haven't gotten to the defense case, but in the body camera footage from inside the house, at the jail, based on other witnesses around the periphery, law enforcement, there isn't this quote unquote check-in, let's make sure Carol's doing okay. I just meant that has not surfaced at this point.
We are under now 9 minutes away of being able to resume our in-court camera coverage with the next witness on the stand. Oh, it's the Detroit Lakes Police Chief is now on the stand.
Wrong.
So yeah, but so in the meantime, we won't show you the entirety of this, but why don't we show you at least several minutes of the body camera video from Deputy Wothe, former Detroit Lakes police officer, now a sheriff's deputy, who testified yesterday and showed his body camera video. And this really shows the interaction, much of it with Carol Mitchell. It's in its entirety, more than 10 minutes long, but let's show a few minutes of that here to show you that interaction with Carol Mitchell, and then we'll be back here in a few minutes and then get to our next witness.
Sorry, I'm still.
You're good.
Yes, here. There's a jump window in the back side of the house, and I don't know if that's.
Is he outside or inside?
He ran down here.
Okay, I'll go down there. You stay back here.
Okay.
Police department! Make yourself known! Police department! Make yourself known! 37 back there, got a little motion underneath the stairs in the house. Sounds like he's trying to get outside to the back, to the north of the house. Police department, make yourself known! He's still in the house. A lot of motion underneath the stairs. Sounds like he's trying to get outside through a window. Police department, make yourself known now! Where's he at? Here underneath the stairs. Police department! Underneath the stairs. That's what I was hearing motion at. Like commotion. Is there a way to get underneath the stairs?
There's a. And a bathroom. It's a disaster. We passed away, and now it's here.
Oh no, you stay back, stay back, stay back. 37 back there with 10-12.
Carol? Yeah?
It's Nicole.
It's Nicole?
I was just trying to get a couple of my dad's things because he wouldn't talk to me anymore.
She also stole documents out of my house. She's my stepdaughter.
I didn't steal any documents. How did I steal documents?
Nicole, what's your last name?
Mitchell.
You had your Aunt Nancy do it.
38 back route 1015.
No one did anything.
Is there Nicole Mitchell in the house? Stand up.
No one stole anything here, Carol. I don't have anything on me.
Not tonight.
Anything on you?
No.
I'll meet you upstairs.
God's sakes. Why was she squatting down next to my bed?
Yeah, so there you see a portion of the body, one of the body cameras of the Officer Wothe, in this case Deputy now Wothe, in that initial interaction, finding Nicole Mitchell in the basement, saying, "Hey, it's me, Nicole. I came here to get some of my dad's things because you won't talk to me anymore."
And that, again, that's that immediate reaction. What is it? Is it, hey, are you okay?
Yeah.
Everything good? I just tried to come check on you. No, it was, I'm here to get some of my dad's stuff. You won't talk to me.
Let's bring in Marsh Hallberg, defense attorney here, who's been providing some insight, some analysis, I guess, for context, and again, not connected to this case. Marsh, we're nearing the end of the prosecution's witness list here. How do you think that they have done presenting evidence so far?
I think they've done a really good job. I think, as we talked about on our first day, keep it simple, stupid. And Rob, as you put a great summary, I thought it's the what versus the why. And he said, I'm going to go through all the who, what, when, wheres, and we don't care about the why. and they've kept it crisp and short and easy to follow. So I think the prosecutor's done a really good job.
Could I ask you? I mean, we have the jury pool graphic. I know it's kind of going one step ahead, but we're looking to fill a little bit of time. Again, we're about 5 minutes away from getting
3 minutes.
3
now.
minutes now,
Yeah.
so just a little bit of time here. But heavily male. We talked about that at the very beginning. Here's our graphic, Marsh. It's a 15-member pool at the minute because there are 3 alternates here. Again, remember, at a jury like this, only 12 will eventually deliberate. Hearing the facts of this case and now really seeing, this, sitting state senator, a woman arrested, perhaps her tactics being scrutinized in the way she went about this. Any sense, I know we don't have ages for you, no demographics there, but just male, female, your experience with trials and juries, just what your takeaway might be, how this jury might, believe this story of the defendant or not.
As we chatted about whether that's an old stereotype that we shouldn't use anymore, but it's still, I think, true to a certain extent, at least for some people, that men tend to be more protective of women than they do of men. So you might want to weight it that way. And it's sort of, for me, it'd be those factors of man, and also then if anybody has real experience with grief of a loved one in the last, couple of years, a real close love member, or dealing with Alzheimer's. Those would be some of the big markers I would be looking for when I'm picking my jury. General rule is last one's in, first one's out. So if you've got 3 alternates, the last 3 that were seated are going to be the 3 that are excused.
As we head into the end of the prosecution witness list and hand it over to the defense, maybe later this afternoon already, what hurdles does the defense have to get over here based on what's been presented to jurors so far?
Well, the timing is, so we've got the police chief left. Do we know if that's the last witness for the state?
It's unclear at this point. There might be one more.
Yeah. There are 2 names on the list, her biological son and the police chief. We know the police chief's up now. It's unclear, right, at this point, if the son would take the stand. I still think you end the case on the state side with a personal witness, but we shall see.
Yep, I agree with that. So I think we're at 2:15-ish roughly. They've got roughly 2 hours. I know we have a 10-minute lag here. They've got 2 hours to put that in. If they can finish their case today, I, as a defense attorney, would like that. I'd like a clean break to start all brand new tomorrow. People come in fresh. They've had, 12 hours at least to kind of forget about the state's case, and you come in and you go, okay, now it's my turn. For those of us old enough to remember the rope-a-dope with Muhammad Ali, that's kind of what the defense lawyers do in criminal cases. They just sit and cover up and let the state, because they're running the show, they pick the witnesses and the questions that are asked, and they just have to take the hits over and over. And then when they're done, then you get to start hitting back.
Okay, so we could see, we got to go here, Marsh. We're starting up here in 10 seconds. But again, this is going to be the what I believe is the 11th witness for the prosecution now, Detroit Lakes Police Chief Stephen Todd. Thanks so much, Marsh.
Thank you.
All right, we're heading back. Are we ready to go, Ryan? Back into, okay, we're close. So Stephen Todd, the Detroit Lakes Police Chief, and then potentially, based on the witness list, the biological son of Carol Mitchell. But here is Police Chief Stephen Todd taking the witness stand as the 11th witness for the prosecution in Becker County Court.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you please state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
Stephen Timothy Todd. Last name is Todd.
Sir, are you currently employed?
Yes, sir.
Where at?
With the City of Detroit Lakes, with the Police Department.
And what is your title?
I'm the Chief of Police.
Okay. Could you outline your educational background?
Certainly. I graduated from high school in 1991, and I went to college at Morehead State University, and I have a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, graduating in 1995.
Could you outline your law enforcement experience?
Certainly. I started as a part-timer while I was in college back in 1994. I was hired with my first police job in 1995 with the City of Fargo as a police officer. In 1999, I went to work for Clay County Sheriff's Office. I went through a few promotions at Clay County, finishing there in 2016 when I was hired as the Chief of Police here in Detroit Lakes.
You've served as the DL Chief since 2016?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Let me just interrupt a moment here. Chief, the microphones are pretty sensitive. You have a pretty strong voice. If you could just move it back a little bit there, we won't get any of the feedback.
I apologize, sir.
That's okay.
Chief Todd, I want to turn your attention to April 22nd, 2024. Do you recall that morning?
Yes, sir.
Were you made aware of arrest of Nicole Mitchell?
Yes, sir.
What is can you explain the chain of command in your office?
Sure. I oversee the department as the chief of police. At that time, at the time of this incident, there were 3 sergeants. 2 of the sergeants are assigned to the patrol division, and they work a patrol schedule with all of the patrol officers. One of the sergeants was, at the time, assigned to the investigations division and would supervise investigators and school resource officers. The officers report directly to the sergeants and the sergeants to me.
At the time of the defendant's arrest, did you kind of take an active role in this case?
I did.
Why is that?
The day of the arrest, there was a large number of media inquiries about the arrest due to the nature of the situation. So I became involved in responding to a lot of those. And then I also assisted just reviewing reports and body cam footage of the incident.
I want to jump ahead a tiny bit. Did you go to Carol Mitchell's house on April 25th?
Yes, sir.
2024?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At that time, did Carol Mitchell demonstrate to you what had occurred on the morning of April 22nd?
She did, yes.
Did she walk through being awoken and such?
Yes, she brought us to her bedroom and described kind of step by step what happened when she was awakened that morning of the call.
Was your body-worn camera activated on April 25th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you record that conversation with Ms. Mitchell?
Yes, sir.
Was it a true and accurate depiction of that interaction that morning?
Yes, sir.
And have you had a chance to review that portion of it prior to trial?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, Chief Todd, if I told you it was marked as Exhibit 113 in our exhibit system, would you have any reason to doubt me?
No.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask to offer Exhibit 113.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 113 is received.
I would ask to briefly publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Husband's my friend Jim here. Vacuum cleaner guy just left. So.
Hi, Carol.
Hi.
Jim, how are you today?
Yeah. Carol, I know we didn't call ahead or anything, but would you be okay if we were to go take a look around the house and downstairs and look for
I don't mind.
any more potential evidence? We've got maybe a couple of things in mind that we are looking for.
Jim cleaned out that big drop window over there where that pry bar was, just to see if anything else was in there, but it was just leaves and dirt. So.
While we're up here, could you show us your bedroom and where the person was that you stepped on?
Yeah. Down here. She was laying right here with her head.
Let me get up here with my body camera so you can describe it.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, I sleep here.
Yep.
and she was laying right here. Her head was at that end and her feet at this end.
Okay. Is there anything that you keep?
3 drawers under there, but there's
What do you keep in those drawers?
socks, underwear.
Okay.
You know, I checked to see if there was any. This is just an empty box. I was checking to make sure that's just, you know.
Okay, just.
But I did keep, for a long time, I kept my pistol.
Okay.
And I'm sure.
So what, you leaned up, you stepped out of bed, and you actually.
Something woke me, and I sleep with earplugs. So I couldn't figure out what it was that woke me.
Yep.
If it was a loud sound, or if what. So I just. What was that? And I stepped on and I stepped on a body, and it moved.
Yeah.
And I went, what the hell? And I jumped on like this and grabbed, because I thought it was like a little kid or something. I didn't think it. And then when it was bigger, well, at first I thought, a man had broken, but it was too small for a big man. So then I thought it was a little boy or some teenager got in or something. And then she shot out, ran out down the hall through the kitchen and down into the basement.
Okay. 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 I'll follow you, ma'am. Thank you.
Basement?
So, and you definitely saw this person hang a left and go down?
I was right behind her. And I still thought it was a boy. You know, I never, until you guys told me it was Nicole, I didn't know. Anyway.
So, Chief Todd, you were intimately aware of the defendant's arrest. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you were aware when she was formally charged?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall which day that was?
No, I don't remember which date. I would guess it would have been the following date after the arrest, but.
April 23rd?
Yes.
Would it be also fair to say that you are aware of, when she had court proceedings and was released from custody?
Yes, sir.
Chief Todd, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 114. Do you see that document, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Is it a true and accurate record generated from the jail system?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer 114 at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
114 is received.
I would ask to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, Chief Todd, I'm going to direct you to the middle portion of this document. Does it state when Ms. Mitchell was booked in or began officially being in custody?
Yes, sir.
What time is that?
05:36 hours on April 22nd, sir.
Okay. Does it state when she was released from custody?
Yes, sir.
Could you read that time for us?
11:58 hours on April 23rd, 2024.
Thank you. Now, Chief, you had testified already that you kind of took an active role in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Given the defendant's title, did you continue to monitor things?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you observe, did anything else come to your attention later that afternoon after the defendant was released?
Yes, sir.
What was that, sir?
I was notified, and I don't remember by whom, but I was notified of a social media post that the defendant had put on Facebook.
Did you capture a copy of that, sir?
Yes, sir, I did.
Chief Todd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 115, 115. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir. That's the screen grab that I made of that posting.
From which website?
Facebook.
And does it appear to be a exact replica of the screen grab that you did?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer Exhibit 115.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 115 is received.
I would ask to publish, Your Honor.
You may.
Chief Todd, could you read the defendant's social media post?
Sure. Regarding the recent news, like so many families, mine is dealing with the pain of watching a loved one decline due to Alzheimer's and associated paranoia. Over the weekend, I learned of medical information which caused me grave concern and prompted me to check on that family member. I entered a home I have come and gone from countless times in the past 20 years, where my son even once had his own room. Unfortunately, I startled this close relative, exacerbating paranoia, and I was accused of stealing, which I absolutely deny. Thank you to all my close friends and colleagues of both parties for the kind words of support and for trusting my character even before I had a chance to respond. This has been a true tragedy for our family, and my hope is that it can return to being a private matter.
Thank you. Now, Chief Todd, you had, as supervisor, you had reviewed the body-worn camera footage in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did this social media post appear to be consistent with what you had observed on the body-worn camera?
No, sir.
Chief Todd, were you made aware of any other statements that the defendant published?
I believe I attached a public statement later on, but I don't remember the date that was made. I believe I attached another public statement by the defendant to the case file.
Chief Todd, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 116. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what this was?
This would be that release from the defendant that I published later.
Again, you saved a copy of this?
Yes, sir.
Does this appear to be a true and accurate copy?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to offer Exhibit 116.
No objection.
Exhibit 116 is received.
Your Honor, I would ask to publish at this time.
You may.
I'm not going to ask you to read that, Chief Todd.
Okay.
And Chief Todd, you were present, we've already covered this, you were present at Carol Mitchell's home on the April 25th?
Yes, sir.
And you assisted with what we've been calling as the point of entry investigation?
Yes, sir.
You were present when Investigator Vic Mark and Sergeant Glander made their observations and took photographs?
Yes, sir.
After April 25th, did you have any other active role in this investigation?
Yes, sir. I don't remember the exact date without my notes, but I did have some interaction with the Becker County Jail regarding an item that was on the defendant's person at the time of her processing. However, we weren't aware of that item until later on in the week.
And as chief, you've kind of looked over this whole case file, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And like with any investigation, there's a few items that you wish the state had, or the agency had done differently. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Could you just walk us through a couple of those things that, looking back, you wish you had taken charge of?
Sure. The item that was found on the defendant's person during her booking process was a some type of a fingertip flashlight glove device. The jailers found it during the pat down and it wasn't saved. The arresting officer wasn't notified, so that item was lost and it was given back to the defendant during her out processing. I would have liked to have that item as evidence for the court process. One of the other things that I wished we'd have done different, I wished we'd have seized the defendant's cell phone. I don't believe we did. I would have liked to have had that for multiple reasons, but for a lot of data that may have been contained on that phone.
In the defendant's car, was it ever searched?
It was not. I would have, now that you remind me of that, sir, I wished we would have impounded the car and done a search warrant on the car to see what other items were there.
But all in all, fair to say you're proud of your officers?
I am. It's very rare in this part of the country to have an active home burglary occur when a resident is in the home. It's very rare. And then for the officers to make an arrest in that situation is also very rare. So I am proud that the officers successfully made that arrest, and the basics of the criminal elements were met in their arrest.
Thank you, Chief Todd. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Ringstrom?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Chief.
Yes, sir. Good morning, or good afternoon.
There was 2 active burglaries that morning, wasn't there? You watched the body camera videos. I know Deputy Bruce isn't in your chain of command, but you're familiar that there was another active burglary. He had to leave Carol Mitchell's home because there was another one going on at the same time.
I remember hearing that dispatched on the body camera video, but I don't know any of the details of that event.
Court records here in Becker County would reflect that burglary charges happen with some regularity.
Yes.
Okay. Chief Todd, you watched your body camera video there. Carol Mitchell said to you that she first thought it was a big man, correct?
On the body camera?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
And then she said, then she thought it was a little boy, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Are you aware whether there was a forensic examination done of Carol Mitchell's cell phone in this case?
I'm not aware of that, sir.
Okay. Are you aware whether Carol Mitchell's medical records were ever secured by law enforcement in this case?
I'm not aware of that, sir.
Okay. Is there any reason that you would not be aware of it if it in fact happened?
There's a lot of data with the case, but I think I would generally be aware of it if it happened, sir.
Are you aware of whether there was a search warrant for Nicole Mitchell's phone secured at any time following her release?
I do not believe we did a search warrant for Nicole Mitchell's phone, sir.
Are you aware whether the Detroit Lakes Police Department coordinated with the Woodbury Police Department, where Nicole Mitchell lives, to execute any type of searches?
No, I'm not aware of that, sir.
Okay. Are you aware whether any law enforcement in this file did any search for fingerprints in this case?
I don't believe that happened, sir.
Are you aware whether any of Roderick Mitchell's or Carol Mitchell's possessions were found in Nicole Mitchell's possession following her detention? It's a complicated question. Is it your understanding that Nicole Mitchell didn't have any of Rod or Carol Mitchell's stuff when she was arrested or detained?
I believe she had one item that at the time we believed was Carol's property.
And that's the laptop, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so if Sergeant Glander testified to that's been ruled out, besides the laptop, are you aware of any other possessions of Rod or Carol Mitchell's that Nicole Mitchell had in her possession?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Mr. McDonald?
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. And Chief, you may step down.
Thank you.
Again, watch your step. Mr. McDonald, your next witness.
Stay with rest.
All right. Well, it's 2:29, ladies and gentlemen. I think we'll use this opportunity for our afternoon break. And before we do so, I'll remind you not to talk about this case with anyone, including yourselves, and do not talk at all to anyone involved in it. Do not read about this case in the newspapers or listen to news about it on radio or television, social media, or the internet. Do not talk about any of the people or any subject involved in the case with anyone. Do not share information about the case in writing, by email, on telephone, on the internet, or by any other means of communication. You must not email, blog, tweet, text, or post anything to Facebook, Twitter, X, or other social networking sites about this trial, and do not visit any chat rooms to discuss this case. We'll recess for 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. All rise for the jury.
All right, so there we go. The court is in recess. And again, we are on a 10-minute tape delay here from the court in Becker County. So they recessed at 2:30 and are coming back at 2:50, which means we will be able to rejoin them right around 3 o'clock, assuming that they keep on time.
A little awkward, but I think our viewers get that by now. A 10-minute delay has been mandated by the court in terms of bringing you the live feed.
So that was the final witness for the prosecution, the police chief in Detroit Lakes, and that is Chief Stephen Todd. So he was the 11th witness overall and the 5th witness today. There was one more on the list that was Carol Mitchell's biological son, but I just confirmed he did not testify. There was a portion that we couldn't show you when one of the other investigators was on the stand. We didn't know if he made it there or not, but he did not testify at all. So 11 witnesses for the prosecution.
Yeah, my prognostication was wrong. I thought the son would be, you know, with his name still on the list and out there, I thought they would kind of have this family member, you know, bring it home. But,
makes sense. That's what you see often in criminal cases.
It is. But, you know, obviously the police chief there almost served as what I would describe almost as like a case agent role. Like he kind of cleaned up some of the mess around, maybe some of the things he regretted in the investigation, what he didn't take. You know, what wasn't examined, if, I wish I had, you know, applied for that search warrant. So I think he was able to kind of talk about that to the jury, that if there are some holes in the investigation, that was explained. But really, you know, some powerful evidence that came in was his body-worn camera.
Yeah.
Watching Carol Mitchell in her own bedroom, describing the moments when she woke up at 4:45 in the morning, back in April of last year, and stepping on the intruder, who we now know or believe to nearly 99.9% certainty
she was the one in
is
the
her own
basement.
stepdaughter.
Yeah.
I mean, she gives a confusing recall in terms of, it was first I thought it was a big man, then a little boy, then the suspect scurried down the house and down into the basement. So there's some confusion in that, but man, she puts that intruder right by her bed in the middle of the night. Could you imagine?
And she said that she sleeps with earplugs in, so she doesn't know what woke her up.
Right.
But something woke her up, and she swung her feet over and right onto Nicole.
Yeah, unbelievable.
And she said that her head was down at the foot of the bed, feet up here, and then showed what was under the bed, which are some storage boxes in there. That's clothing items in there. I mean, we don't know what was happening, but, was she going just looking through some storage boxes underneath? We don't know. Let's bring in defense attorney Marsh Hallberg, who's been so kind to kind of keep an ear on all of this for us to provide some context. Again, a defense attorney not connected to this case, so everything here is just your history and background and experience as a defense attorney, and prior to that, a prosecutor, to not only tell us about sort of the criminal and legal parts of this, but some of the personal parts of it too as a defense and prosecution strategy. How did you feel about that as the final witness for the prosecution?
I think all the officers really did a nice job. I mean, they came off as reasonable folks just trying to do their job. I just as a litigator, I just enjoy watching people do their job well. And in this case, think of how few objections we have in this case, right? They're just a couple is all I can think of. So
that's a strategy by the defense, though, right, Marsh? I mean, there were, in terms of the law, and you and I discussed both on and off camera throughout the day, the defense seemed to say, like, put your case in chief in. There may be hearsay, between what the stepmother is saying in some of these conversations, but it just seemed like that was hands off. That's a strategy, right?
Yeah, I think you want to show, look, you don't want to have the jury feel like you're either side, state or defense, that you're hiding the ball, that you're there to, to hide stuff. So you generally want this nice guy approach generally. And that came off here with very few objections, a lot of stipulations to things. I thought there were a couple of things that I go, like when they asked the chief there at the end, the prosecutor said, well, just like in every case, there's always things you wish you did different, right? And I go, that's a statement by the prosecutor. That isn't an evidence that there's always something you want to do different in the case. So they sneak in a little, aren't you proud of your officers? And kind of an indirect way of saying we did a good job, which is vouching, which is not allowed. So they got a couple of things in there kind of saying that we didn't do DNA, we didn't check the phone, those things, we did a really good job, and I'm really proud of everybody.
There was questions there on cross-examination by the defense, though, of the chief. Was there a forensic exam on Carol Mitchell's phone? Not that he's aware of. Were her medical records examined? Not that he's aware of, and he would be aware if that had happened. What is the significance for the defense attorney to ask those particular questions about what was not looked at?
So a common argument defense lawyers make in a lot of cases is when we challenge officers is called confirmation bias. That when we go into something, when we assume a result that either a certain person did the crime or they're guilty in advance of getting all the facts in, that by what we choose to look at, which is common sense for all of us, right? By what things we choose to look at or what evidence we tend to explore, we are confirming the bias we had at the front end of the investigation. So I think that's what they're trying to show, is that they didn't do things that could have helped Nicole to aid her to show there's more to this case.
And Marsh, the defense is up next now. So they get this 20 minutes to regroup. There are a couple little nuggets I do want to pass along that I would consider newsworthy at this minute. I'm in communication with court communications on location in Detroit Lakes at the Becker County District Court House. They are telling me that the defense said they have at least one witness that is not available until tomorrow. So bear that in mind. We're coming back into session, in a few minutes here, but they are telling the court they have one witness that can't come until at least tomorrow. I am going to ask you now how likely it is that Nicole Mitchell takes the stand. But one other issue that I think we want to talk about here in our building is there's not a rule yet on whether the defendant has the right to opt out of testifying on camera. By my count, we were the first newsroom to have a camera in a trial under the new state rules last year, and it came up. It was a murder case in Minneapolis, self-defense versus murder kind of argument, and in that case, it came to the defendant. He was going to testify, and the judge wasn't sure what the rules were, and she had asked both sides, could the defendant opt out? In the end, it didn't matter because the defendant wanted, he was committed to having his story told on camera. And so there's not, as I understand it, established rule. The second trial was the Thompson car crash. The defendant didn't testify there, so it didn't come up. But with Nicole Mitchell potentially testifying, I am told here the judge is aware of this issue and is prepared to handle it if it does come up. Again, she's going to have the right to take the stand in her own defense or not. But it is possible that she will object and the judges would restrict the cameras accordingly, but they don't know. He may rule the other way. So I just want our viewers to know, as we kind of get into this new world of cameras in the Minnesota State courtroom, it is not necessarily established if the defendant turns into a witness at that time, or if they're sort of it's sort of part of the rule.
Right to opt
out. They don't have the right. So we're going to watch that. But with all that said, Marsh, blah blah blah, Paul Bloom here. What is your opinion? Does she take the stand? And given that we have one witness coming tomorrow, do you want her on the back end? Do you want her going right now, this afternoon, before the jury heads home? Kind of take me through the calculus at this point.
Well, so they're it's about 3 o'clock. We're 10 minutes off, so it's at least 3 o'clock there before they start up. So they have an hour and a half left. If I'm Nicole's attorney, I'm doing everything I can to not have to put in my case until tomorrow. Judge, we're going to finish tomorrow no matter what. So the delay today, if we just go home early, isn't going to cause anything. We can finish the case tomorrow. So let us do that. My client isn't sure yet whether she wants to testify or not because she wants to see this other witness testify first before she makes the final decision. So she can't make an informed. I'm trying to hint to the judge I may have an appeal issue.
Yeah.
Judge,
You mean they delay the game in trials, not just like soccer at the end of the game when you're trying to kind of wind down the clock?
Yeah, there's a number of times where I'll look at a clock and I'll go, okay, I got an hour and a half. I'll go into a lot of cross-examination, burning time, just trying to eat up clock time so the state's case doesn't end till it's closer to 4:30 because I don't want to start mine today. The worst thing you want to do with any witness for either team on this thing is get a witness halfway done. So if Nicole were to start testifying today, the government's going to have all night to look at what she's already said, even order an expedited transcript if they needed to of what she said today to have tomorrow, and they can practice and refine their cross-examination. And you don't want them to have that overnight prep time. So you don't want to start her today and have her finish tomorrow.
But at times that becomes unavoidable just by the basis of the way the clock works. The judge will say, call your next witness.
Yeah. And I would think if I'm sitting there as the judge and there's an argument of whether she's got to be on camera or not, I don't want to try this case twice. I don't want to give an appeal issue I don't have to have. So I'm going to err on the side of what the defense wants. So if the defendant doesn't want to be on the camera, we're not having her on camera.
So what are the hurdles again? We started talking about this the last time we had you on here an hour ago or so. What after the prosecution is now done, what do you see is the biggest things that the defense has to present here with their witnesses to counter what the prosecution has put out there?
I think that Nicole has to, what we know of her is that she projects well. I mean, she's a legislator, she's a politician. We know that she's articulate and, well groomed and all that good stuff. So I think she has to, charm is maybe the wrong word, but she has to come in and piece this together in a lot of things. Were you really laying on the floor next to the bed? Why were you in there? Were you looking for a gun? Why? Why did you run down to the basement if you, were there just to check on her? Why run down to the basement and wait for the police? That kind of stuff. So many questions like that. And if we call it sandpapering when we practice with our witnesses to get the rough edges off them. And a lot of our cases, we have 10 lawyers here. We will bring another lawyer in. And a lot of times, me being an old prosecutor, I get to be the jerk. So I would come in and just beat up the defendant, practicing in the conference room with really aggressive cross-examination for her to withstand that. How could you possibly think taking a crowbar and prying open a window at 4+ in the morning isn't an unlawful thing to do?
Okay, so that's, and again, we have a witness list here for the defense. I think I had roughly 8 on a potential witness list.
A couple of private investigators. We talked about that early in our coverage.
And that doesn't mean, how do you put all these out there? It doesn't mean you call them all. At this point, would it be helpful to call more or fewer?
Again, people get sick of me saying it around here. Keep it simple, stupid. Right? I think that's what you do. What I was impressed by, guys, I always get your thoughts on that. When they showed the video of Carol, she seemed pretty darn articulate, kind of reenacting the bed and getting out. And what she used to store a gun under her bed and where she went to. And I thought, she may have Alzheimer's to some extent, but at least on that day, when they did that interview in her bedroom, she did a pretty good job.
Yeah, and her niece had testified earlier today about her, her state with Alzheimer's, and that she said, in her view, the decline was slow, and that it really depends on the day. In stressful situations, then the symptoms seem worse, and certainly you saw that with the body camera video when the police first arrived. She seemed fairly lucid there as well, fairly well spoken, but much more so the next day. The stress is much less.
And I will point out, we did not see her testify. She was one of the 2 witnesses from the state who declined to have her testimony, videotaped. And there is some reporting from the courtroom. It's hard to parse, what probably was an hour of testimony. But she had difficulty recalling key facts.
Yeah.
She couldn't remember, her grandson's names, Nicole's boys' names is one report I read. Another, she couldn't remember when her husband had passed away. So I don't know how she came across to the jury, in the moment in the courtroom. But certainly you're right. The niece did say, at least in her opinion, she does not see the decline that the defense has sort of built up.
But in stressful situations, it becomes more apparent, and that would also be a message to the jurors who saw her yesterday that certainly this is a stressful situation. Well, Marsh, I guess now that we get going, I mean, it certainly looks like you would expect the defense maybe to get through their case tomorrow.
And who knows how fast it goes? We could be doing closings tomorrow afternoon.
Marsh, could you just take me through like what the defense team is doing during this break? What would the case is wrapped up? Obviously, they've been talking about it, during the lunch break, how it's going. Like, what would take us into that room? It looks like they may have their whole law office. I know it's a kind of a smaller law firm from up in northern Minnesota. It looks like they have several attorneys and staffers with her at that table. What is going on? What's that meeting look like right now?
Well, just from an optics standpoint, Paul and I kind of did this off camera a little bit talking. I don't like the optics of 3 attorneys sitting at a table like that. Some huge white collar 2-month trial, maybe something like that. But it just kind of implies to me like she's trying to, she's got money to throw to get 3 lawyers involved here and all those things. I don't like that look, and I know he's local. I mean, he makes the point of calling Detroit Lakes DL, a local reference, those kinds of things to say I'm one of you. Yeah. Indirectly, you get that out there, but I don't like that. So what I assume happened is the attorneys skedaddled back into the judge's chambers to say, can we stop for the day or not? And with that information, the defense lawyer has now gone back to his client and said, we're going to be done for the day, so don't do anything, or we got to figure out what we are doing, because he's not going to allow me to wait. But again, you say, Judge, because it's the defendant who has the decision up to the last minute to choose not to testify or not testify, you got an argument to make is my client hasn't decided yet, and we need to wait for tomorrow to make that decision, Judge. If you rush her into a decision today, she can argue on appeal it was the wrong decision to make. But either way she goes.
But they could easily get through a couple of witnesses with the time left, another hour and a half of court time today.
But if they're ready too, right? Because if it was unclear whether the state had asked for, we don't know. We don't know if the state had said we'll need all of today, and now they're scrambling to get a defense witness.
But usually you have somebody lined up in case, right? Or else you get in trouble with the judge if you're not ready with a witness. Isn't that right?
Big time. And a lot of times, to professional courtesy, most lawyers will say, hey, I've got 1 witness for the afternoon, or I've got 2 or 3, or I think I'll be done by 2 or 3 o'clock, whatever. You tell the other side that.
Yeah.
And I might even make a point to say that in front of the judge. The judge knows that if the other side plays dumb in mid-afternoon, they had plenty of notice to get somebody to the courthouse.
We'll see that too, though, during breaks when we're in the courtroom, is that the attorneys are talking to each other, and you'll hear them say, how many more do you got up today, or who else? Or maybe once the judge will ask them that too, once the jury's out of the room. So there is a lot of that communication going on, so that they know that they have to have somebody sitting in the hallway ready to go. And we've seen it too, where you see a witness sitting in the hallway outside the courtroom some afternoon, and they don't even make it up there, but they're out there for several hours waiting so that they have somebody on deck.
No, it's a good point. I did hear the last, our producer back in the booth is telling us that the camera, the live feed is still not up. So we're going to go at least a few minutes, past what we thought was going to be a 3 o'clock start. So as that clock kind of ticks away towards a 4:30, maybe the defense attorney took Marsh's advice and has tap danced his way out of having to put on a witness this afternoon.
I still think they would, they would have, if they've got a number of them on their list, that they would get a couple people up there yet today.
But they're not going to call them, I don't think. I'll be surprised. And you'll notice too that, and our viewers too, that after each witness, they would ask the defendant whether they were allowing to release that witness, because the witness is under subpoena not only when they're first called, but through the trial. They can call them back.
Yeah.
And so by releasing them, you can't say later, well, now I want to call back the niece. Right. Well, she just left for a vacation today and we can't get her. So they are trying to lock you down there. You don't have those options. So they're trying to get some courtesy for these witnesses to know if they can go on and start living their lives again.
Okay. All right. Well, we shall see here once they resume. And again, it doesn't sound like they've not started back up yet, right? He's been keeping an eye on the feed as it's coming in here. So they should have been going 10 minutes ago, roughly.
More and more likely we're not doing anything else today.
You think so? Okay.
No.
Well, I'm gonna take your expertise on that one.
Marsh, can I ask? I don't know, Ryan. Do we have that video, the body camera video, in the bedroom, in Carol's bedroom? Ready? Wait. Maybe not yet. I'm just curious, when you saw, did you watch that in real time? That
did.
body camera. What did you? I mean, is that? I mean, it's in the record. I'm just curious. Nothing the defense can do about it in terms of getting it in. I'm just curious. Human reaction to that was what? I mean, did you find it damning for the defendant that now she's very colorfully placed right by the bedside in the middle of the night?
Yeah, and that's why I really would, gosh, just hope we hear from the defendant and the cross. That's going to be the most interesting part of this case if it happens. Is going to be her testimony and the cross of her, because that's the whole case comes down to, right? Is trying to fight that intent. That's the only thing. One word in this whole case: intent, right? And that's what we're trying to look at. So I thought too that the gun had been stored under her bed.
At one point, I think there may be two different guns we're talking about. I think she talked about keeping a pistol, but then earlier the testimony was that Rod, the husband, had also had some kind of gun.
I think that might be the same gun, because she mentioned it being in a drawer, and then she pulled these drawers out from under the bed. We are told, Marsh, sorry to ruin it for you, but court has resumed now. And the defense has called their first witness. Not heard who it is yet. So there is a defense witness that took the stand.
Drum roll, please. Let's find. Maybe they got that witness from tomorrow to come in today.
Maybe. So in a little under 10 minutes, we'll be able to go back to our tape-delayed coverage of the court proceedings up there with the first defense witness. But one of the things that we saw in some of in the body camera video. Oh, it is.
So a state witness is going to be called by the defense first, Marsh. The stepmom's son, the biological son that was on the state list, is being called by the defense as their first witness. I know Rob's got a little intel he's going to look up here, but I don't know. We don't know what he's going to say, but I'm just curious. How often would something like that happen in a criminal trial?
I should probably double check the court records, but I had him on going through all the motions that were filed in the other documents as a prosecution witness. I should double check to make sure I got that correct, but I did not have him on my defense list.
Well, if that's the case, so let's just assume it is just for like a learning moment here, then that's called an adverse witness, because it's a witness that's against me, but I'm calling them to testify. So as you've noticed throughout the trial, the general rule is that when a witness is called by someone, you have to ask them open-ended questions. So I can't suggest the answer I want. The example I give my clients are, if you're my witness, I can't say to you, isn't it true it's raining outside? Because I've suggested the answer I want from you. Yeah, it's raining outside. I have to ask you an open-ended question, what's the weather like? And then you can say, well, it's raining outside. So that's the difference between a leading question and a non-leading question, if you suggest the answer you want. However, with an adverse witness, when they are called, you can ask the judge to rule that the person is an adverse witness to you. They aren't going to be easily taken by you where you want to go, and you can ask them leading questions. So isn't it true that it's raining outside? You could ask that question of an adverse witness that normally you couldn't do.
What would the defense... I'm just curious, what would the defense know about? I mean, the state would have provided the defense and discovery with reports of their conversations with the son. I mean, obviously Nicole could have given insight on the mother-son relationship, but what kind of intel would the defense have here?
Well, it might be things they know he can't dispute about getting together for Thanksgivings or Christmas cards, or that they used to be great, or that there wasn't a hostile relationship till the last year, or that she's seen Carol lose weight, or there's a concern about drinking too much, or the house has got paperwork all over it, or could be kind of out of the other side's mouth reinforcing the concern about Alzheimer's. That's just not in Nicole's mind, that this is a real deal to have to worry about. To be so worried about that you're going to do this at 4 o'clock in the morning, right? That's what you got to have. Not just a mild concern. That this, to me, and you're right. And you can get up the thing in probate. You call it a lucid moment, that you can kind of wave in and out. But if you have a lucid day and you know who everybody is, you can sign a will and it's valid because you understand what you're doing that day. The next day you might not be able to do a will because it's not a lucid moment. So that could be. Yep, she was having a lucid moment when they reenacted the interview in her bedroom, but you should see her on some other days. She can be quite up and down.
Yeah, and I just confirmed here, pulling up court documents, that the prosecution's amended witness list that was submitted on June 9th her biological son is on the prosecution's list, but now appears to be the first witness for the defense.
So when you list your witnesses, either side, you always say, here are my witnesses, plus I want the right to call anybody on the other side's list or anybody even mentioned in any police report. So you give this really broad, because if you don't list them, you generally can't call them.
And just to that point, Marsh, I have the printout from the defense. The defense mirrors the state's witness list and then adds the following persons who are not, including their private investigator. So, it's very much, I know the viewer won't be able to see that, but the defense mirrors the state's witness list, so they're entitled to call the son. It's just interesting that he's listed initially as a state witness here. Okay, well, we are about 3-4 minutes away, 3.5 minutes away from being able to bring that video to you as it's going on our 10-minute tape delay here. So there you go. They're already going, and again, as you mentioned before, you try to make a break once a witness is finished so that they don't have to return the next day in order to not allow the other side overnight to prepare more cross-examination. Certainly seen that happen in cases just based on the nature of it, but ideally you'd take a break between witnesses.
Exactly. So if I got a few extra questions, if I'm the defense lawyer, I'm going to be asking this son a few more questions to get us closer to 4:30 if I can. Because the court isn't going to make you start a witness with 15 minutes to go in the day.
Yeah, and then the same question about closing arguments is that you try to and I think even judges prefer too, if possible, to begin closing arguments at the beginning of a day. Is that your experience?
Yeah, because as you know, there are actually 3 closing arguments. The state goes first. Then the defense, we're the last state to change this rule, by the way, in the country. So there are a lot of states that used to let the defense go last. Now the state goes first, then the defense goes, then the state gets to get back up a second time and comment on issues that the defendant brought up, the defense lawyer brought up in closing. So there are 3 closing arguments that happen. And you want to start the day fresh so that everybody, in fairness to everybody, they listen, because as you know, some lawyers go really long on closings. I don't think that's a good thing to do. They're, with the aid of now with screens in the courtroom and being able to put documents up, you can make it a little more entertaining by walking back through things. They can show a close-up of the pry marks on the window or the flashlight or the sock on it, or all those kinds of things to make it a little more interesting for people. And then they get to take a break. Maybe they can choose when to go till. Sometimes these judges will say, "We're not sending you home till you want to go home." I've had juries go past midnight. They say, "Judge, we want to keep going."
Yeah,
and we want to, and we'll tell you. And this judge said, fine. So we sit at courthouses till 2 o'clock in the morning sometimes.
If they feel that they're getting closer and they'd rather finish versus have to return. And I have seen some trials where the closing arguments are after the lunch break, but then a number of them, though, is where they rest their case. Let's say it's early afternoon and the judge will say, we're done for the day so we could start fresh with closings in the morning, and that way it then goes to the jury presumably at lunchtime, and they can get going.
It's a natural timing.
That would be your experience, I'm guessing, too.
Yeah, because it frees up. You think about it. The jury, they're often in a room by themselves. You have one deputy that's watching them, outside the door. But other than that, it frees up everybody else to go on to other tasks they're doing. These judges, this judge might be in between breaks dealing with a motion on some other unrelated case, or doing other work, or making arrangements for this case is done, that they're starting the next case, or there's a lot of this is the only case going on in the county, so they have to keep everything else moving, and you're locking down a lot of people in court personnel when you have a jury trial. So you want to free them up to do other things.
All right. Well, we're going to have to stop there because we are about 15 to 20 seconds away from this resuming. Marsh, as always, thank you for your insights. It's very helpful.
Well, we'll see how this goes.
Okay.
Thanks much.
All right, well, we got about, 10 seconds or so till we resume. Again, the prosecution rested after calling 11 witnesses, and the first witness of the defense in the Nicole Mitchell trial is on the stand. We're bringing this to you on a 10-minute delay as requirements with their audiovisual coverage in Becker County Court. So I guess we're going there now as the defense begins presenting their witnesses.
Take a seat in the witness stand. Just follow the military direction, and there's a slight incline there, so be careful with your step. Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Keel.
Good afternoon.
I'm sorry, I'm kind of behind that glass. Would you state your full name for the record?
My name is Jonathan Andrew Keel.
All right. And Mr. Keel, where do you live?
I live in Plymouth, Minnesota.
Mr. Keel, do you know a Carol Mitchell?
Yes, I do.
And why do you know Carol Mitchell?
Carol Mitchell is my birth mother.
All right, Mr. Keel, that microphone is very sensitive, and it does pick up everything. If you're speaking into it at a very close distance, it picks up like your breath, and so we're not hearing you completely. So you can speak up, but just stay a little bit further away from the microphone. Okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ringstrom.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Keel, if you can't hear me, please let me know.
I can hear you.
Very good. Mr. Keel, do you know Nicole Mitchell?
Yes, I do.
And how do you know Nicole Mitchell?
I met Nicole Mitchell after I was reunited with my birth mother.
And again, your birth mother is Carol Mitchell, correct?
Yes.
All right. Approximately when did you meet Nicole Mitchell?
I met Carol Mitchell when, was the question when I met Carol or Nicole?
Well, I know I'd have to have the court reporter read it back, but let's start with when did you meet your birth mother, Carol Mitchell?
That was around 2003.
And then when did you meet Nicole Mitchell?
I don't recall exactly. I believe it was years later, maybe more, around 2008.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure.
But it was within some few years of your meeting your birth mother, Carol Mitchell. Is that true?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you remember where or how you met Nicole Mitchell?
No, I don't. I don't remember the first time that I actually met Nicole.
Did you ever see or interact with Nicole Mitchell in Carol Mitchell's presence?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Okay. How many times do you think that happened?
That has probably happened, to the best of my ability, I think maybe around 3 times. Yeah. That I've been with Carol and Rod and Nicole together. I can really kind of place right around 3 times.
Okay. But would it be fair to say, based on your testimony, that you've definitely met Nicole Mitchell in the past?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Keel, did you see Nicole Mitchell at Rod Mitchell's funeral?
Yes, I did.
Would you describe for the jury the circumstances of that? What just briefly that situation was like? And I'm asking more about whatever you may have interacted with Nicole Mitchell at that funeral.
Well, Rod's passing was sudden and very sad. And I remember being at the funeral, and I was there, to support Mom. It was tragic. She was really hurting. And I interacted with Nicole a few times at the funeral, just in condolences, watching her out of, concern. But there was a few words. I felt really bad for Nicole.
Okay. Mr. Keel, when you saw when you saw Nicole Mitchell at Rod Mitchell's funeral, did you and your mom, Carol Mitchell, and Nicole Mitchell all talk together?
I don't recall a conversation. I can somewhat picture standing together. I can picture us standing there waiting to walk in and for the funeral to begin.
Okay.
I don't remember any conversation that we had.
Mr. Keel, do you recall whether Carol Mitchell introduced you to Nicole Mitchell at that funeral?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you recall whether you and Nicole would have sort of, I don't know, exchanged a knowing look that maybe Carol didn't remember that the two of you had met before?
No, I don't recall that.
Mr. Keel, is it true that you and I haven't really had much contact with each other throughout this case?
No, we haven't.
Really, is it fair that the only contact we've had is maybe in the hall when I said when you may or may not testify?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And so is it fair that we didn't talk about what you may or may not testify to here today?
We did not talk about it.
Okay. Did you speak to a law enforcement investigator early on in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you have an opportunity to speak to someone from the prosecutor's office leading up to this trial?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to speak to an investigator from my office in the last few weeks?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I want to ask the question just to be clear so no one's confused. When you were at Rod Mitchell's funeral, did Carol Mitchell introduce you to Nicole Mitchell there as though the two of you had never met?
I don't recall that happening.
Okay. If you had said that at an earlier time to someone else, is it possible that you're not remembering it?
It would be quite striking. I'm that I wouldn't remember that. I mean, I honestly, I don't. I can picture the funeral, parts of it, but I don't recall. I recall Mom being nervous, sad, but I don't recall her introducing me to Nicole at this time. I can't pull it into my memory. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Mr. Keel, did you have any text exchanges with Nicole Mitchell about your mom, Carol Mitchell?
Yes, I imagine that I did. Yeah.
Mr. Keel, would you have texted with Nicole Mitchell about whether Carol Mitchell had exhibited any paranoia?
The only thing I remember in a text to Nicole was, what I remember is when Nicole was running for state senator.
Okay.
And I also remember a text where it was the first Father's Day after the loss of Rod, and I sent my condolences. But I don't remember really discussing Mom with Nicole in the text chain.
Your Honor, I'd like to turn on the screen for the witness at this time.
You may.
Mr. Keel, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as Defense Exhibit 203. I want you to read that and familiarize yourself with that. 203.
Right after meeting? Do you want me to read what's in green? What's in green?
Sir, I don't want you to read it out loud. I just want to read it to yourself. And then let us know when you've had a chance to read that.
I read that.
Okay. And then this is what is marked for identification as Exhibit 204. Would you read that?
I read it.
And then what's marked for identification as Defense Exhibit 205.
Okay.
Your Honor, at this time, I ask to introduce Exhibits 202, 3, and 4 into evidence. What?
Mr. McDonald?
No objection.
All right.
Yeah.
Exhibits.
And I spoke wrong. It's 203, 4, and 5. That was my mistake.
Mr. McDonald?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Exhibits 203, 204, and 205 are received.
Your Honor, I'd like permission to publish.
You may.
So this is the first one. That appears that the text is Nicole Mitchell's text to you. Is that accurate?
That's how it appears.
Okay.
For clarification, you said first one. Is this 203?
This is 203. Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize. So here on 203, we're seeing a couple of texts that Nicole sent to you. Does that look accurate, Mr. Keel?
That's what it looks like.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to read that, Mr. Keel.
It was fine. I'm always trying to juggle 3 things at once, so my texts are often a mess. LOL. Thank you for trying. I'm worried her Alzheimer's is starting to make her isolate more, and I've seen her start to get paranoid about things in a couple texts. So I'll keep working on any help I can provide her too.
And if we can go to 204. And if I can have you read that, sir.
Yeah, I've been seeing some improvement as we talk. Social interaction is very important in slowing progression. Linda and I call often. I can sense when the conversation creeps towards paranoia, and I do my best to counter. My grandson is in a school play, and Saturday I have a special Stephen, I'm guessing, ministry.
Yeah, this is fine. And then 205, Mr. Keel.
Do I just continue where that stopped?
Yes, sir.
My grandson is in a school play, and Saturday I have a special Stephen ministry meeting. I'll check with her again tonight how she is feeling about coming. If she isn't, I'll try and head there for a night or two. We'll let you know what I find out.
Mr. Keel, having had a chance to read this and reflect on it, you recall now communicating with Nicole Mitchell a bit about Carol Mitchell's paranoia.
Well, I believe that we communicated. I just don't remember the conversation that we had, and this has got to be accurate. So, I apologize.
Sure. And Mr. Keel, since the incident that we're all here to discuss, you really haven't had communication with Nicole Mitchell, is that accurate?
No.
Okay. So all of this would have happened before the incident?
It would have happened before the incident.
Okay. Yeah, we can take that down. Mr. Keel, and I apologize, did you say you live in Plymouth, Minnesota?
Yes.
All right. After Rod Mitchell's death, did you have an opportunity to take your mom, Carol Mitchell, to any doctor's appointments?
No.
Were you able to help your mom, Carol Mitchell, with any financial type concerns?
No, I didn't need to.
Okay. Mr. Keel, did you have an opportunity or decide to arrange for anyone else to help Carol Mitchell get to appointments?
I didn't have to. Mom has a good support group, so.
Okay.
I didn't have to ever arrange with anyone to get Mom to an appointment.
Mr. Keel, I want to ask you about your interview with Sergeant Glander. Do you remember maybe more than a year ago having a conversation with Sergeant Glander?
That was a while ago. Yeah, I remember talking to Sergeant Glander, Investigator Glander, on the phone.
Okay. Sergeant Glander, I think, asked you a lot of questions. Did he ask you if Carol had mentioned any disagreement with Nicole about Rod's ashes or a flannel shirt or other items?
Okay, so I'm not going to be able to recall the conversation that we had with Sergeant Glander, and I'm sorry. It was a long time ago.
I understand, sir.
I want to say that I can remember Sergeant Glander talking to me about Nicole wanting to retrieve her father's stuff, a flannel shirt and the ashes. I can remember a conversation about Sergeant Glander asking me about Nicole and Carol talking about that as well, but it's faint.
Okay. Do you remember what your answer was when Sergeant Glander asked you if Carol had mentioned any disagreement with Nicole over Rod's ashes, flannel shirt, or other items?
I don't remember exactly I don't remember what my responses were with Mr. Glander at this time anymore. It was just so long ago.
Sure.
I can't reliably reply to you what I said to Mr. Glander. But I did have it was a long interview that he had with me.
Now, you also spoke, as we talked about before, to an investigator from my office in the last few weeks. That's correct?
Yes, he called me when I was at work.
Okay. He asked you how often you would see Carol. Do you recall what your answer was?
I'm looking bad. I would guess, I can't say it exactly how I replied to him, what my reply was. Again, I'm sorry.
It's okay. If I told you that interview with that investigator was on June 27th of this year, a couple of weeks ago, does that sound about right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you recall if that investigator asked you if you would spend holidays together?
There was a mention of holidays.
So, did you spend holidays with them? And I mean Rod and Carol Mitchell?
We would meet after the holidays. I think I remember telling the investigator that Carol and Rod spent a lot of holidays with Rod's side of the family. Those were good holidays that they had.
Okay. Mr. Keel, I just want to circle back to one question, and I think that'll be enough. You didn't remember what you had said to the investigator about how often you saw Carol or see Carol. As you sit here today, how often do you think, on average, you see Carol?
I will see Carol, maybe one, just once out of every 2 months, 3 months. There's a lot of phone calls. There's a lot of phone conversations. But it's physical visits are probably about that much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Keel. I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you help me pronounce it right? Is it Keel or Cool?
It's Keel. My children like to call it, say Cool.
Mr. Keel, do you recall Carol Mitchell telling you what her intentions were for the late Mr. Mitchell's flannel shirt?
Carol had a flannel shirt of Rod's, and she intended for that to go to Nicole. She did tell me once that she thought maybe she would make a special comfort pillow out of the flannel.
For herself or for someone else?
For Nicole.
Do you recall discussing Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's diagnosis with Sergeant Glander?
I wish I could recall the interview with Sergeant Glander, and I don't trust my responses.
I understand.
Because it's been too long for me.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Keel. Are there certain things that, from your observations, that make Carol Mitchell's memory worse?
Yes.
And
yes.
What would those be?
High stress, trauma. Mom can be. She's very functional, and the Alzheimer's is there. It was slowly progressing, but if there's trauma, there was like the death of Rod was a huge hit. And then you see the short-term memory just is it's so difficult for her to recall short-term memory.
Do you recall how your mother described the home break-in, like in terms of what it did to her?
Yeah, she was terrified. She was shocked. It was very shocking. I was at work on a Monday morning, I believe, or morning, but yeah, it came as first a text, then a phone call, and the shock. Okay. And I was shocked.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Keel. Are you stressed out, or do you feel some stress testifying up there?
I do.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Ringstrom.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Keel, you may step down. Watch your step.
Counsel, is he released?
All right, that was just the testimony of Jonathan Keel, who is the biological son of Carol Mitchell, which is Nicole Mitchell's stepmother. He was initially on, or was on the prosecution witness list, but was not called. And you hear the defense saying that, talking to him in the hallway, just about whether he'd be called or not. That was the only conversation the defense had with him prior to putting him on the stand as the first defense witness, and purely kind of talking about the main point seemed to be to introduce just a couple quick text messages between him and Nicole Mitchell with concerns about Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's
and his
condition.
observations of his mom too there. But I'm sure they wanted those text messages in for their storyline, their narrative in this case.
To show that other people had mentioned about paranoia.
Yeah.
And really that was kind of the highlight of that, is that noticing her when her paranoia is creeping in. I try to do things to back her off of that. Beyond that, he said that he did not have to take mom to doctor's appointments or deal with finances. She's got a good support system around here in Detroit Lakes that deals with that.
And there had been a long gap in their lives. He had been put up for adoption. He lives down in the cities, 200 miles away from his mother.
Yeah.
So, this. Okay, yeah, we were wondering. We have just a few minutes of a break here, and what is happening now is the defense, which they're allowed to do in a trial, they have recalled a state witness, an investigator, Chad Glander. And if you'll remember that name from our coverage throughout the day, he is one of two witnesses who is not has objected to being on camera, which is his right. So we have to go into this window of time. We're told it's brief. It may be just 5 minutes of time.
Yeah.
But
yeah, so we've got less than 3 minutes now until we go back to the next defense witness that would be their third witness, which is a niece, Nancy Lund, Nicole Mitchell's aunt, presumably then the sister of her father, is on the stand now. So we've got a few minutes that we have to fill until we get to her, but just a couple of minutes and we'll resume that testimony. But Chad Glander, again, testifying today, middle of the day, for the prosecution, the defense calling him clearly as some sort of, not really a rebuttal witness, but to talk about, they had asked the biological son of Carol about his being interviewed by Chad Glander for this case, and he didn't really recall what he told him, even though it's in the reports, but didn't really recall things that he'd said to him.
And the defense can do this to get their sort of direct questions, because they're limited to what they can cross-examine on. When he's a state witness, now he comes over as a defense witness, and they can get in some of these questions they may have about the son's son's
about what the son had told the investigators. Correct. And that interview was just, I think he said in June, so pretty recent. And so we'll get to that's essentially what they're going to talk about, because he couldn't really remember the comments he'd made to the investigator.
And I'm curious now, because we're going to get to an aunt, and remember, as we hear from Carol Mitchell's side of the family, the conversations that she felt she was being taken advantage of, the thing people were going behind her back, specifically Nicole and the aunts. So now we are going to hear from Nicole's side in terms of how this family dynamic was stacked up of, Carol Mitchell's side of the family, the niece, the goddaughter, who power of attorney. We heard her testimony. Now we're going to hear, as we get closer to the defendant, we're going to hear this aunt that apparently is they're sort of, I don't want to say scheming, but they're together as they're trying to deal with their late loved one's spouse.
Because Carol Mitchell had said to officers in the body camera video, and I believe her niece had testified to this too, is that she was suspicious that Nicole and the aunts, who are her late husband's sisters, had removed documents from the home.
Documents, exactly.
And that they were after money, but there was a tin box that was missing and some documents. So as she said to the officers when Nicole Mitchell was discovered in the basement, that she's here after money, and she said something initially about, you stole documents from me, and Nicole says, I didn't take any documents from you. So she had mentioned something about the Rod sisters here. So presumably that's what we'll get into here in terms of that, as you mentioned, the family dynamic. Mm-hmm. All right, well, we are about 15 seconds or so from being able to resume. Again, this is the trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell, certainly a high-profile case because of her role as a state senator and sort of the drama it created at the state capitol, too, prior to this legislative session. And here now we resume court in this felony burglary trial of Nicole Mitchell with Nancy Lund taking the stand for the defense.
Mr. DeCray.
Before I begin asking you questions, I want to just give you 2 words of warning based on the trial. That's a very sensitive microphone. If you get too close, you're going to hear some feedback, and then we'll have to have you stop and watch for that. So please stay a little bit back, and you can speak fine. It'll catch you just like I am. And second, when you're testifying today, please, as best you can, say the first and last name of the people that you're testifying about. It's difficult for me as well, but I'm going to do my best, so please do that as well. Will you please state your name for the record?
Nancy Lund.
Ms. Lund, we'll have you slide just still a little bit further forward there. You're a little soft-spoken. We want you to speak up and hear, but there's a perfect distance between yourself and that microphone.
Okay.
So, and we'll find it.
I did my best. Can you spell your last name, please?
L-U-N-D.
Where do you live, Miss Lund?
Moorhead, Minnesota.
What is your relationship to Nicole Mitchell?
Nicole is my niece.
How long have you known Carol Mitchell?
Over 40 years.
Over that time frame, how often did you see Rod and Carol Mitchell?
Probably over the last 20 to 25 years, probably at least 10 times a year. They would come in for a lot of holidays and a lot of family events.
To your knowledge, did Rod and Carol Mitchell spend holidays with Carol's family?
They may have very early in their marriage, but I'd say for the last 20 to 25 years, they never missed a holiday at my house or my parents' house.
At some point, did you learn about Carol Mitchell having medical issues?
Yes. Give me a second to recall a date. So it would have been in about Thanksgiving of 2022. Over that time period when they were in, Carol had mentioned that she had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's and had talked about going in for another medical appointment in 6 months for that.
Did that surprise you?
It did. We hadn't talked about any other medical issues before that.
I'm sorry, did you say it did or it didn't?
It did surprise me, yes.
Why did it surprise you?
I just hadn't heard her talk about that before.
Now, you mentioned earlier that you are Nicole Mitchell's aunt.
Yes.
Would that make you Rod Mitchell's sister?
Yes, Rod was my sister, was my brother.
It's okay. Did you have any conversations with Rod Mitchell about Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's diagnosis? Before you heard about the diagnosis Thanksgiving of 2022?
No.
After Rod Mitchell died, did you try to help Carol Mitchell with anything?
Yes. Immediately after Rod Mitchell's death, my sister and I went down and helped Carol immediately with all the funeral planning, all that type of stuff. So we're with her quite a bit that first week. And then during that period, we're always asking, anything you need, Carol, we're here for you, we'll help you. And the one need that she had brought up was that she had never paid bills or done any of the financial end of things in the 40 years she'd been married to Rod. And so I said, well, that's right up my alley. I have a 40-year career in finance and accounting and things like that. So I stepped in at her request and started helping with those type of things.
Did helping Carol Mitchell have anything to do with your brother Rod Mitchell? Feelings of loyalty or responsibility?
Would you repeat that, please?
Yes. When you stepped in and helped Carol Mitchell, as you just testified to, did that have to do with anything related to your relationship with your brother, Rod Mitchell?
Absolutely. I mean, that would be what Rod would want us to do. Absolutely. And I love Carol too, so it's just a natural to step up and help the people that, family members and people you love. It's just a natural thing you do.
Did you ever meet with Carol Mitchell's attorney as a part of this post-Rod Mitchell death and the resolution of his estate?
Yes.
What did you discuss when you met with that lawyer?
During the month of April of 2023, I helped Carol compile all of her financial papers. So we had kind of a balance sheet that we went through and compiled everything. We rounded up everything. And the purpose of going to her attorney, she picked the attorney, it's somebody local in town here. And the purpose was twofold. The first was to figure out if Rod's estate needed to go through probate, and because as far as we knew, there wasn't a will. And the second was to set things up for her own will, because she didn't have one either. So there's twofold purpose in going and meeting with him. And I did go to the initial meeting with her attorney, and he started the ball rolling on all those issues.
Now, when you and Carol Mitchell went to that meeting, did you bring any documents with you?
Yes, I compiled all of her financials into one document, kind of a balance sheet type thing. We listed all of her assets, all that type of stuff. We listed all of Rod's possible heirs and things like that. We clarified relationships between Carol and Nicole, and between, do I need to use the last name?
The best you can.
Between Nicole Mitchell and Jonathan Keel. So we also included that too, to clarify that what the relationship was there.
Did you bring any document related to the home that Carol and Rod Mitchell shared?
Carol had a pile of documents, probably, if I recall, it might have been an inch or inch and a half thick, that we'd compiled, and she took one of those being the deed to the house. So that did go with us. She had, we'd put everything into like a tote bag and taken it with to the attorneys.
And what was the reason for taking the deed of the house to the attorneys?
That was taken along because one of the first steps, because Carol and Rod were both listed as owners of the house, the attorney could easily then take that deed and have it updated with just Carol's name on it. So that deed was left with the attorney that day.
Now, I'd like to turn your attention back to Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's diagnosis. After you learned of it, did you ever witness any evidence of forgetfulness or confusion by Carol Mitchell?
During the period of time, the month after Rod Mitchell's death, many times I could tell she was having problems remembering things. She had difficulty, the biggest one that was of concern to me was we had gone to the attorney. She had started all the paperwork, so she was, working on Rod's estate. She was working on her will and things like that. She was to go back and pick up that paperwork on the first drafts of those documents 2 or 3 days later. And as I talked with her later, she didn't remember that she'd even gone to see the attorney. And another 3 or 4 weeks later again, too, we had another text conversation, I think, where she just didn't remember that she'd already got this stuff started.
You just referenced a text conversation. Did you take screenshots of those text messages?
Yes, I did.
And did you provide the screenshots of those text messages to Nicole's attorneys?
Yes, I did.
Ms. Lund, I'm going to show you a series of documents marked as Exhibits 279, 280, 281, and 282. They should appear on the screen right in front of you. There's going to be 4 different documents, and so we'll have to go one at a time. So I'm going to be showing you first 279. Now I'm going to show you 280, then 281.
Can we slow down, Counsel?
Yep, I'm sorry.
We go back one?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
and then 282. Ms. Lund, are these a complete and accurate representation of your conversation with Carol that you just referenced?
Yes.
Carol Mitchell, I apologize.
Yes.
Have the screenshots you just saw ever been altered?
No.
Who are the communicators on that text message thread?
The green is me, and the gray is Carol.
Carol Mitchell?
Carol Mitchell, I'm sorry.
It's okay, it's very difficult for me too. How do you know the person on the other end of the messages is Carol Mitchell?
I've got her phone number in my phone directory, and I've talked to her many times.
Did these messages cause you alarm?
Yes.
Did you respond to Carol Mitchell shortly after receiving or reading them?
Yes, most of the time I responded after I saw it. I would normally try to respond to her within a short period of time.
Were you still alarmed or concerned when you responded?
Yes, yes.
What effect did these messages have on you?
Concern for Carol, and that she was just having a lot of trouble trying to keep things together, and concerned that she would be a vulnerable adult that could be taken advantage of.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer Exhibits 279 through 282 into evidence and request permission to publish them.
Mr. McDonald. No objection, Your Honor. All right. Exhibits 279, 280, 281, and 282 are received. You may publish.
So, as we discussed when it was just on your screen, there's going to be 4 messages, and the reason for that is when you screenshot, it goes vertical, and so you kind of cut things off, and it's a little bit wonky. I wish we could do a full one long scroll, but we can't. So what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to read those. Before you do, please reorient who the color of each person talking is, and when you're done, you'll see at the bottom that part is cut off. And so when you see the next text message, you can just jump on from there. There's going to be some overlap because that's how screenshots work. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. So before you read, and you might have to turn back to the microphone, you can read them it's still on your screen, I believe.
Okay.
So you don't have to worry about that part. We kind of have them all over. But please tell us who the colors are, and then you can begin reading.
The green is me, and the gray is Carol. So Carol answered, "Thank you, pretty flowers." And then that was one day. Another day, she's again asking me, "Who took the deed to my house? It was in a metal box, and now there's hardly anything in there. My lawyer will be here day after tomorrow." And me responding back, "Most of the house papers are behind the blue or green pillow in second bedroom. The deed may be there with the papers we clipped together to take to the lawyer. I have a couple more forms filled out, the letter for American Express, and some background info. Would tomorrow work, I think? Would tomorrow, Monday?" Work. Oh, okay, that's the same one. Oh, and Carol responding, I forgot the green pillow spot, and there it is. Just trying to make light of the situation, and I would respond, "Just call me your backup memory," and she did that a few different times. And then, tomorrow would be okay, backup memory lady. And then I responded, "I have a meeting at church at noon, so I would be out about 2:30.
And this is the last one.
Me and green again. We can move it to next week if you prefer. "Your will was on the table yesterday." Carol responding, "Do you mean the health care directive? I haven't made a will yet. I am going to do that with Charlie."
Now this is the last text of the exhibits we just offered, but to your knowledge, who is named Charlie?
Charlie is the local attorney that she was using.
Do you remember his last name by chance?
I believe it's Charles Ramstead.
Thank you. Please unpublish, Your Honor. Thank you. What about passwords, Ms. Lund? Did Carol Mitchell ever have forgetfulness related to a book containing passwords of hers?
Yes, she had a little green, no, I don't know if it was blue or green, I forget, but about a 2x3 spiral bound at the top notebook where she had many, many, many pages of passwords, and if she changed passwords, she'd cross one out and then she'd rewrite it. I think she had 2 different notebooks, and that's how she remembered all her passwords for going online and accessing her financial papers online.
Did you have text messages between yourself and Carol Mitchell about this password book?
Yes, we would. When she misplaced it, once in a while she would ask me if I knew where it was. Once in a while I would be able to tell her the last place I'd seen it. And sometimes I didn't know where it was. And she would then find it later and she would let me know that she found it.
Did you take screenshots of those text messages?
Yes.
And again, did you provide the screenshots of those text messages to Nicole's attorneys?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of documents marked Exhibits 277 and 278. They're going to go back up on the screen just like we did last time. We'll go through it the same way. Can you see those? And I will also wait so that Mr. McDonald can see them too. Are these a complete and accurate representation of your conversation with Carol that you just referenced?
Yes.
Have the screenshots ever been altered?
No.
Who, again, are the communicators on this text message thread?
Carol Mitchell is the gray, I am the green.
Now, I know this may sound redundant, but how do you know the person on the other end of the message is Carol Mitchell?
Carol's in my phone directory, and I've called her many times at that number.
And what effect do these messages have on you?
It again concerned me, with the things that she was having difficulty with.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer Exhibits 277 and 278 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Mr. McDonald. No objection, Your Honor. Exhibits 277 and 278 are received. You may publish.
So let's do the same thing that we did with the previous series of exhibits. Please note who the colors are. I know just to make sure the record is clear. And then please read, and when we continue down, we'll go to the next one. There's only 2 exhibits this time.
Okay. Carol is texting me, took care of the license tabs for my car. Rod's truck has new tabs. Stop in at Wells Fargo to meet the new guy that worked with Rod before. I will contact you about any questions about stuff that is baffling me. Do you have, supposed to be my 2 little blue notebooks with all my passwords? My response was no, but last week you found them in your top desk drawer. Carol's text, no luck finding them. Guess I will have to call them. Did we make that change from Rod's card to my card to pay the bill?
You can unpublish, Your Honor, please. Ms. Lund, now I'd like to direct your attention towards an incident involving Carol Mitchell during a trip to Walmart. Do you recall that incident?
Yes.
Can you explain that incident to the jury, please?
I believe it was sometime in April of 2023, and Carol sent me texts on it, and she was going to Walmart, so she made the trip there, and she went into the store, and then she forgot her list in the car, so she went back out to the parking lot to get her list, and she unlocked her car and got in, and then she realized it wasn't her car. And so she got out and looked around, and she found her car 2 or 3 different spaces down. But the thing she was really confused about was how her key worked in the other car to let her in.
Now, I know when you just testified, you mentioned that those were text messages. And again, did you take screenshots of those text messages?
Yes.
And did you provide those screenshots of those text messages to Nicole's attorneys?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of documents marked as Exhibits 273, 274, 275, and 276. They'll come up on that screen. Mr. McDonald will be able to see it too, and we will slowly go one by one. I'll wait for you to pull your eyes up and to hear from Mr. McDonald. Go ahead. Yep. I'm good. Okay. Okay. Are these a complete and accurate representation of your conversation with Carol Mitchell that you just referenced?
Yes.
Having gone through the other foundational a few other times, I'm going to skip through and ask this to be offered as Exhibits 273 through 276 and request permission to publish, Your Honor.
No objection. All right. 273, 274, 275, and 276 are received.
Then when I got to Walmart and was just about in the store, I realized I forgot my shopping list, went back to my little green car, hit the door unlock, and hopped in. And it wasn't my car. OMG. I jumped back out and saw my car about 3 more down. Exact same color, but mine is a Ford Escape and the other was a Subaru. How could my key open the other one? Freaky. My response, OMG, maybe you should let Butch give you a ride tomorrow.
We can unpublish, Your Honor. Ms. Lunt, who's Butch?
Butch is my brother-in-law. He's married to my sister, Cindy.
Why did you offer that to Carol Mitchell?
She was coming in for, I think this was Easter of 2023, and she was coming in to spend Easter with us, and we didn't want her driving out of town by herself. So he made the trip out, picked her up, and brought her, and then I think maybe Nicole took her back home at the end of the Easter celebration that we had.
We may ask some questions about that in a moment, but reorienting you just very briefly to the text message related to the Walmart incident, how did you feel after reading those text messages about Carol Mitchell and her trip to Walmart?
Still concerned about her, how big of an effect the Alzheimer's was having on her, having just lost her husband, my brother Rod Mitchell, and thinking some of her difficulties were going to be more apparent going forward as long as Rod was no longer there to compensate for some of the struggles she was having.
I appreciate you providing me with a transition in my questioning. I want to now talk about your statement earlier that Rod and Carol Mitchell had come to either your home or your parents' home in Moorhead for holidays with the Mitchell family over the past 30 years. Has Carol ever driven to your house to come to one of those holidays? Carol Mitchell, I apologize.
Carol Mitchell, if Rod Mitchell and Carol Mitchell were both coming in, normally Carol drove because Rod worked in town, lived in Detroit Lakes, worked in town, and he drove that route 5 days a week. And so if they went somewhere on weekends, normally Carol would do the driving because he'd had his fill of driving during the week.
I don't want to make you estimate, but would it be fair to say that Carol Mitchell drove to your house or your mother's house in Moorhead more than 10 times?
Probably more than 10 times in a year, yes.
Okay. So many times?
Many times over the duration, yes.
After Rod Mitchell's death, did there come a time where Carol Mitchell began to have trouble getting to your house in her car?
Yes, there were 2 incidences where she called me, where she was coming to my house, and she called me. She'd made it as far as Fargo-Moorhead, but then got lost in town. And so she called, and I was able then to direct her via the phone to have her come to my house in South Moorhead.
Did you take a screenshot of the record of that phone call from Carol Mitchell to you?
Yes, I did.
I don't know if that picked up on your...
Yes. Oh, yes, I did.
Thank you. I just want to make sure. And did you provide the screenshot of that phone call to Nicole Mitchell's attorneys?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you a document marked as Exhibit 323. It's up on your screen and Mr. McDonald's screen. Can you see that?
Yes.
Is this a complete and accurate record of your screenshot regarding the November 2023 phone call?
Yes, that would have been the day after Thanksgiving in November of 2023 when she came in.
Has it been modified at all?
No, it has not.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer Exhibit 323 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Mr. McDonald.
No objection.
All right. Exhibit 323 is received. You may publish. Just for clarification for the court reporter myself, 323.
Yes, Your Honor, 323. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Now, this is a different... Would you orient us to who the colors are on this screenshot and explain, after reading that bottom message, who that was to?
So that text was to private investigator hired by Nicole Mitchell, and we'd had a phone conversation, and I followed up with a couple texts, or most of the texts, to him. So this was after the original conversations with him. Yeah, in this case, I think he's in blue and I'm in gray.
And above the message that you send to him, that is the screenshot from the day that Carol Mitchell called you when she was lost on her way to your home for Thanksgiving.
Yes, the day after Thanksgiving.
And you mentioned, I'm sorry, Your Honor, you can unpublish that exhibit, please. Before we just showed you that exhibit, I believe your testimony was that this happened 2 different times. One, we can see from that testimony, is November of 2023. Can you place the other one of when it might have happened?
I believe it was in October of 2023.
Why do you believe that?
I was able to find a phone record for it.
Did Carol Mitchell and Rod Mitchell ever get lost on their way to your home before Rod Mitchell passed away?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, you testified to this earlier, but I'd like to ask you to repeat it because I think it makes more sense in context now. Did there ever come a point where you or your family made different arrangements for Carol Mitchell to get to your house to attend a holiday at the Mitchells in Moorhead?
We talked about the one in Easter in 2023 in April, where we went out, or Butch, my brother-in-law, went out and picked her up, and Nicole brought her home. There may have been other family gatherings that we did something similar, where somebody picked her up and somebody else took her home.
This may sound obvious, I don't mean it to be, but why did you decide to do that, or why did your family have that conversation amongst yourselves and come to that conclusion?
Because we thought she was struggling with driving and was a risk to herself in driving outside of DL. Safer to drive inside DL, but when she's out on the road, we had more concerns.
Now I'd like to discuss any additional symptoms of Alzheimer's that you began to notice in Carol Mitchell after Rod Mitchell's death. Was Carol Mitchell exhibiting any additional symptoms besides forgetfulness and getting lost that we've already discussed?
Yes.
What was that?
Paranoia. Paranoia.
Thank you. Can you give the jury some examples in your experience with Carol Mitchell at that time where she was exhibiting paranoia?
So as I said earlier, I helped her pretty extensively during the month of April 2023, put together all her financial papers and went to the attorney with her and all those sort of things. But then she started accusing me and my sister and Nicole Mitchell of stealing papers out of her house. So that theme came up and recurred several times throughout, from the time from April of 2023 through the end of 2023, where out of the blue I'd get a text that says, something, it'd be a text that's like, well, where are my papers? You took them, bring them back. And each time I would carefully take a few minutes and realize that it was part of her paranoia and part of her Alzheimer's, and then very carefully respond to her. My response was normally, Carol, I know, you've got some paranoia going on with that, and that's why I've been very careful to not take anything out of your house. I'd had an experience with another family member where they always thought somebody, not me, but somebody else was taking stuff. It was always the same story over and over and over again. So I just thought she was exhibiting that same thing was stuck in her mind, that I took papers. And so I just very carefully try to walk through that with her and tell her we didn't have them. But it kept coming up throughout the months.
Were those conversations memorialized in text messages?
Yes.
Did you take a screenshot of those text messages? Did you provide a screenshot of those messages to Nicole's attorneys?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of documents marked as exhibits 304, 305, 306, and 307. They'll come on the screen as they have all of these times before, and we will look at them one at a time. Please tell me when you are ready to go to the next proposed exhibit. You're asking me or the ladies? Both. I just want to be respectful of both of you guys. I'm good here. Okay.
All right, exhibits 304, 305, 306, and 307 are received, and you may publish.
Ms. Lund, please orient the jury to the colors, and then we will read them aloud, please.
Carol Mitchell is in the gray. I am in the green. This one is in May of 2023. Carol's saying you have not returned any of the files you took from the tin box, noticeably the financial forms, most especially the ones where Rod wrote out his wishes across the top should he pass on. My lawyer wants them ASAP. My response, good morning, Carol. As I said before, I was very diligent about making sure I never took anything out of your house. Everything I helped with was left at your house with notes attached. Are you referring to the bound book that Rod had written in? You showed it to me early on, but again, I never took anything out of your house. I'm sorry you're having difficulty finding it. You put all your house-related papers from the metal box behind the pillows in the second bedroom. Maybe you put it in there too. I'm so sorry. Says, I'm so sorry I've failed you in this process. I can't imagine the pain you're going through. I'm sorry.
Take your time, Ms. Lund.
Nicole says she never had any of those forms. So I guess it was you and Cindy that removed them. Whatever, I need them back. Oops, I sent that last one just before yours came in. I will keep searching.
You can unpublish these, Your Honor. Ms. Lund, I can't help but notice that you were emotional at the end of that. Can you explain why?
I knew it was her disease that was talking there and not herself. We'd always had a good relationship, so I knew that and I felt sorry for her and that I couldn't help anymore.
Had you ever taken papers out of Carol Mitchell's home?
Never. Let me correct. May I correct?
Yes, please.
Preparing for Rod Mitchell's funeral, Cindy and I think Jonathan Keel and I loaded up all the things we were taking to the funeral home. So we took boxes of pictures and memorabilia and all those type of things, loaded them in our cars, picture boards and everything, took them to the funeral home, brought them back home again, unloaded them all. And that was the only papers I would have hauled around.
Did Carol Mitchell have any fears or concerns related to her bank accounts?
Yes. We had talked about, earlier I talked about her little book of passwords and things like that, so she had those going on. And, you know, probably one of my goals was, you know, knowing she had Alzheimer's, knowing that sometimes people with Alzheimer's end up having trouble getting their bills paid on time and things like that. So one of my goals for her would have been to get everything set up on automatic payments so she didn't do anything like get behind on a utility bill and get her electricity shut off or something like that. I've had experience with those type of things. So my goal was to more automate and auto pay for as much as I could so she didn't have problems. But Carol's paranoia, I think, had stepped in, and she didn't want anything on auto pay. She wanted the bills coming to her at her house. She wanted to pay them, and she didn't want the internet in her house anymore.
After Rod Mitchell died, do you recall ever seeing Carol Mitchell use laptop computers in her home?
When I was out there helping her, I would use the laptop a little bit. But that's the only experience, I guess. I haven't seen her close to a laptop.
In the months leading up to the incident in this case, did Carol Mitchell's behavior towards you and the Mitchell family change?
Yes.
How so?
for the last, 25 years, I mean, Carol and Rod had come and spent every holiday with us. We were close, saw them a lot, and Carol had talked about the discord between her and her sister. I think she hadn't had a relationship with her sister for the last 20 or 25 years. She used to go there for holidays and things, but there had been some fracturing in that relationship. And then all of a sudden after Rod died, Carol did a 180. So she turned and all of a sudden started nurturing or things with her family, and we became the family that she was having difficulty with. So it was just like a 180. The last 25 years where she didn't participate with her family was now completely different.
Now, you just mentioned Carol Mitchell's sister. Who are you referring to when you say that?
I know her first name only. I don't remember her last name.
And what is her first name?
Dee.
Okay. Do you know if Dee has any children who are related to this case?
There are two daughters. I remember meeting them at Rod Mitchell's funeral. Pam is the first name of one. I don't recall the other one.
That's okay. So, directing you back towards Carol Mitchell's increased paranoia. We looked at text messages earlier that were from March of 2023. Did you receive any other texts from Carol Mitchell after that time that were of a similar vein?
Of the paranoia?
Yes.
Occasionally through the following months, I'd get another text asking, where are my documents? Bring them back, and things like that. My attorney wants them. He wants them right now. And at one time I called her attorney and I said, hey, I'm concerned. I mean, she's not remembering things. She's telling me you're asking for documents. And I'm going, what documents are you looking for from me? Because I don't have any. And the response was just something like, well, if you have any.
I'm going to object to narrative.
Oh, sorry.
Sustained.
Sorry.
Don't be sorry. Let me try to drill down a little bit so we avoid a long answer. Did Carol Mitchell make a significant accusation against you in December of 2023?
Yes.
And was it by text message?
Yes, it was.
Did you take screenshots of that text message?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide the screenshots to Nicole Mitchell's attorneys? Oh, sorry, it moved on you.
Yes, I did.
I'm now going to show you two documents marked Exhibits 310 and 311, 310 and 311. Can you see them on your screen?
Yes.
Sorry. Are these a complete and accurate representation of your conversation with Carol that you just referenced?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer Exhibits 310 and 311 into evidence and request permission to publish.
No objection.
All right. Exhibit 310 and 311 are received, and you may publish.
This will be the last time I ask you to do this. I know that these text messages are difficult, so take your time, but please orient the jury to the colors and read the text as you can.
Okay. Carol is in gray. Mine is in green. So this was early in December 2023. Good morning, Nancy. Oh, this is also, I hadn't dealt with...
Your Honor, I'm going to object. There's no question here.
Sustained.
Okay.
Please read this first and I can ask some questions afterwards.
Good morning, Nancy, or maybe it's not. Just came from my lawyer's office again. I would have thought that you loved your brother enough to honor his wishes. And those forms that you stole from my house, where Rod had specifically stated his wishes, should be honored. Being you had no financial stake in them, I can only assume you gave them to Nicole. And being Nicole has flatly stated that she believes my son has no right to any monies, I take that as proof. Apparently neither you or Nicole loved Rod enough to...
Would it say honor his wishes?
Honor his wishes, yeah.
You can unpublish, Your Honor. Now, before you started reading that, we drew an objection because there wasn't a question asked. But I think the question is, had you talked to Carol Mitchell at all before she sent you that text message?
I had not dealt with Carol with anything financial since late April or early May of 2023. And this text message came out of the blue.
How did the text message make you feel?
Terrible.
Without getting too into a narrative, can you explain that a bit more?
I still knew it was the disease talking, but it hurt so bad that she would say that about me not loving my brother. That I never texted her again.
Why did you stop texting her?
Because it hurt me so bad that she would think that I didn't love my brother.
After Carol Mitchell sent you this text in December of 2023, did she reach out by text again?
No.
To your knowledge, was Carol Mitchell pulling away from any other of the Mitchell family?
She was pulling away from all the Mitchell family.
Overall, based on all of the time you spent with Carol and Rod Mitchell, how much of a difference was it in terms of where Carol Mitchell was before Rod's death and where she was now in December of 2023 after sending you that message?
She was completely different than we had known her to be. You know, she normally would come in, we'd have nice family time, we'd have gatherings. She would, come in whenever Nicole was in town. She normally would come up. She'd love and kiss on the grandchildren, and none of that was happening anymore. She was cold. She was cold.
To your knowledge, did any of the non-Mitchells, meaning Carol Mitchell's other side of the family, keep track of Carol Mitchell's Alzheimer's or how it was progressing?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
Would you like me to repeat the question?
Mm-hmm.
To your knowledge and in your experience with Carol Mitchell, do you know if any of the non-Mitchells, meaning Carol Mitchell's other side of the family, were keeping track of her Alzheimer's and how it was progressing?
I don't know.
Has Carol Mitchell ever communicated with you about that side of the family or not being close to that side of the family?
Yes.
Can you talk about that some?
She would mainly talk about her sister Dee, I don't know her last name, and the big rift that had come between them, and it was twofold, the things that she talked about. And even in the month of April of 2023, when I was helping Carol and we'd take a break from what we're doing and we'd go to lunch or things like that, she would talk about Dee on occasion. And the 20-year rift, she said, were the right result of two different things. First of all, Dee, took all of their parents' estate, so Carol apparently didn't, according to Carol didn't get anything of her parents' estate. Dee took it all. That was the first thing. And Carol said when she went looking for the baby she gave up at birth, that Dee was very opposed to that, and that also caused a rift between her and Dee. So a combination of those two things was why Carol no longer had a relationship with her sister.
So let's talk about the son that Carol Mitchell was reunited with. What do you know about Jonathan Keel? When did you meet him?
I met him after Rod died.
After Rod Mitchell died, did you ever attempt to acquire any of his things?
During the process, when Carol was cleaning things out and trying to get through things and things like that, one of her homework from her attorney was to make a list of things within the house, who gets what in her house. And so I thought I was going to be helping her with that, but I wasn't. And so a couple different times she would text. I think she offered up a couple things of Rod's to our family members. I think a fringe jacket and a Minnesota Vikings jacket were the two things she offered up. And then an oak buffet that she'd had at her house that belonged to my parents and my grandparents before that, I believe. So she had offered those up, and continually, several times throughout the months, I'd asked her if there would be a point in time when we, meaning my remaining family, could come down and go through Rod's things if there was, to see if there's anything we wanted. Her answer was always, "Oh yeah, yep, I'll get things rounded up when I get things sorted out." And it was always, "This is things that you don't want anymore, Carol. It's, if you don't want them and you're going to give them away or something like that, we would like to have that opportunity." Yep, when I get things organized, I'll let you know. Well, that time never came. She had, I'd say 3 or 4 reminders.
And Ms. Lund, let me just jump into.
Yep.
If Carol Mitchell was not giving them to you or the people that she said she would, do you know where she was giving them or what she was doing with those items?
She was giving them away to other people or donating them.
I'd like to shift gears a little bit away from Carol Mitchell to Nicole Mitchell. Do you have an opinion as to Nicole Mitchell's character for greediness?
I believe Nicole is a very trustworthy, honest person. She's been a hardworking person all her life. She's created her own life. I mean, she's very professional, very accomplished. And what was the other part of your question?
I only asked for your opinion about her character for greed or desire for money.
I don't think that money is what drives her. I mean, she's had her choice in her career of the things she likes. She does, and she picks the things she likes to do. And I don't think money was a priority even when she decided to have a family. She left some pretty high profile positions and was secure enough financially to move back to Minnesota and raise her family here because that's where she wanted to be. Family was more important than money at that point.
And I want to be very careful with this. I don't want you to give any opinion as to anything related to the allegations in this case. So please do not offer any opinion about that, okay? That being said, do you have an opinion as to Nicole's character for being caring or caring about other people's well-being generally?
Yes, I believe she's a very caring person, and a lot of times you would see that through some of the work that she chose or her volunteer work that she chose. I think a lot of it was very children oriented, and she did that kind of caring. And she cares for her family.
Based on that knowledge, and again with the caveat that I don't want you to talk about anything related to this case, what do you think Nicole's motives were regarding her dealings with Carol generally after Rod's death?
I'm going to object to speculation, Your Honor.
Approach.
Ms. Lund, I'd like to talk a little bit about your perception of Carol Mitchell and Nicole Mitchell's relationship. What was it like in your experience?
Sometimes it was rocky, I think, as any daughter and a mother, would be. But most of the time when I saw them together, there was always a hug and everything that went on. So I think they, worked through their difficulties or differences. And I think it was a pretty normal mother-daughter type relationship.
And what about Nicole Mitchell's children, which would be Carol Mitchell's grandchildren? To your knowledge, did Carol Mitchell see those grandchildren frequently?
Yes.
Did it become less frequent after Nicole Mitchell adopted her second son?
Yes. Prior to adopting the second son, I think when the first son was there, when Nicole would come to the area, I guess, she would many times spend a night or two at Rod and Carol's house, and then she would probably come into town and spend a night at my house too. After the second boy came into play, who was, I believe, just a foster child at that point, I believe that Nicole was told that they weren't welcome to spend the nights at her father's house anymore. And so she came just as frequently, but spent nights at my house.
Despite these ups and downs and this changing relationship after her second son was adopted, do you still believe that Nicole had genuine concern for Carol's well-being, Carol Mitchell's well-being?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Nicole is a caretaker at heart. That's the type of person she's going to be. She has, and I think that, would you ask the question one more time, please?
Absolutely. you testified to some incidents of rocky relationship between Carol Mitchell and Nicole Mitchell. And I'm asking, despite that, it seems as though your testimony is that you still believe that Nicole Mitchell had Carol Mitchell's well-being in mind. I'm asking why you think that.
I think that because I believe that Nicole loved Carol and still does. And I also feel that she, being a caretaker, that her father, Rod Mitchell, would want her to make sure that Carol is well taken care of. And I think she felt an obligation, not only love, but an obligation to take care of a family member.
Now I'd like to direct your attention to the time period of 2023 and 2024. Overall, was that a difficult year or an easy year for the Mitchell family?
Very difficult.
Can you tell us about why that is, or what happened to make it so difficult?
We experienced a lot of loss that year, so it started with my brother Rod Mitchell in March of 2023. We lost a family member. My 39-year-old niece passed away in September of 23. And then in December of 23, my older sister, Julie Bradley, passed away. And within a couple days of that, my ex-husband passed away within a couple days there at the same time.
Can you explain a little more about how your ex-husband passed away?
He was elderly. He had been sick, and he lived by himself in a small condo in Moorhead. And our two children are in town there, and so they were probably his main people that were looking after him. And he must have had a fall, and one of my children had to, when their father wasn't responding to phone calls or texts anymore, they had to go and check on him, and they found that he had fallen, and I don't know if it was 1 or 2 days before they found him. And that was a very traumatic experience, to have to go to his house and open a door and walk in and not know, what condition they were going to find him in. Very traumatic for one of my children.
Did Nicole know about this?
Yes, I'm sure we talked about it over Christmas that year.
What effect did this death have on the family related to your concerns about Carol Mitchell?
She's elderly. She's living on her own. She wasn't returning texts or phone calls. And so those type of possibilities come to mind.
Now, when you think of Nicole Mitchell's personality and behavior, would you consider her more of a doer, someone who takes charge, or more of a passive person?
She would be a doer.
And how did that trait of being a doer affect Nicole's interactions with Carol Mitchell after Rod Mitchell's death?
One of the things we were concerned about would be the progression of the disease. If you're fairly, if it's early in the diagnosis and you've got time to do things or get things organized and things like that, that's the time to do them rather than waiting until the disease progresses. And I know one of the areas that Nicole researched and had some tough discussions, I think, with Carol on was, where do you want to be when the disease progresses so that you can't be on your own anymore? Where do you want to be? Do you want to be in Detroit Lakes? Do you want to be down in the cities where Nicole Mitchell and Jonathan Keel were? does she want to, what kind of environment does she want to be in? And so I know Nicole had some conversations with her, and I think Carol thought she was pushy, but I think those were the times to be having those conversations and figuring out where she wanted to be. She had cats too to be concerned about, and trying to figure out and make some of those choices ahead of time rather than have somebody else make them for her later.
Ms. Lund, I only have one more question for you, and it's a little bit specific, so bear with me. Are you aware of a medical bill that was missed, the payment of which was missed, and it was related to Rod Mitchell's medical care either right before his death or around the time of his death, that the estate later had to settle?
Yes.
How are you aware of that?
I was looking at the state of Minnesota public access website for court documents and things like that, and I just happened to be perusing through, looking at his probate file online, and I noticed that there was a fairly good-sized large medical bill that was never submitted, was never paid. It was not submitted on time or something, and so it was unpaid, and I believe the court didn't order that bill to be paid or something like that. It was an unpaid bill that went through probate and didn't meet the timeline for entry into the estate.
I have no further questions.
Mr. McDonald.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lund. I want to start by talking just a little bit about Carol Mitchell. You described a couple events with showing some forgetfulness or memory loss. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Would you agree that the Walmart event and the meeting with the attorney were in about April 2023?
Yes.
So less than 1 month after Roderick Mitchell's passing. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Would you agree that Carol Mitchell was likely still grieving at that time?
Yes.
Ms. Lund, would you agree that you told the defense investigator that Carol Mitchell is not very tech savvy?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Lund, there's no doubt you tried to help Carol Mitchell, fair to say?
Yes.
And Alzheimer's is a very cruel disease.
Yes.
But you also understand that Carol Mitchell is not on trial here.
Yes.
You just spoke to us about this bill. What's your understanding of the probate process if the court doesn't allow a claim?
I don't know exactly how that whole probate process works.
Well, was that bill personal to Roderick Mitchell?
Yes, it was a medical bill of his.
Okay, and was your understanding that the facility or creditor didn't file that timely?
I can't say for sure. It was a long time ago. I haven't stored all that information.
But in any event, that bill may have been personal to Roderick Mitchell.
Yes.
Okay, so it would have been the estate's responsibility, not necessarily Carol Mitchell being put into collections.
It was Rod's medical bill, Roderick's medical bill.
Okay. And you did confirm that you haven't texted Carol Mitchell since December 2023.
As far as I recall, yes.
Okay. So any concern about her not responding to text messages, you're talking about prior to December 2023?
Correct.
You testified that Nicole is, quote, a doer.
Yes.
Okay, so she gets something on her mind, she's going to complete the task.
She will normally do the task instead of wait for somebody else to do it, yes.
Okay. And you also described her as trustworthy and honest, correct?
Yes.
Meaning if someone asks her a question or she says a statement, we can believe it.
Normally, yes.
Ms. Lund, did Nicole Mitchell communicate with you on April 21st or April 22nd of 2024?
You'll have to refresh me on what those dates were, because I'm...
Let me ask you in a more pointed way. Did Nicole Mitchell tell you that she was going to break into Carol Mitchell's home?
No.
Did she ever reach out with any concerns or discussions in the 24 hours prior to her arrest?
No.
Now, you described Nicole Mitchell and Carol Mitchell's relationship on the stand here as, quote, sometimes rocky?
Yes.
Okay. But isn't it true you told the defense investigator that Nicole Mitchell and Carol Mitchell's relationship has, quote, never been stellar in the 40 years?
Right. Probably not ever stellar.
Okay. But those were your words?
Yes.
And Ms. Lund, isn't it also true that you told the defense attorney, the defense investigator, after you found out Nicole Mitchell was arrested, quote, Nicole, I don't understand what you did. I don't understand it.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. DeCray.
Just very, very briefly, I'm aware of the time, Your Honor. Ms. Lund, who was Carol Mitchell the executor of Rod Mitchell's estate?
Yes.
You testified earlier that Carol Mitchell got lost on her way to your house in November of 2023 for the Thanksgiving holiday.
Yes.
Was that 8 months after Rod Mitchell's death?
Yes.
Did you know that Carol Mitchell was also not responding to Nicole Mitchell with respect to text messages and calls?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. McDonald.
When you testify that Carol Mitchell was not responding to Nicole Mitchell, what time frame are you speaking to, Ms. Lund?
I think during 2023, there were a lot of times when there were very slow responses, but I think, I don't know when she no longer responded at all. For periods of time, there were very slow responses. I don't know the dates that she didn't respond at all.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. DeCray.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Ms. Lund, you may step down. Again, watch your step. There's that
Thank
slight decline there. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll adjourn and go into recess for the evening. Before we do so, once again, remind you not to talk about this case with anyone, including yourselves, and do not talk at all to anyone involved in it. Do not read about this case in the newspapers or listen to news about it on radio or television or social media or on the internet. And do not talk about any of the people or any subject involved in this case with anyone. Do not share information about the case in writing, by email, by telephone, on the internet, or by any other means of communication. You must not email, blog, tweet, text, or post anything to Facebook, Twitter, X, or other social networking sites about this trial. Do not visit any chat rooms to discuss this case. We will resume again tomorrow at 9 a.m. All rise for the jury, please. Have a good evening.
Okay, there you go. The end of testimony for this Wednesday in the felony burglary trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell in Becker County Court in Detroit Lakes. Going past the typical 4:30 ending time because they like to finish a witness rather than bring them back the next morning. The state rested earlier today the prosecution with 11 witnesses. The defense has now called 3 and have 7 more on their witness list. It resumes at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and we'll bring it to you tomorrow as well. Thanks for joining us today. We'll see you tomorrow morning here on Fox 9 on our stream as we continue this, again, criminal trial of State Senator Nicole Mitchell. See you tomorrow at 9 a.m.